Volume 5, Part 2, Final, Chapter 226. The castle in the grassy plains appeared to have been built more for artistic purposes than for defense against external invasion, constructed like one large building without an outer wall. As Kim Woong had mentioned earlier, it had originally been a hideout surrounded by low hills. But now the surrounding terrain had sunken as if scooped out with a spoon, leaving the castle towering alone atop a hill. Just a glance at the exposed soil revealed that the changes were not from long ago. Perhaps feeling the same, Mesa, who was right next to him, spoke. Could it be that the puppets warped the terrain to make it easier to find them? That's probably it. It doesn't seem like a situation where they could guide them one by one. According to a brief interrogation, the victims of the symbiotic hosts, including Turon, did not know exactly where they needed to go. They were simply moving along a vague pull, seeking safety. It was clear that the entity didn't want the puppets who came looking for it to wander aimlessly and starve to death from being unable to find the exact location. So how do we get in? As Salif pointed out, there was no open entrance to this castle. Not to mention the walls, even the glass windows scattered throughout were sacred relics and didn't get scratched by ordinary attacks. While they were looking around, Salif fired a high-temperature beam, but astonishingly it was reflected back with full force. Kek. Had it been someone other than Salif wearing the silver armor of the sun, they would have melted and died on the spot. The beam he had fired with full power was strong enough to easily cut through a small hill. Ah, that was hot. These gods just had to make all kinds of annoying buildings. As Salif splashed water on his armor, now hot to the touch, and stuck out his tongue, Turon turned his gaze to Kim Woong. How do we get in? Of course I don't know. I only heard rumors that a building like this existed here. I know even less than you do. The gods of the old empire era may have moved as one group, but within that group, they were divided into factions based on guild affiliations or personal connections. It was only through passing words that he'd heard Monarch was going to establish a lab in a place like this, so it was reasonable for him to argue that there was no way he'd know such secret details. Turon clicked his tongue in disappointment, but soon raised his hand to stop everyone's movement upon sensing a presence behind them. Wait. Before long, those who had made their presence known cautiously approached the castle. They seemed briefly startled by the magical beasts lined up beside Turon's group, but then the old man at the front smiled and said, "Are you, by any chance, someone who came here after having the same dream?" "Yes, that's right. I thought so. But why are you not going in? We're at the entrance, but the door won't open." "Is that so?" That Strand at that moment, the expression of the man who was answering twisted for an instant, his gaze darted around and his eyes changed. Turon recognized that Monarch's consciousness had possessed the man. "Damn it, you again, this is getting tiresome. How did you find this place?" "Ah, I see, you came looking for these. That's how it turned out. I should have never set that auto-recall function." As he spoke, he glanced back slightly and there was Kim Woong, already hidden in concealment and crouched in the middle of the group. Clearly not wanting it known that he was here, with a slightly defeated tone, the monarch occupying the old man's body spoke. "Just asking, but you're not thinking of giving me Mesa's or your son's body at this point, are you? That goes without saying." "Well then, Before he could finish his sentence, Turon immediately grabbed the neck of the puppet possessed by Monarch. No matter what the other side had to say, their business came first. Elder, the group behind them became enraged, seeing their leader suddenly say something incomprehensible and get attacked, but they didn't dare resist. Just seeing him accompanied by more than a dozen of those rare gilded magical beasts was enough to guess at the man's wealth and power. Not to mention, judging by his movements just now, that gray-haired young man was undoubtedly a wizard. "Thanks, Monarch, I'll make good use of you." Calling the forbidden name for the first time in a while, Turon brought the monarch-possessed puppet, still held by the neck, to the front of the castle gate. Then with a thud, the gate recognized the puppet and automatically opened. As expected, the puppets were set up to be able to enter on their own. "There was no need for you to hand-deliver the key like this." Hugh. "Sorry, but you got the wrong address. Do you really think I would have exposed the location in such an obvious way? While you're here, I wonder what will happen to your son." At Monarch's mockery, choking as his neck was still gripped, Mesa's face turned vicious. However, Turon, without so much as a change in expression, sneered. "If you'd really done something, you wouldn't be saying that." He had already combed through and inspected the Parsha main house in Kalamaf and the Temple of the Sun multiple times to check for any Monarch puppets. Even the servants who had been receiving orders while being paid by outsiders had been identified using the Eye of Truth, more than a dozen of them, and exiled. Because of that, he was confident Monarch wouldn't even know Luska's location, let alone attempt anything. Realizing his threat hadn't worked, Monarch's eyes widened in anger and his body began to grotesquely mutate. The ability of a biologist to modify the body into a combat form. However, before he could attempt anything with his transformed body, a lightning bolt flashed from Mesa's hand nearby and burned the flesh to ashes. Turon, who was standing right next to them, was also electrocuted, but thanks to his far more durable body and the protection of the defensive magic artifact, he only felt a mild tingle. Just in case. Yeah, indeed, in a situation like this, it was awkward to keep him alive and imprisoned somewhere, especially since they were already deep in enemy territory. Turon looked down at the ashes briefly, then dusted off his hands and turned to the companions of the puppet who had just died. Fortunately, none of them were puppets. You all should go back now. But that old man you were following came here under the influence of the enemy of this castle and died. If you saw the moment he turned into a monster, you should understand. Such a flimsy explanation wouldn't be enough to fully convince them, but it didn't matter. They were just commoners, there was nothing they could do anyway. After sending the tearful group on their way, Turon turned his gaze to Kim Woong as he saw the gate begin to close again. Then have the magical beasts stand guard outside. We'll check when we return. Before entering, they had decided to leave most of the magical beasts they had ridden up to this point at the entrance. The inside of the castle was not spacious enough to allow large animals to move around freely, even if people could. Unfortunately, the magical beasts they had brought were all large ones, capable of carrying people over long distances. Kim Woong, staring blankly at the magical beasts lined up near the entrance, turned his gaze to Turon and asked, "Aren't you worried I might run away? Not unless you plan to live the rest of your life hiding behind barriers." With a high-level barrier cast using skills, it might be possible to evade even Turon's tracking magic. But considering it wasn't something that could be maintained frequently or in multiple locations, a closed-off life would be inevitable. Especially in a situation where he had lost all his comrades and was alone, it wouldn't be easy to switch bodies either. Considering the mercy Turon had shown so far, it would be better to obediently entrust his life to him than to live like that in hiding for the rest of his life. Understanding this, Kim Woong grimaced but nodded. "I'm begging you, please kill him and come back. Let me enjoy my final years in peace." With that, the gate closed with a thud and Turon lightly stretched and turned around. The others were already exploring the inside of the castle. These paintings, they look like real things. Did they apply colored paint after fire-etching them? The first thing that stood out was the series of colorful paintings attached to various parts of the black and white furniture and walls. Most of the artworks depicted people, flowers, and landscapes, and their level of detail was astonishing, just like the photographs seen on Earth. The sensory function of the mimic's sacred relic is going to be almost useless. Because the entire space was like a sea brimming with magic power, his sensory perception had completely lost its ability to distinguish anything. Turon, feeling as though even his real senses were being distorted, deactivated the sensory function of the sacred relic altogether. So, what now? Let's try moving forward for now. There were 3 large passageways at the castle entrance, and Turon decided to lead the group through the innermost one. The hallway was about 15 meters wide and 5 meters high. The floor was made of blue marble and shone as if freshly polished, as if the passing of thousands of years had meant nothing. "If I ever settled down, I'd want to live in a house like this. Isn't it a bit too dark?" "That's just because you've always lived in Kalamaf. Houses aren't all supposed to be brightly lit." Turon didn't stop the chatter of his subordinates echoing behind him. He knew too well that maintaining excessive tension before a real battle could just wear them out. Letting them lighten up in their own way by chatting like this wasn't a bad thing. Wait, suddenly he saw the portrait of a woman holding a flower up ahead begin to change. The eyes, which had originally faced forward, spun around toward them, and the previously expressionless face twisted in anger. Whatever it was clearly not friendly. Everyone battle positions. At Turon's shout, the somewhat relaxed nobles quickly took formation. Their coordination was impressive enough to make the previous lapse in tension seem laughable. Considering that nobles as a group weren't usually used to cooperative combat, it was surprising. This was the result of having the specially trained nobles of Parsha at the core, successfully managing a few nobles from Varaha and Aravian. Everyone's faces turned grim at the horrible sound echoing from the distant corridor. Soon after, the familiar flesh monsters already encountered several times came rushing in. Seeing them, Salif grumbled, "Those things again. This is getting old. It's only your 2nd time seeing them, this is my 4th. The underground labyrinth, then in front of the library, followed by the battle with battle, and now this. It was clear these were Monarch's optimized combat units created through flesh molding. However, the corridor here neutralized the advantages of their agile and powerful physical abilities. As 2 steam machine guns spewed bullets and Salif added white flames, the charging monsters were either crushed or burned. Seeing the creatures retreat in screams, the nobles who had initially been tense let out a sigh of relief. They looked like something out of a nightmare, but they weren't a big deal after all. Don't worry too much. Overconfidence is bad, but so is being overly afraid. The reason for the monster's relatively weak strength was easy enough to figure out. The only usable body resources Monarch would have had here were the nomads and the few wizards who ruled over them. Unlike the domains ruled by the great noble houses overflowing with powerful wizards, the grassy plains had fewer than 10 high-ranking nobles. Still, this being the extent of it feels a bit off. If the monsters had simply kept charging until they were all dead, he could have chalked it up to a final act of desperation. But the way they were pulling back was clearly closer to a calculated strategy, as if they were trying to gauge this side's capabilities. Turon gave a brief warning to his subordinates not to relax too much and then gave the order to advance again. They moved forward for a few more minutes, only then did they realize something was wrong. This corridor, isn't it way too long? From the outside, the castle looked to be only a few hundred meters in width and length. Even though they weren't walking particularly fast, the corridor wasn't something that should have taken several minutes to traverse. At this rate, they should have already passed through the entire structure. It seemed clear now that the interior of this castle didn't operate the same way as it appeared from the outside. After expending their mental energy on the endlessly continuing corridor and the portraits that occasionally shifted their gaze and expressions. Is this smoke? No, more like fog. Before they realized it, their bodies were enveloped in pure white mist. They had entered the sphere of influence of the Misty Zone, located on the eastern edge of the world. Presumably, the castle itself was in a space where reality was distorted, and part of it either touched the boundary of the Misty Zone or shared its properties. Since the place was originally created to research that region, it wasn't all that surprising for it to have such functions. The problem was that in a space like this, firearms became far less effective. They could barely see a dozen meters ahead. Are we going to keep moving forward? We have to. To Mace's question, Turon nodded and took the lead himself. The very presence of such a defensive measure suggested just how important this place was to Monarch. If it had been a place he didn't care about being breached, it would have been left unguarded. Everyone keep your guns ready, but also prepare for close combat. Understood. As he gave the order, Turon recalled the properties of the Misty Zone he'd learned before. In the real Misty Zone, the fog was so thick that you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face, and it distorted one's sense of direction. But here, although the mist was blurry, they could still make out the walls and floor on either side. Was the distortion effect weaker because they were inside the castle? If so, the effect that erases markers might not work properly either. Of course, considering the entire building was a sacred relic, using conventional markers wouldn't be easy, but there were still a few usable items. Turon took one of the nearby portraits that had been glaring at them, broke it into pieces, made an arrow out of it, and laid it on the ground. Even just knowing which direction they had been heading would be useful. After giving that instruction, they marched forward again for a few more minutes. Just like before, the sound of a beast howling echoed from far ahead. Enemy, prepare to fire. Though the presence wasn't very clear, perhaps because the fog was swallowing the sound, it was obvious something was approaching. Frustrated at not being able to clearly identify the enemy, Turon frowned slightly. It's been a while since I've felt this way. Normally, even the concealment of House Zahar could be seen through with the senses of the mimic sacred relic, but he hadn't anticipated that in a space oversaturated with magic power it would cease functioning. Not that there was any real countermeasure, even if he knew. A few seconds passed as he stared ahead. The moment something flickered beyond the mist, the shooting began. Fire! At Salif's command, the steam machine guns began unleashing bullets again. Steam spread through the mist, and they could see the charging monsters getting blasted away, spewing blood. Thinking this was going to be no different from earlier, that's when it happened. One massive shadow among the incoming monsters suddenly surged forward. What is that thud? With a roar, an ice axe flew in. Its blade alone was larger than a human. If Mesa hadn't struck it away with her hammer, one of the nobles would have been killed on the spot. Realizing that, the man fell backward in shock. Turon felt like he'd seen the face of the man charging in after throwing the axe somewhere before. A middle-aged man with sky-blue hair wielding two axes. That was definitely Cadram. Or rather, the appearance of the character from the game in the memories of Juncio, whose soul he had devoured. His skin had turned a bluish hue, with rot spreading in some places, clearly proving he was already dead, but his movements and facial expressions were no different from those of the living. Wrath of Frost, Emir let out a monstrous shriek as he rushed toward them. You're all fucking dead, you piece of shit NPC bastards. Chapter 227. Truly astonishingly and horrifyingly, it was not only Emir who suddenly appeared from the fog. The appearances of those who appeared afterward were also the same as those of the players he had seen in Cadram's past memories. Of course, they were all pale like the dead and bore signs of decay in various places. Could it be that he restored the players' physical bodies? According to what Turon knew, the body of a player whose lifespan had ended would crumble into ashes like burnt dust, never preserving its complete form like that. The remains of the lame goddess left in the key of the library were also, so to speak, merely a kind of spiritual symbol. That was why ancient wizards believed that the gods had ascended to the heavens, and there weren't even tombs containing their remains, just trinkets stored in their place. For that reason, if those bodies had truly been revived and the proper souls inserted into them, and thus had regained the power of their prime, then a fight might not even be possible. A player with full power, even among the relatively weak ones, was someone who could face off one-on-one against a great sea serpent or a giant, and now there were more than a dozen of them here. However, after the initial shock, Turon realized that the power he sensed from them was not as strong as he had expected. Upon closer inspection, even their appearances were too unnatural to truly be those of gods. From their massive sizes to the grotesquely disproportionate bodies and blood-red pupils. And as he recalled the various abilities Monarch possessed, the conclusion quickly became clear. They were a kind of fake gods cobbled together from unknown materials, stitched to resemble their former selves. The powers they displayed merely relied on the strength of the spirit forms within. So they mimicked their old forms through flesh shaping. How is it? Impressive, right? It's grotesque beyond compare. Maybe try looking in a mirror. Emir's face twisted as he had been boasting, clearly displeased by Turon's retort. Then die, bastard, clang. Mesa, who once again deflected a flying axe, took on Emir and two other fake gods, while Salif took on about three of them. Turon briefly wondered why they were leaving him so exposed, but then quickly retreated as he felt something invisible stabbing into his chest. Are they remnants of Zahars? Those who had been resurrected on one of the southern sea islands after the Battle of Axum apparently fled and sought refuge with Monarch. Turon quickly activated concealment and heightened the senses of the sacred relic, but the mist here too was heavily saturated with condensed magic power, making it difficult to identify enemies. However, he had many other tricks up his sleeve. Switching to the Varaha bloodline, he spread the light of judgment in all directions, piercing hidden enemies who screamed or cancelled their concealment to defend themselves. Perhaps realizing that this method wouldn't work, the pre-god tribe of Zahar began launching area attacks using various techniques to draw out the concealed Turon. Shadow blades spread in all directions, toxic liquids were spewed, and explosions formed from a mix of fire and ice. Familiar skills, once seen during his escape after infiltrating Axum in the past, filled the air. But unlike before, the current Turon had studied data on them from SSMS he accessed on Earth, so he now understood exactly what these skills were and how to counter them. This one's a hunter and chaser with shadow and illusion. That one's an alchemist and healer. The third has frost and pyromaniac, shadow blades countered with light of judgment, toxic liquid purified with the purifier ability of the Lavita's bloodline, steam explosion dispersed with wind before it could condense. As he laid out perfect counters for every attack, surprise and confusion flashed in the eyes of the fake gods. They were certainly skilled in battle, but he hadn't been this formidable before. How exactly? Who knows? Murmuring his reply, Turon swiftly closed in on an enemy who had left an opening and drove the railgun into them. Though the power was somewhat reduced at near point-blank range, the attack was nearly impossible to dodge. The head, about the size of an adult male's, burst apart, and the once human-looking body collapsed into a shapeless mass of flesh. Is it over? What raised doubt rather than certainty was the fact that no spirit form emerged from the mass of flesh. If the spirit form of a god, already spiritualized, had truly been in control, then something like that should have burst out. Unfortunately, due to the continued attacks of the remaining two, there wasn't much time to be puzzled. Turon quickly propelled himself with a gunpowder explosion, dodging the shadow blades that aimed to rip him apart. Do not fall back. While Turon and the other top fighters battled the fake gods, their elite forces discarded their guns and relied instead on their original weapons, magical artifacts, or their bloodline magic to fight the flesh monsters. Though they still had a decent amount of bullets and water left, the visibility range within the mist was so narrow that they couldn't respond quickly enough, leading to more injuries. Of course, being without guns didn't suddenly make them helpless. Each of them was a skilled individual possessing at least mid to upper-tier magic power even among the nobles. A noble of the Rapids bloodline turned the moisture overflowing in the mist into water and wielded it like a whip. A noble of the Frost bloodline froze the moisture and fired it as ice spikes. The Earthmovers scattered the sand they carried and shaped it, doing whatever they could to contribute. The only two healers treated the wounded, and the Varaha of the Sun bloodline, due to the moisture-rich environment, gave up fire magic and focused solely on light magic. Nobles of the Guardian and Fighter bloodlines took up weapons themselves and held the front lines. And the few nobles of the Pyromaniac bloodline completely abandoned their bloodline magic, instead forming small squads at the very rear of the formation to operate machine guns for fire support or throw steam bombs. Even as they fought valiantly, they trembled from time to time at the surging waves of power felt from above, ahead, or to the sides. Damn it, it's truly a battle of gods. Whenever Mesa pierced the heart of Ymir, transformed into an ice giant with her lightning hammer, or whenever Salif, having fused with a magical beast and taken on a half-beast form, burned an entire Najin player to death, the mist briefly cleared to reveal the scene. The power they wielded was so immense that it repelled the mist for a moment. Likewise, when Turon fired his railgun with all his might, it cleared the mist in an instant, carving out a long passage. Each time that happened, those who had once been gods ruling over Zahar and had been comrades of Kim Woon lost their lives one by one. Just a little longer, we can win this. Just as hope began to form from that sight, Haram Burke, who was standing at the front, was struck by a chilling premonition. He quickly raised his magical shield to cover himself. The ice giant that Mesa had clearly killed just moments ago suddenly slid swiftly across the ground, kicking him and 3 or 4 nobles behind him in a single blow. Krog, the formation collapsed in an instant. Fortunately, Haram, being of the Guardian bloodline, had a sturdy body and barely survived with the help of a defensive magical artifact, and the few others behind him were merely injured after colliding with him, not killed. Ymir, having stomped the ground to raise an ice pillar, looked up at the flying Mesa and screamed like a madman. "Try it as many times as you want, bastards. It's useless anyway." Among the fake gods, his distinctive appearance made his survival a blow to the morale of the already exhausted forces. After all, someone who had just died had returned right before their eyes. What's more, the direct god followers of Monarch, whom Salif had killed, the Aravian god members whom Mesa had killed, and the Zahar god members whom Turon had killed, each of them reappeared as if their deaths moments ago had been lies. Naturally, unless they were fools, the thought would eventually occur. Don't tell me. Those monsters are continuously resurrecting too, a ceaseless horde of flesh monsters emerging from beyond the mist. For now, they were managing to hold them back somehow, but given that stamina and magic power were not infinite, it was clear they would eventually reach their limit. No, in truth, the issue of the soldiers' stamina was trivial. The far more terrifying problem was the 3 family heads who were fighting monsters more powerful, closer to gods than the flesh beasts. The moment they became exhausted and the balance tipped, this entire army would be annihilated. Huff, retreat, us. Shut your damn mouth, the family heads are still fighting. The young noble of the House Parsha struck the Aravian noble who had voiced weak words across the face and shouted boldly. Right next to them, a noble of Varaha let out a roar and hurled a spear of light, piercing and killing one of the monsters. As the fierce battle raged below, Turon also managed to grasp the situation despite the lack of information within the mist, and he furrowed his brows. Resurrection, how is it because Monarch is just mass-producing those things, but then where is the power coming from? Generally, the magic power of magical beings, aside from what they innately possess at birth, is extracted from other living beings. For this reason, wizards and magical beasts become stronger by absorbing magic power from other wizards and magical beasts throughout their lives. And yet, those fake gods, despite possessing powers that could overwhelm even high-ranking nobles, were brazenly exposing themselves as if it didn't matter if they died. Based on his experience, even if they used skills to enhance themselves, they would still need to draw foundational power from somewhere. Are they using power extracted from sacred relics? No, I took most of the keys he had. Then maybe this building. No matter how much he thought it through, no definitive conclusion emerged. Even as he pondered, his body moved automatically, continuing the intense combat, kill and kill again. By the time he killed the 7th fake god, Turon noticed that Salif's face was clearly showing signs of exhaustion. This won't do. Unlike Turon and Mesa, who had succeeded in manifesting and combining 4 types, Salif had only 3 types. Though he had the least amount of magic power, the difference wasn't so significant. However, the difference between 3 and 4 symbol combinations was immense. This way, thanks. Because of that, Turon and Mesa occasionally assisted Salif, but there was a limit to that as well. It wasn't like they had 4 arms and 2 heads. The more they overextended to help him, the more disadvantages they suffered in their own battles. It was in essence like robbing Peter to pay Paul. Stop helping. I can handle it, catch your breath. Huck, damn it. Salif furrowed his brow as if resenting his own weakness, but followed Mesa's instruction and focused on controlling his breathing. Turon, confirming that her violet electric field had taken control of the surrounding area, looked around, trying to come up with a solution. The mist zone, enemies keep appearing. Where are they coming from beyond that? If this really is the mist zone, then there would be no end to it. His mind, overheated from the excitement of battle, struggled to return to calm, logical thought, after a moment of trying to suppress the adrenaline and think clearly. Turon spotted the 8th incoming enemy, and like a flash of lightning in his mind, the answer struck him. Mesa, cover for me for a moment. What? already busy helping Salif, Mesa's face showed clear confusion at the request to take on Turan's share as well. But Turan was confident that she could handle it, at least for a short while. She was only holding back her full power as Thunder Lord because she couldn't be sure when the enemies would stop coming. If she used her full strength, even if she wore herself out quickly with Salif supporting her, she could hold off a dozen or so fake gods. I'm counting on you. If his intuition turned out to be wrong, he could just return immediately. Descending quickly to the ground, Turan pulled out a key and a jewel box from his large-capacity pouch. Elder, this is urgent. What this is? A boundary. The battle. Quickly take this. Turan even abandoned the usual minimum formality he maintained with the librarian and urged him hastily. Momentarily flustered by Turan's attitude, the librarian seemed to sense the urgency and quickly reached out for the orb Turan handed him. In an instant, the world distorted, and Turan, who had just been in a corridor filled with thick mist, reached the boundary of the world. A mysterious space where the spiritual remains of the lame goddess lingered somewhere far below. But unlike usual, a part of that space was filled not with whiteness, but with darkness. That was because this was one of the world's boundaries, the mist zone at the eastern end. Turan asked the librarian to wait there, then began moving toward the pitch-black space. Since it was not a physical space, just thinking about it was enough to make his body move at an incredible speed. Faster than flight magic using wind, faster than flight using magnetism, faster than sound, faster than Bige flying alone, perhaps even faster than light. The moment Turan reached the edge of the pure white sea of spirit forms, he realized he had been right. A massive stag was standing between the spirit sea and the void, glaring at him. Ah, truly. What a tiresome bastard. Monarch. He could see 4 symbols embedded within the stag's essence, ruler and tamer, writhing flesh, and a scale. Only then did Turan realize what the shadow he had seen when returning from Earth had been. Monarch's true body was not human, but a beast, a dear magical beast that had long since taken residence in this place. I wondered what kind of form your true body had taken. I didn't expect you to be inside an animal, not a person. Magical beasts generally live far longer than humans. The soul chain capacity is much greater. Judging by his use of the term soul chain capacity, it seemed Monarch had also examined a soul chain firsthand. He had probably taken the form of a stag because he hadn't found a way to refill it. Or perhaps he did have a way, but liked the durability of the beast's body and simply continued using it. A human body can be used anytime, so there's no reason the true body needs to be human. More importantly, aren't you going to attack? Things outside aren't exactly going smoothly, are they? I was just about to as Turan reached out mid-conversation to launch a surprise attack. He was suddenly crushed to the ground by a horrifying amount of gravity. Monarch twisted the stag's face grotesquely and sneered. You didn't seriously think I'd been sitting here doing nothing, just waiting for you to come and kill me, did you? How? Did you do this? Sorry, but I'm not one of those third-rate villains who blab their secrets and get countered. Even as he asked the question, Turan's mind was racing to analyze the enemy's earlier attack. Was it the lawmaker's ability, something that forbids standing, but setting a rule that excludes oneself shouldn't be possible in most cases? There wasn't enough time to analyze the extremely limited clues. Because as Monarch tilted his head slightly, a barrage of light slashes poured from the ornate antlers of the stag. Turan barely managed to move his unbearably heavy body to avoid a direct hit, but he couldn't avoid losing an arm. His blood-spurting arm flew off toward one end of the world's boundary. Erg. Ah damn, outstanding. I didn't expect you to break in here, but it's not bad. Whether I crush you out there or in here, it's all the same. Letting the opponent's mockery pass through one ear, Turan pondered what to do. It seemed he wouldn't be able to match Monarch in this space. Should he return to the library world or the real world? But returning without uncovering any of this place's secrets or what Monarch was doing here wouldn't change anything. More importantly, it wasn't even certain whether he could return just because he wanted to. By the way, what's up with your voice? This space doesn't usually change how someone sounds. If you want to know, how about answering my question first? Like how you did all this? To Turan's surprise, Monarch showed interest in his strange voice. That bizarre voice, as if dozens of people were speaking at once, was a phenomenon that only occurred when he reached the boundary of this world. Neither the librarian nor Mesa had experienced it, only he had. Turan, instead of revealing that he didn't know the reason, pretended to be relaxed and put on a bluff. At that moment, as Monarch frowned, a voice he had never heard before echoed from afar. That's probably because of me. The voice from behind belonged to a man who appeared to be in his mid-30s. Judging by his facial features, he seemed to be of a race similar to Earth's, more specifically, Korean. Turan realized that the place where this man had appeared was exactly where his arm had flown off earlier. And also that there was now nothing there. Monarch frowned at the sight of him. An Earthling, I've never seen your face before. Who are you? Siakun, you really were shameless back on Earth and now you're just as disgusting here. You're old enough, you've even had a kid, shouldn't you have matured by now? After getting scolded so badly by Hyung, you still haven't come to your senses. His tone was like that of an adult talking to a child. Only then did Monarch widen his eyes as if he had finally recognized the other man's identity, and what followed left even Turan surprised. Don't tell me, Odas, chapter 228. Turan did not know much about the knight hunter Odas. At most, he was known to be one of the strongest among the former players, having shot and killed hundreds of giants, and that he did not have a good relationship with Monarch. At one point, Harun and a few other gods had considered him to be the reincarnation of Odas. But as it became clear that no divine spirit remained in the sea of spirit forms, that hypothesis was half abandoned. And yet that very Odas suddenly appeared from the severed arm. No way was that the one who left the message to check out the library back then. The tone felt a little different, but given the circumstances, there was no one else who could have been inside him. As Turan was thinking about that, Odas spoke while stroking his own face. Now that I think about it, this is actually the first time we've met face to face, but you remember the voice, right? We talked over voice chat before. That was thousands of years ago, there's no way I'd remember. Odas spoke comfortably, as if talking to a close younger sibling while striding toward the massive deer. Surprisingly, Monarch stepped back a few steps on the spot, a submissive posture hard to believe from a monster that currently overwhelmed even Turan. Perhaps realizing this, Monarch spoke in a voice that sounded agitated. Get lost, you're just a wraith that's already dead. Just like before, as it swung its massive antlers, blades of light rose and slashed its opponent. However, Odas merely wrapped his body in pitch-black shadow to block it, standing there with an indifferent expression. Hey now, if you want to drive out a wraith, you need to be a bit more serious. Don't tell me that bastard was something like your reincarnation. Close. Calling it reincarnation might be a stretch. I'm the largest shareholder, but it's not like I hold an overwhelming stake. Odas looked at Turan with a slightly sheepish expression and said, maybe he resembles me so much because of the Zahar bloodline and similar background. Like being born between two countries that don't get along. Before Turan could ask what that meant, Odas looked at him and spoke as if calling out to someone. It's kind of awkward if I keep talking alone, so how about the other friends come out too? At your age, there's no need to be shy. At that moment, Turan could feel something fiercely surging from within himself, deeper than what he thought was his spirit form and essence from the unreachable abyss of his soul. Something squirmed and leapt out from there, riding the blood flowing from his severed arm and, like Odas, began transforming into human shapes. A dozen or so people instantly appeared next to him. It's been a while since I saw the outside. It's not just outside, it's the outside of the world. Nice to see you, Monarch. That scammer bastard. Siakun's all grown up, huh? Used to post groveling photos on the board asking for help after getting blacklisted. Don't bring that up, he'll cry. Turan could understand what these people were, the dozen or so voices that always came out of his throat whenever he entered this space. Naturally, Turan's voice had returned to his original one. Seeing this, Monarch looked visibly flustered even with a deer's face. No crazy, as if Odas wasn't enough. That Nazi bitch caught a rat even when stepping, that's all. The idea of expanding the vessel of the spirit form and sucking in residual spirit forms was decent enough, just, she let in way too many. And after all that, she got completely torn apart and vanished. Don't talk about that since it makes Uncle Odas sad. 6 men who looked in their 30s to 40s. 3 men who appeared older than that. 1 woman in her late 20s and another in her 40s. Most appeared to be of the same race as Odas, but a few had rather foreign features. Some had unusually deep-set eyes and large noses or black skin with tightly curled hair. It's been a while since I came here too. There was a time we used to just float around here. Honestly, it was pretty peaceful. Of course, getting into that guy's body and seeing the world was fun too. The way these people, assumed to be gods who died with the fall of the old empire, chatted among themselves seemed quite frivolous. Then again, considering their true identities, it wasn't all that surprising. The essence of the pre-god tribe, after all, was just like Suho, whom they had met on Earth, thoroughly ordinary human beings. At that moment, an older man with a rough beard stroked his chin and spoke to Monarch in a reproachful tone. Anyway, seeing it from inside, the fight looked pretty unfair. Yeah. Is it fun to come first, take all the resources, and beat up a clueless kid? At the very least, you should fight on the same ring. Shut up. Perhaps sensing danger in their words, Monarch quickly aimed his antlers at Turan. What was fired was a flash of light, so fast it was nearly impossible to dodge. However, the man who had just spoken about unfairness reached out his hand, and the lightning was sucked into his palm. This is my specialty. How dare you, Meb, you old bastard. You've aged 10 times more than me here, you punk. Show a little dignity, for God's sake. Grumbling from behind, Odas shot a pitch-black shadow arrow that struck the deer. Perhaps it was laced with deadly poison as the hit part on its haunch melted away and Monarch screamed, but the wound quickly healed. Seeing this, Otis clicked his tongue and said, "It looks like he's already taken too much control. Wouldn't it be better if we all combined forces and took him down? No chance. The power we use through this body is consumable. We have no choice but to trust and leave it to him. Then we'll hold him off, get him merged quickly. You think he won't blow up? Maybe when he was a kid, but now his vessel has become wide and solid. He'll hold out just fine." While the gods bickered among themselves and fought Monarch, Turon set the mimic's sacred relic to the Lavita's bloodline and healed his wounds. Fortunately, for regenerating an entire severed arm, it didn't consume as much magic power as expected. Perhaps it was because this space was somewhere between the physical and the non-physical. As he checked his recovered arm for any dysfunction, a man with fine features and delicate lines approached him. Perhaps not confident in combat, unlike the others, he didn't seem interested in suppressing Monarch. "Hello, we've met before, haven't we? The lame goddess. Hearing you call me goddess in this form feels kind of weird, though I did hope for it. Anyway, I'm going to enter you again now. So you can fight that guy. I don't intend to delay the fight, but I don't think your involvement is necessary." These beings, assumed to be former gods, were thoroughly beating down Monarch one-sidedly. In terms of power as an individual entity, he didn't seem to be lagging, but the overwhelming difference in numbers made it inevitable. However, Monarch regenerated relentlessly as if he were immortal, even after being slashed to pieces, burned, and frozen. Seeing this, the lame goddess sighed and said, "This is just a temporary fix. Monarch has already seized about half the control, and almost none of our names remain." "What should I do?" Turon said this and felt he had experienced such a conversation before. Just recently, during the time he had spoken with Kjorn. However, unlike back then, Turon now truly had an important role. "Will be absorbed into you again, so all you need to do is fight and win. Since you have a physical body, you'll be able to gain control. What exactly is this control? It's complicated to explain, but once we're absorbed, you'll understand naturally." At the urging tone, Turon didn't decide right away but asked again. No matter how urgent the situation, this wasn't something he could decide on without understanding it first. "If I absorb you all, can I still remain myself? If you were to become a monster with all the gods' personalities chaotically mixed together, how would that be any different from dying?" To that question, filled with such meaning, the lame goddess widened her eyes slightly, then let out a small laugh. "Even in an emergency, you know how to look out for yourself. Smart boy, there's nothing to worry about. It won't have any special effect on your personality. You know I'm telling the truth, right?" The attitude that there was no need to confirm the truth likely stemmed from her knowledge of the Eye of Truth. After about 3 seconds of consideration, Turon nodded. Even if that statement turned out to be a wordplay and not entirely true, he had no choice but to accept the offer for now. Refusing and holding out would only guarantee a future where Monarch killed him, given the circumstances. Besides, how much longer could Mesa, Salif, and the others fighting in the real world endure? "All right then, before that, thank you. For what?" "The library." He had first assumed it was Oda's, but thinking back, the one who could have alerted him to the problem there was obvious. If she was the creator, it was likely that some kind of connection remained even after only her soul was left. At his unexpected words, the lame goddess widened her eyes, then gave a flirtatious feminine smile. "Smart too. Mesa must be jealous. If you're grateful, treat my son well. He's a poor child who lost his parents the moment he was born." She was probably referring to the librarian when she said son. The moment she disappeared after those final words, Turon felt one soul, instead of sinking deep inside like before, blend into the surface. It was a completely different sensation from when he had devoured a fragment of Kadram's soul form in the past. Back then, he had been completely submerged in the other's personality, experiencing life as if they were the same person. But now Turon could view the other's memories objectively, like reading a book. Seeing this, the gods paused in their beating of Monarch and approached Turon. "Has it started? Then me too. Me too." As an immense amount of information brushed past his mind in what was nearly an instant, another god likewise merged into Turon. And then another one. It hadn't been noticeable with just one, but when 2 then 3 entered one after another, his spirit form began to feel bloated, as though he had exceeded the capacity he could process at once. But Turon clenched his teeth and digested their memories. Brief flashes of decades lived on Earth, hundreds of years lived here as gods, and thousands of years drifting in the sea of spirit forms. Thanks to that, he came to fully understand the identities of those who had been sleeping within him. The Thunder Lord, the Earth Mother Goddess, the Silver Sun, the Crimson Prince, the Lame Goddess, the Messenger of the Gods, the King of Calamities. The Eternal Flame, the Weaver of Space. From the distant ancient times, among the transcendent beings worshipped by the weak humans, these were considered the strongest of the strong, the gods among gods. Because they possessed the most powerful spirit forms, they had not completely disappeared even in the sea of spirit forms. One by one, they merged with Turon and became wholly one with him. As Harun once said, Turon's spirit form now possessed a scale and level dozens of times greater than before. This was likely the perfected product she had originally intended to create. By then the battle had reversed, turning in Monarch's favor. It was only natural. As the gods who had been pummeling and suppressing him were absorbed one by one into Turon, their power diminished. Only Odas and the old man, presumably the Thunder Lord called Meb, remained, taking turns struggling to hold back the rampaging foe. Sensing that it was now his turn to fight, Turon slowly rose to his feet. Unlike just a moment ago, he no longer felt any pressure weighing down his body. It was because a new law had been inscribed here, one that directly clashed with the lawmaker's laws already carved into this space. So that was the law he imposed. All living creatures in this place must walk on 4 legs. Monarch, in the form of a deer, had cleverly passed it off as natural, imposing a restriction only on him as a human. The fact that unless one knew the truth, it would simply feel like some technique that suppressed the body, made it all the more malicious. Perhaps divine spirits hadn't been caught in the rule because they weren't considered living creatures. But now Turon could overcome such a law, because he had gained the ability to inscribe laws upon space just like a lawmaker. As Monarch turned his gaze upon the now standing Turon, Odas, who had stepped back to catch his breath during the brief opening, asked, "How is it?" "Starting to understand a few things. At the very least, I think I can fight. Then we'd better get going. Let's start with old Meb first. I'll go even if you don't rush me." Saying so, the old man stepped back and seeped into Turon's inner self. Perhaps because he had already absorbed over a dozen others, Turon, though strained, managed to accept him, even though his soul was larger and stronger than the others. Rather than attacking Turon immediately, Monarch took a cautious stance, as if wary of just how much power he might now possess after absorbing all those gods. Perhaps because this spared him unnecessary effort, Odas let out a small sigh of relief as he looked at Turon. "There's a lot I want to say, but not enough time. What a shame. Once I absorb you, is that the end? That's how it'll be. Well, you've done well so far, just keep doing that. You've got some flaws, sure, but you'll probably grow out of them with age, unlike that bastard over there." Without even giving Turon a chance to reply, Odas vanished like a phantom, seeping into Turon's inner self. Because his spirit form had been exceptionally large even among the powerful gods, a stabbing pain like a stake being driven through his heart surged through Turon. As he exhaled deeply to overcome it, Turon saw Monarch seize the moment to unleash a massive wave of light blades once again. Not just slicing off an arm like before, but a flood of light that would leave nothing behind, no piece larger than a finger remaining. But as Turon raised his hand, a mass of purple shadow rose from the ground and nullified the attack. The fuel to exercise this power was not Turon's own magic power, it was the white substance overflowing in this space. That substance had transformed into power under his will. To think you'd try to hoard all of this for yourself and become a true god. The scale of your ambition is so enormous I don't even know what to say. Just crossing over to Earth in a powerful wizard's body and ruling there, thinking back now, that had been a laughably naive and modest plan. Who could have imagined that the real goal was to take control of the sea of spirit forms, seize the source of power that covered the world, and truly become something godlike? Now he understood why Monarch's loyal servant hadn't broken under even the harshest torture. If his master and friend really became a great god being, then no pain would be too great to be worth enduring. He had been able to endure it all knowing such a reward was promised. Just die already. With Monarch's shout, hundreds of fireballs rained down, but Turon instantly summoned massive amounts of water to block them. Normally, even with magic, it would be impossible to create matter that didn't exist, but in this space it was possible. Because the source that filled this place could be transformed into any substance. Thanks to absorbing the gods' memories, Turon now knew what that white substance truly was. The key of omnipotence. The source that created and sustains this world and the most perfect existence that can become anything, depending on its master's will. A portion of it had flowed down to the surface, granting the ability to manipulate natural phenomena, and people came to call it magic power. From the moment one obtained control over this source, things like bloodline and all the rest ceased to have meaning. Because all power originated from this. It was only natural that Turon had been completely unable to resist Monarch's attack just moments ago. No matter how powerful his strength was, as long as it was composed of magic power, it was nothing more than a subpar version of the power that governed the source. Kug, Monarch groaned at his enemy's skillful counter. To him, Turon spoke mockingly, "You're really hopeless at combat magic. Well, I suppose you're not used to it. You probably never had a reason to use it. In truth, this was also the first time Turan had used the Shadow Bloodline's abilities, but the memories of Oda's residing within him supported him. Even Turan's own transcendental talent was rooted in the souls of those gods. It was only natural for someone bearing the soul of the Thunder Lord to wield wind and lightning magic with ease, or for someone bearing the soul of the Silver Sun to easily manipulate fire and light. Of course, that didn't mean the difference in skill between Turan and Monarch was purely due to talent. Though he had lived a life hundreds of times shorter than his opponent, Turan had spent each and every day diligently training in all kinds of magic. Unlike Monarch, who had been buried in research, the results of that effort had simply revealed themselves just now. Enjoy it while you can, that doesn't mean you're going to win. We'll see, won't we? With a growl-like tone, Monarch and Turan drew power from the source at the edge of the world and shaped it to strike at each other. An avatar of the great gods and a beast once called a god. The battle of transcendent beings who stood at the very pinnacle of this world had begun. Chapter 229. The substance and force that form the foundation of the world. The gods in the memories Turan had absorbed called it the essence. It was a material that existed in itself, an intangible energy, each containing unique information and something that could freely move between the three depending on one's will. It was a substance like blood and flesh, a phenomenon like flame and lightning, and also something intangible like a spirit form, affection, or memory. The method of handling it was not much different from how the wizards on the ground wielded their powers. Because magic power was, in the end, just an imitation missing the force to draw out the substance from that essence. To think being used to handling various powers through the mimic sacred relic would come in handy here. Turan had such a thought as he melted away the arm of the grotesque monster created by Monarch using the alchemist's highly acidic liquid. Those who handled the essence could use all types of magic, like someone born with a bloodline specialized in it. And Turan was someone who had handled more diverse kinds of bloodline magic than anyone else in this world. Of course, Monarch too could have dominated and controlled all kinds of bloodline bodies if he had wanted, but just a few clashes had made it clear he hadn't done so. The problem is, the difference in power is bigger than I thought. What was required to handle more essence was presence. It was about how the people of this world perceived you and how intense their thoughts of you were. The reason Turan had been able to establish himself as a shepherd was also related to this. Because their thoughts were conveyed into the sea of spirit forms and created a symbol combination of a shepherd that had not existed before. And Monarch had secured a massive amount of essence by collecting presence through the avatars he had once scattered across the world. No, that power was still continuing to grow even now. Through his expanded senses, Turan felt that people dying somewhere on the plains were supplying presence to the enemy before him. Not killing, but only severing the ankles of Kjorn and the puppet tribes he had passed by had been a good decision. Had they been killed there, Monarch's power would have grown even stronger by now. Already tired, you were all excited and rampaging a moment ago. As Turan briefly slowed his offensive, Monarch, noticing it, created a mass of boulders and launched them, mixed within a giant whirlwind. If a sandstorm had rocks instead of sand, it might look like this. In response, Turan found the central axis of the whirlwind the opponent had created, shook it to collapse the formation, and at the same time conjured light of judgment to melt away the flying rocks coming at him. It was an efficient defensive method that used less than half the power the opponent had exerted, but even that was proving difficult to maintain. As expected, my presence is far too weak compared to his. For the head of the great noble house Parsha and the leader of the victorious faction in the World War to have a weak presence was no laughing matter. But that was the reality. To the people of the reclaimed land south of Lavidas and the core class of Kalamaf, and to most of the citizens, he would likely be worshipped like a god. To Mesa, he was a beloved husband, and to people like Salif or Ashes, a good friend. Even in Varaha, he was regarded warily as a terrifying but at least allied figure. But to the general public across the world, including the Grey Zone, Turan was simply someone so far above they could barely imagine his existence. With that level of recognition, it was impossible to draw forth a strong presence. In contrast, Monarch had scattered no fewer than hundreds of symbiotic hosts and used them to gather presence. Many of them were revered by countless people around them as lifesavers and as precious as their own lives. It was clear that this had not been a recent endeavor, but something he had been doing for at least several centuries. The immense presence he currently possessed simply couldn't be explained otherwise. If the process of converting that presence into ownership of essence had not begun relatively recently, then clearly, there would never have even been a contest to begin with. Even in such a situation, the only reason Turan could barely hold his ground was thanks to the fame possessed by the gods he had absorbed. Though it had greatly faded over the thousands of years since their disappearance, the presence of the pre-god tribe which once ruled the world still remained in the form of faith, lending him strength. On top of that, the significantly stronger spirit form also helped rapidly convert presence into control. Give it up, Turon, you already know, don't you? No matter how hard you fight, you're no match for me. We won't know that until the fight's over. If you surrender now, I'll guarantee you the status of a follower god. The only being other than myself allowed to handle the essence in this world. Yeah, like hell you will. Even as the two exchanged persuasion and mockery with words, they clashed relentlessly. What had started as an ordinary battle involving conjuring fire and summoning water had now become something closer to a natural disaster. With a single gesture, fire engulfed the sky, tidal waves rose, lightning crackled and scorched the earth into evaporation, and a snowstorm capable of covering an entire city raged. The scale had grown so large because the two had become accustomed to handling the essence, apart from their mastery of magic. The more they wielded the power, the more both of them learned how to manifest powerful phenomena with minimal amounts of essence. If someone were to witness the two of them now, it would be clear that no word other than God could describe them. What else could you call beings who controlled natural disasters with mere gestures, if not gods? Amidst all this, Monarch, seeing a sea that had naturally formed during the course of the battle, floated up into the sky and stepped with his hooves onto empty air. I happen to leave something useful here. How convenient! With those words, something began to rise from the center of the sea, shockingly, a great sea serpent. Even compared to those mermaids who had transformed, this one was overwhelmingly massive, one of the ancient great sea serpents that had once clashed with the distant pre-gods in primordial times. Pushing away one such serpent that lunged to bite him, Turon glared at Monarch. You, don't tell me. What, figured it out, that's right. I purposely kept these guys from going down to the surface and gathered them here. No matter what, if even these things went down, the world really would have been destroyed. Believe it or not, I do have some attachment to this place. No need to thank me. From those words, tied together with the appearance of the great sea serpent just now, Turon realized the reason for the return of the Age of Gods. The mysterious deed Monarch had performed in Axum was to create a hole between the boundaries of the world and the material realm. The essence that leaked through that gap was manifested in the forms of extinct races that had perished long ago. Among the essence composed of all things that exist and have existed in the world, how could it be mere coincidence that only those beings came through? It was clear Monarch had deliberately committed such an act to keep Turon occupied with matters on the surface, preventing him from turning his attention to Monarch. He had gathered the essence of those ancient races that had died and returned to the sea of spirit forms long ago, and discharged them through the opened gap. Considering that Turon hadn't been able to reach him until after he had secured a massive amount of essence here, that plan had been quite successful. Using his rage as fuel, Turon conjured a massive blaze that evaporated the sea, leaving the great sea serpents without space to move, then growled at Monarch. You must know how many people died because of the shit you pulled. While it was not easy to view the entire material world from the boundary of this world, it should have been possible to grasp the general trend at least. Countless people, at the very least in the millions, had been reduced to meals for those races or worse. Considering that, unlike Earth, the total human population of this world likely numbered only in the tens of millions, it was a truly horrifying death toll. However, the eyes of the dear magical beast who had committed such horrific deeds were nothing but bright and sparkling. I'm innocent. None of that would have happened if you hadn't acted up in the first place, right? And I don't really know what state the surface is in. I've been too busy just adjusting and controlling this power. I will kill you no matter what. Muttering in a tone closer to mockery than excuse, Monarch gathered an enormous amount of electric charge into his antlers and fired it at Turon. In response, Turon formed a metal pillar and embedded it into the ground that had formed on the spot to act as a lightning rod, clicking his tongue as he watched the attack melt away even the earth itself. He could clearly feel just how vast the difference in power between them was. If I could somehow gain just a little more strength. At the moment that thought occurred to him, he recalled there was one more thing he could do with the essence. If it could extend and transform into something else, why did that transformation have to take place outside? After all, even his own body was merely something formed by the transformation of essence. The idea came to him from the memory of standing atop the Sky Mountain range long ago and being disassembled after looking beyond the boundary. At that time, Turon had definitely dispersed into parts of the essence and then been reassembled. Let's see, the moment the thought arose, its realization followed almost simultaneously. His body, which had maintained a human form, suddenly swelled up massively. Into a larger physique, a faster and stronger physical structure. In the place where Turon had just been, a giant golden eagle now stood. Turon, you transformed just like me, so cool, Bige. Only then did Turon recall that Bige had been asleep inside his body all along. Using her clever mind, she had realized this was a battle she couldn't help in and had hidden herself quietly to avoid interfering. Now her consciousness had intervened during the transformation. Even as he thought of this, Turon flapped the massive wings and charged straight at Monarch. The once massive but now dwarfed face and torso of the deer were seized by his two talons. Aheg. Let go of me. As befitting a mythical-level magical beast, no, perhaps one who had lived for thousands of years and accumulated more magic power than most great house family heads, Monarch's physical strength was indeed formidable. However, the current Turon, or more precisely, the strength of the golden eagle he had transformed into, was even greater. Monarch's bodily strength was ultimately rooted in magic power, but this golden eagle was a being forged from the most purified essence itself. Monarch attempted to resist by deploying all kinds of magic, just as he had earlier, but even as Turon wildly slashed with his talons and pecked with his beak, he simultaneously cast countermagic to cancel out the attacks. HMPH, you bad guy, die. Surprisingly, it wasn't Turon but Bige who was performing all of these physical actions. Compared to Turon, who had never taken the form of a golden eagle before, Bige was far more skilled at handling such a body. Each time she chirped in her cute voice, sharp talons and beak tore deep chunks of flesh from the deer's torso. Monarch, having long since grown accustomed to restoring his body by manipulating essence, healed almost as quickly as he was injured, but naturally it went without saying that this led to a loss in power. What had originally been a fight between one man and one beast had now become a battle between two beasts. Strictly speaking, it was a domain of human-bird unison, where one side controlled the magic and the other the body. There was no need to even question which was more efficient, having one person control both movement and magic, or having one being move the body while the other cast the spells. How long had the beating gone on like that? At last, Monarch, having mastered the method of refining his physical body with essence, began reconstructing himself in kind. His relative ease with the process was likely because, as a former biologist, he was already familiar with magic involving flesh and blood. As expected from someone like Monarch, who could control even more power, the size of the deer also became monstrously massive. Compared to Turon, who had transformed into a golden eagle with a wingspan of about 80 meters, the creature's head alone stood over 100 meters tall when upright. Get lost! As the bleeding deer swung its now even larger antlers, Bige swiftly dodged with an agile twist of her body. With this level of size difference, it would be difficult to overpower him in close combat like before. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Turon began thinking over new strategies. Still, I managed to close the gap quite a bit during that beating. The power difference isn't completely gone yet, but thanks for showing me a great idea. Guess I should return the favor. Then, with a mocking tone, Monarch gestured, and something appeared as a spatial rift tore open like ripped fabric. It was none other than Ymir and the other false gods who had relentlessly attacked Turon's group back in the Mist Zone. The fact that he summoned them, I see, he's completely given up on keeping Mesa and Salif in check. The power of the false gods, who kept reappearing even after being killed multiple times, also naturally originated from Monarch. Now he was not only focusing the bits of essence used to create them on this battle, but even bringing the false gods here to try to gain an edge. Taking advantage of that moment, Turon peered into the mist zone closest to the material world and let out a breath of relief. Though Mesa, Salif, and the noble followers under them were quite injured, none appeared to be in mortal danger. Everyone, attack that bastard, distract him even a little. Understood, this won't be easy. At Monarch's command, the false gods replied with somewhat displeased attitudes and launched their attacks. Turon, intending to sweep them away with a simple spell, quickly realized that they had gained, however small, the right to wield essence. That must have been granted by Monarch. Though they were weak, they were once revered as gods, and now that they had obtained the right to use essence, they were capable of utilizing it. However, that didn't mean they posed a serious threat to Turon. Even if they weren't weak, they couldn't compare to someone who had absorbed the spirit forms of more than 10 great gods, and could now wield a vast amount of essence. Turon, damn it, he's too strong. Give us more power too. The false gods, scorched by lightning storms and ripped apart by spatial distortions, cried out to Monarch for help as they used up essence to regenerate their bodies. But standing behind them, Monarch only tilted his massive deer head arrogantly and shouted at them. Quit whining and keep attacking. Seeing him act like that when he should be pleading with them instead made it obvious that some kind of master-servant relationship had formed between them. Perhaps something like a vassal contract had been established using the power of a lawmaker. As he considered this, Turon frowned as he noticed Monarch's magic, launched through the cover of the false gods, was becoming more refined. After continued combat, it seemed he was starting to recall the techniques he had practiced long ago. Turon struck Ymir's axe with his beak, tore open his neck, and then flew higher, freezing the flames burning on his wings with icy wind. Since most of the false gods were clumsy in flight, only a few of Aravian lineage were able to follow. You, ignoring the voice shouting behind him, Turan looked ahead into the vast, snow-white world. The boundary of the world, once filled with unshaped essence. Once resembling a pure white crystal, it now looked more like a fragile eggshell, thin and ready to shatter at any moment. It was the result of Turan and Monarch, two transcendent beings, pulling in increasingly large amounts of essence through the sheer force of their overwhelming presence. What happens if this disappears completely? That sudden question led Turan to glance around him. Surely the sea of spirit forms that once surrounded their world, the veil made of essence, wasn't there without purpose. If all of it were to be absorbed into the interior of a single being, what would happen then? It was impossible to even begin guessing. Even within the knowledge of the gods he had absorbed, there was no information about that. Long ago, after their lifespans ended, they had merely spent thousands of years drifting through this sea of spirit forms, passing time by discussing various topics among themselves. In the process, they may have become more mentally mature than the fallen gods who ran wild on the surface, but they had not been able to conduct deeper research into the secrets of this power. At that moment, a voice of confusion rang out from behind Monarchs. Turning his head to see what had happened, Turan didn't make a sound but felt the same kind of reaction. Kuya, a bizarre life form, roared and lunged at Monarch. It had two necks with a dog's head on one and a cat's on the other, wings sprouting from its back and four legs attached to its torso. It looked like some kind of experimental creature Monarch might have created. What, did he get betrayed by his own experiment? That thought briefly crossed Turan's mind, but he soon realized that the thing was far too alien to be dismissed as just another experiment. Through the additional sense he had gained upon acquiring control, he could see that the creature was not based on essence. In other words, it had not been born in this world. No way. Turning his head, Turan understood where it had come from. From the gray tree branches that had once guided them to Earth, extending here and there starting from their world. And now, from one of those branches, several more creatures like it were surging through. Chapter 230. Kyug, hurry up and get this thing off me. The unidentified monstrous birds that suddenly invaded from outside the world bit into anything that existed along the boundary, regardless of who or what it was. Naturally, the ones who mostly suffered damage were the numerous monarchs and other false gods. Under normal circumstances, ordinary magical beasts couldn't possibly stand a chance against those who had gained the ability to wield essence. Yet the primitively crude bioweapons of these creatures seemed capable of inflicting damage even upon those who had become virtually akin to gods. Perhaps it was because the fundamental principles of their existence were entirely different. Of course, a few of them latched onto Turan as well. He immediately processed his essence and rotated through spells of fire, lightning, stone, and frost to analyze their weaknesses. Their physical defense is strong and they have considerable resistance to fire, but they're weak to frost. Were they living in a hot region? He instantly created dozens of massive ice whips and wrapped them around the monsters, emitting frost. He could feel their activity decrease rapidly as they froze, unable to withstand the cold. It seemed the Monarch faction also realized this fact through Emir's attack and began using frost-based attacks as well. However, their proficiency in magic was still lacking compared to Turan. After freezing and killing two of the monstrous birds, Turan discovered an unexpected truth. These things. They contain power inside. It was a source energy entirely different from the essence that formed the foundation of their world, yet at a level that could interfere with it. That power contained within the bodies of the monstrous birds was instantly converted into essence by the rules of this world and became Turan's strength. After killing the last one and absorbing its power, Turan flew straight toward the monstrous birds oppressing the false gods and began his attack. More accurately, it was closer to a rampage where he didn't care whether the targets were the birds or the false gods. "Oh, watch where you're attacking, you bastard." Ironically, they mistakenly thought Turan had formed a temporary truce and was rescuing them. That was probably because, back when they lived as fallen gods, they were accustomed to constantly switching factions whenever a common enemy appeared. Turan ignored whatever they were saying and continued killing the monstrous birds to bolster his power, while also attacking the false gods whenever an opportunity arose, damaging their essence. Only then did they realize that he was not someone who had suddenly appeared to cooperate with them against an external threat. "Hey, cut it out already and cooperate for now. Do you even know what those things are?" Turan disregarded the monarch's babbling and continued to charge through both factions relentlessly. There was no reason to listen to the side at a disadvantage. "You asshole!" The enraged monarch also began targeting Turan, but unfortunately the monstrous birds seemed to particularly favor him. Compared to those that clung to Turan or other false gods, he was overwhelmed by dozens more in sheer number. Trying to escape by transforming into a small deer, the monarch couldn't endure and soon changed into an even larger deer, wielding overwhelming physical strength just to barely hold on. Get lost. Thanks to that, Turon, now unrestrained, actively hunted the monstrous birds clinging to the false gods and the monarch. In the process, he could also plunder the essence formed from the feeble sense of presence they had built up, killing two birds with one stone. Before long, they completely lost their essence, unable to even maintain the form of a false god, and began to scatter. And no, I don't want to die, please, please. Their pitiful pleas for their lives to Turon were grotesquely pathetic and miserable compared to the devoted surrender of the great gods earlier. Of course, since Turon retained roughly the memories of the great gods, he knew their pasts weren't much different either. All of them had once aimlessly drifted through the sea of spirit forms, screaming to be killed out of endless loneliness and tedium, only to become half-enlightened. Unlike the fallen gods who had indulged in life on the surface, becoming one with Turon was closer to salvation. Farewell. Turon absorbed the essence dissipating from their bodies and crushed their spirit forms, scattering them into the nearby sea of spirit forms. The shattered spirit forms were torn to pieces and reverted once again into essence, which would be molded into the barrier protecting this world and into new souls. Having dealt with the enemy's underlings, Turon's next target was, naturally, the final objective. The monarch, who was fending off dozens of monstrous birds alone using his horns and hooves, hurled curses at Turon as he watched him pick off his subordinates one by one. Damn fuck, you fucking bastard. Spewing such vulgar curses that even Emir might enjoy was a clear sign that the bastard was starting to get desperate. Instead of targeting the monarch immediately, Turon flew around picking off the monstrous birds that had been left nearly dead after being struck by the monarch, continuing to build up his power. At the time of their first clash, the difference in power between the two had been at least double, but now their strength was nearing parity. And in a fight where power was equal, everyone knew Turon would have an overwhelming advantage. How about surrendering, then I'll send you back to the sea of spirit forms without trouble. Don't fuck with me. The monarch screeched and charged forward, dragging along the monstrous birds clinging to him, his response a spiteful rejection of Turon's earlier offer now returned in far worse terms. Turon's eyes narrowed as he saw the direction the monarch was heading. No way. This is where you wanted to go, right? I'll take you there, so get the hell off me. The place the monarch was heading toward was Earth, a place Turon and Mesa had once visited during their travels. Let's follow him, Bige. Okay. At Turon's request, Bige immediately moved her body to pursue him. A glance behind confirmed that there no longer seemed to be any monstrous birds attacking their world. Whether it was because the closest ones had all been killed, or because all the invaders had perished and new ones were unable to enter, Turon wasn't sure. As before, their bodies were sucked up at astonishing speed as they ascended the gray branches. As before, they passed through the supercluster, the galactic clusters, the galaxies, and the planetary systems in an instant, descending rapidly onto Earth. Turon could see that the monarch and dozens of monstrous birds had already arrived at a location slightly ahead. Is there no boundary on Earth? He didn't have time to voice the thought that suddenly crossed his mind, because the monstrous birds that arrived on Earth suddenly began speaking through the snouts of dogs and cats. Unlike earlier when it had sounded more like the roars of beasts, this time he could clearly understand what they were saying. We've arrived, we're here, the gate is open, the Queen of Beasts will be pleased. We were the first to arrive, they excitedly shouted and soared into the air as if they no longer cared at all about the monarch. Naturally, the humans in this unknown port city where they had descended were half in a panic at the sudden appearance of these monstrous lifeforms. What the hell is that? Oh my god. Call the police, quick. No, with this many, we need the military. What followed was utter destruction and slaughter. The monstrous birds with dog and cat heads joyfully killed passers-by and smashed buildings. Yahoo, Yahoo. Yahoo, this is fun. And the monarch, who could be said to have brought about this entire catastrophe, let out a sigh of relief and began healing his body. Damn it, I almost died, but he didn't have time to relax either. Turon, who had briefly turned his attention to the rampaging monsters, now launched his attack. The monarch was struck near the eye by the talons of the gigantic golden eagle, and as blood streamed down his face, he shouted, "Shouldn't you be dealing with those things first? People are dying, how can you ignore it? If you want to cure the disease, you have to uproot the cause." Turon replied as he dodged the horns swung by the monarch and stepped back, observing the environment. This Earth was a world that, unlike the boundary of their own world, didn't contain an overwhelming amount of essence. In other words, manipulating matter and phenomena to a nearly omnipotent level like before would be impossible. Instead, this place, just like their material world, was overflowing with the byproducts of essence separation. Matter, energy, and information. They called the technique of combining essence with those elements to manifest power magic. It was one of the things Turon did best. Die. Fortunately, the place where they had descended was a port city adjacent to the sea. Having infused essence to gain control over a large volume of seawater, Turan drew it up and turned it into massive spikes which he drove down with force. Kug, the monarch, just as Turan had done earlier, tried to resist by generating fire to melt the ice. But the resulting heat was absurdly insufficient for the task. Common sense dictated that the air around a harbor would not be low in moisture. It was a basic fact that any decently skilled wizard would have naturally considered, but expecting such quick thinking from a bookworm was asking too much. Pierced repeatedly by ice spikes that hadn't fully melted, the monarch screamed and consumed essence to heal his body once again. Kaya, run, it's a tsunami. Naturally, the clash between the two caused enormous damage to the surrounding area. The heat from the monarch's flames instantly killed everyone within several hundred meters, and the water channel Turan summoned to form the ice spikes caused a tidal wave that sucked hundreds of people along the coast into the sea. Realizing this, Turan clenched his beak tightly and ordered Bige to move and attack the bastard. Got it. While Bige handled the combat, what Turan focused on was rescue. The people who had been swept into the sea by the sudden tsunami, convinced they were about to die, trembled at the miracle of suddenly being pulled up by the seawater itself, something they had never experienced in their lives. Coughing and spitting up seawater as they stood atop it, something only Jesus was supposed to be able to do, they soon realized there were hundreds of others like them all around. What in the world is this? God has shown us a miracle. Allahu Akbar, how can we be standing on flowing liquid? At this point, fluid dynamics textbooks need to be rewritten. While people tried to analyze this miracle in their own ways, the monarch also picked up on the phenomenon. As befitting a deer, the bastard's round eyes gleamed slyly with malice. Oh ho, so you're letting those things run wild but don't want people to die? Worry about yourself. Well, well. Shall I give our soft-hearted friend a little gift? The moment the monarch shouted and stomped the ground, a massive earthquake slammed into the entire city. By magnitude, it was at least over 11, among the most powerful earthquakes in all of human history. Kaya, mom, please save us. For people who had taken refuge in buildings to escape the monstrous birds, this was nothing short of a catastrophic disaster. At least tens of thousands of buildings collapsed. As for the number of people dead or injured, there was no doubt it would be beyond count. This wolf bastard. Watching the monarch's actions, Turan felt his rage breach its threshold. From his perspective, humans were powerless sheep, just like any other life form without magic power. And this bastard, who had ascended to such a high position that even nobles capable of wielding essence were like mere sheepdogs before him, was now taking out his frustration on these weaklings. On top of that, wasn't he originally of the same race as them? But even in his fury, Turan didn't lose control or lash out. His experience had taught him that one's head must remain cool in battle. There had only been one time when Turan lost himself to rage, when he had activated the Berserker bloodline and fought in the past. I will save them. There was no need to ask how. His senses, expanded through essence manipulation, had developed to the point where he could grasp exactly how the city was collapsing and how people were dying. The transition from his will to magic happened in the blink of an eye. The trembling crust was counteracted by applying force in the exact opposite direction, halting its motion, and the collapsing buildings were either reshaped or forcibly maintained by fusing them with nearby structures. Finally, the oncoming waves generated by the sudden tremor were neutralized by creating counterwaves to clash and cancel them out. While such vast and precise magic was being executed, all combat involving the physical body was delegated to Bige. It's done. Had Turan ignored the massive earthquake and attacked the monarch instead, he could have firmly secured the upper hand. The bastard had already consumed essence to cause the quake, and if Turan had launched a magical attack during that window, he could have further damaged the monarch's essence. But instead of doing so, he chose to save what was likely millions of human lives, because his essence was that of a shepherd. To kill a wolf, he could abandon the sheep that were beyond saving, but he could never forsake those he could save for his own convenience. Like I said before, I'm not going to let you die peacefully. Do your worst. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sheer scale of magic Turan had just displayed, the monarch shouted back in a slightly subdued tone, kicking off with his 4 hooves and fleeing. He ran inland, away from the harbor. It seemed he had judged that fighting Turan here, where he could manipulate water freely, was completely unviable. What followed was, quite literally, a one-sided chase. The monarch kept fleeing, trying in every way to inflict damage on civilians to divert Turan's attention. Meanwhile, Turan chased after him, repairing the damage and attacking him all the same. In the process, the amount of essence consumed by both was roughly equal. Though Turan needed more resources to clean up the destruction caused by the monarch than the monarch used to create it, the advantage he gained from that effort was usually lost when he got hit in the subsequent chase. Naturally, there was nothing the Earthlings could do. Fighter jets that approached a few times were shot down before they could do anything, and tanks were flipped over with a mere gesture. Missiles and tank shells didn't even tickle them. Eventually, even a nuclear missile, the ultimate last resort, was launched, but neither of the two transcendent beings was hit. The moment they perceived something flying from a distance, they simply crushed it midair, causing it to explode harmlessly. In the end, the Earthlings had no choice but to admit they were powerless and began evacuating civilians from the affected areas as quickly as possible. The monarch pursued those evacuating, trying everything to force Turon to expend more power. But how long could he keep rampaging like that? Eventually, the monarch realized a problem he hadn't anticipated. With the essence he had left, it was no longer possible to cause the kind of large-scale destruction he had before. Maybe I should retreat now. No, that won't work. Since they weren't native to Earth, they could easily return by simply breaking their spiritual anchor. But if he did that, he would lose most of the essence he had scattered during this time permanently. Though he held control over it, and it might eventually return to him with time, that only applied if he remained on Earth. If Turon chose not to follow and instead seized control over all the remaining essence here, the battle would effectively be over. Even if the monarch returned to their original world and absorbed all the essence remaining there, it would still pale in comparison to what remained on Earth. Damn it! On top of that, after causing such chaos, there was no way the Earthlings would sit back quietly. If he expended all his essence and another nuclear missile like before was launched, he wouldn't have the strength to block it and he'd surely die. So the plan the monarch came up with was to flee in the opposite direction, to where there were no people. Taking Earth's satellites into consideration, he dove into the subway system of a city, collapsing tunnels behind him as he tried to shake off Turon. Smashing, repairing, clashing, all of it repeated dozens of times. Once capable of causing earthquakes and tsunamis with a mere gesture, their power had now dwindled to the point where they could barely destroy a single subway station, then just a passage, and eventually only break a door in half. At last, their strength gave out in a sealed section of an abandoned subway line. Stubborn to the bitter end, aren't you? That's what I should be saying. Damn it, why the hell are you so obsessed with seeing this through? Covered in blood, Turon muttered as he stood no longer in the form of the golden eagle but as a human. Even the essence required to maintain a transformed state was now too precious to waste. Bige, too, had converted all the magic power she possessed into essence and passed it to Turon, barely remaining by his side now only as information residing within his body. Because you're the wolf that must die. What kind of bullshit is that? Turon mocked him with a metaphor the monarch couldn't understand, then calmed his breathing and turned inward in contemplation. The power of essence, which had once allowed him godlike strength, had been scattered across Earth over the course of the long chase. It would return on its own if he rested long enough, but for now he couldn't use it. The current Turon had only as much strength left as he did in the weakest period of his life, as a boy whose magic power had not yet fully matured. The only fortunate thing was that the monarch before him was in a similar state. The problem, however, was that unlike Turon, a human, the monarch was a deer-type magical beast and possessed a superior physical build. Anyway, I won and you lost, huh? When I get back, I'll start by playing with your family and your followers. Even when threatened with the prospect of Mesa, Luska, Salif, and all the others being grotesquely transformed and fused in the most vile ways, Turon showed no anger. Just enduring the overwhelming pain that made his entire body feel as though it would shatter, resisting the urge to cast healing magic, was already taking everything he had. Clenching his teeth, he pulled a slingshot from within his clothing and the monarch, growling, stepped forward then stopped. What? With his magic depleted and his physical strength greatly diminished, the projectile loaded was not a heavy steel ball, but one of the countless pebbles he had used to the point of exhaustion. As the monarch charged, seemingly realizing something, Turon whispered an incantation. In the distant past, he had only known it helped and used it blindly, but now he understood the principle clearly. Essence was composed of matter, energy, and information, and clear information was in itself essentially power. Harden, speed up, pierce, target the head. Even with only noble-level magic power, he could feel a tiny bit of power added, small enough to be almost meaningless, yet unmistakably there. Releasing the finger holding the slingshot, the pebble shot forward and pierced through the deer beast's head. Chapter 331, in a ruined section of a subway line. Turon dragged his broken leg as he walked. In front of him was a deer, trembling with its head crushed. As befitting a beast that had once nearly become a god, it was still maintaining a degree of consciousness even in that state. Sa, me. Please, barely able to string words together, it had just moments ago been a transcendent being wielding the lives of countless people. But now, it was nothing more than a dying deer that had lost almost all its power. Feeling the brain matter leaking from its shattered skull soak his feet, Turon spoke quietly to the creature. Pull yourself together. Huh, you don't want to die like this here, right? Break the spirit barrier. Return to our world. Yes, then, no, I can't. The monarch, whose brain had been crushed, seemed unable to maintain coherent thought, repeatedly denying the thoughts that surfaced and then finally released the spirit veil. To someone of this world, it looked like a body vanishing like a ghost. But Turon could perceive that it was transforming from a physical entity into a form of essence and flying off somewhere. Just as the essence that had once been the monarch was about to disappear from this world, Turon reached out with an invisible hand and seized it. Got it. It kept squirming, trying to return to its original world, but before long it was absorbed by Turon. It was, in a sense, a kind of cannibalism, not just devouring the body, but consuming the soul and everything else as well. Just like when he had absorbed a soul fragment of Cadram in the past, Turon's consciousness was drawn to somewhere beyond time and space. Dusiakun's life had been off track even before he was born. His parents divorced before he was old enough to understand, and the grandmother who half-heartedly took him in saw him as nothing more than a nuisance. From a young age, meals were instant foods like cup noodles, and his only friends were a worn-out smartphone and YouTube, too outdated to even play games properly. Naturally, his school years were far from enjoyable. Who would like a kid with a dirty appearance, scrawny build, greasy unwashed hair, and smelly clothes hastily thrown on? What followed was a story so cliché it was almost boring. He became a daily punching bag, then locked himself in his room, refusing to attend school, playing games all day. During that time, he gathered a bunch of military otaku like himself and formed a guild. There were times he pulled off a few scams and nearly got sued, managing to smooth things over by posting a picture of himself bowing naked on a forum. Enough. Huh, I don't care about your pathetic life. Shut up and just give me what I need. Along with the unknown voice, Dusiakun felt his personality being split in two. It wasn't an even split. The other side was far larger and more powerful, while this side was nothing more than a tiny fragment in comparison. With that brief gasp, Turon completely crushed Siakun's personality, leaving only his power while separating the memories and emotions. Back when he absorbed a soul fragment of Cadram, he had become overly immersed in the soul, to the point of harboring hatred toward the family of someone he had never even met. Compared to that, this time he only resonated briefly at the beginning, and then was able to separate the empathy quite easily with adaptation. It was possible because Turon's spirit form overwhelmingly surpassed that of the monarch Dusiakun's. Taking a moment to compose himself, completely detaching from the memories just experienced, he pushed all unnecessary memories of Earth into a corner. These were key components of the being's personality, and he planned to use them later when needed. The research data accumulated after crossing over into their world was categorized into a separate storage space. Upon careful study, they could become keys to unlocking countless secrets the man had researched for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. Lastly, the most crucial part was assigning all of the being's spiritual rights to himself. Among them was dominion over the puppets as well. Did it work? Turon felt his spirit form binding with something from that faraway other world. This was precisely why he hadn't finished off the monarch outright but had instead induced his return and then devoured him. If he had simply killed him, then all of the monarch's puppets, including Kjorn, would have died as a result of the death verdict. However, by omitting the process of death and instead absorbing him, Turon inherited all the spiritual contracts the monarch had originally possessed. He could even now detect when people from that world mentioned the monarch's name or spoke certain related words. That was because the ownership of contracts once cast over the world in ancient times as a lawmaker had now transferred to him. Bige, are you there? Bige, who had given up all her power, still seemed weak. Even so, by using a small amount of essence, she was able to materialize to about the size of a fist. Turon placed her on his chest and closed his eyes. You did well, let's rest a bit, sleep well. March 28, 2034. The disaster that suddenly began in San Francisco brought unimaginable chaos to the world. In truth, thanks to the periodic appearances of wizards that had occurred in recent years, Earthlings had already developed a much more open mind towards superpowers and aliens. So much so that they might even accept it if, one day, a bunch of robed wizards suddenly showed up en masse. However, this invasion was far from the rosy encounter they had imagined. I haven't been able to contact my mother who lives in San Francisco for 3 days. Have any new survivor lists been released for the San Jose area? Because of this incident, all my family members except me, who was studying abroad, died. I resent the world, I wish I had just died with them. The estimated death toll caused by earthquakes, tsunamis, and the attacks of two-headed beasts exceeded 50,000. It was damage comparable to the Tuakea, Syria earthquake. What made it worse was that this was no natural disaster, it was a clear act of invasion. And even more terrifying, it was an invasion by unknown alien lifeforms whose identities and powers remained a complete mystery. So that's the conclusion, no countermeasures. Yes, sir, the President of the United States, the old man wielding the world's greatest power, let out a low sigh and bit down on his cigar. Whether it was the highest-grade Cuban cigar, banned from being imported into the US, didn't matter. Right now, something like this was necessary just to relieve the stress. His aide, looking at him, made the sign of the cross and spoke solemnly. Based on comparisons between satellite imagery and some video footage, it seems more appropriate to call them gods. If they are beings that cannot be harmed by any modern weapon and can freely cause and calm natural disasters, shouldn't we call them that? On the internet, all sorts of rumors were circulating about the beings responsible for the San Francisco incident. Things like it being a bioweapon leaked from Area 51 or apostles sent by God to judge humanity drowned in greed. They were all such laughable nonsense that, if you listened too long, you'd either be dumbfounded or start crying. What kind of method could possibly create such unbelievable creatures? At least the 2HB two-headed bird has been identified as a targetable creature. It can't be dealt with using personal firearms, but with continuous high-powered attacks such as napalm, forget it. We already know that the damned nuclear missiles are our only option. Of course, the moment he became the first president to deploy a nuclear weapon on domestic soil, his approval rating would undoubtedly plummet through the floor. But considering they were facing unidentified alien lifeforms, shouldn't this be taken into consideration? Unfortunately, voters weren't exactly rational beings. If the monsters were mostly rampaging through urban areas, the moment he launched a nuke there, his party wouldn't hold power again for the next 100 years. Though frankly, that had probably already happened anyway. Forget those things. What about the other two, still unconfirmed? At the aide's response, the president's face contorted. The deer and the golden eagle, now designated Alpha and Beta, were disasters beyond comparison to the likes of the 2HB. Transcendent monsters that caused earthquakes and tsunamis, descending to the surface with heat energy as hot as the sun. If those things started moving again, America was finished. And to the man, that wasn't much different from saying the entire world was finished. However, based on the consolidated accounts from survivors, it seems Alpha and Beta aren't cooperating entities. The aide gave an explanation while handing the president a related report. It was filled with cases of people claiming they had been saved by magical forces just before death struck them during the disaster. Most of the stories described how danger came with the appearance of the deer, and salvation followed with the golden eagle's arrival. So Alpha is the evil beast that harms humans and Beta is the kind beast that saves them. Making such assumptions is dangerous. You understand that, right? Of course. We still don't even understand the basic principles behind its behavior. However, the aide trailed off for a moment, then added, the story has already spread widely, so it'll be difficult to control. There were tens or even hundreds of thousands directly involved and 8 billion people across the globe indirectly watching. Even America couldn't control that. Not to mention, even a report drafted within the White House had been leaked. And so, the tale of the evil deer and the humanating golden eagle spread across the entire Earth. Several hours of dozing off. When Turon came to his senses, he realized the essence that he and the monarch had scattered across Earth had fully returned. No, it hadn't just returned. The essence that now filled his inner being was in a far more perfectly controlled state, empowered by a massive amount of presence. Turon realized that this presence had originated from here, Earth. Just how exactly did the story spread here? Although he had a superficial understanding of things like cell phones and the internet, it was hard for him to fully grasp the scale of the internet's influence. That meant he had no way of knowing that the presence given to him came from the majority of the 8 billion humans who had access to the online environment. Regardless of the reason, becoming stronger was no bad thing. Having consumed a small amount of essence to heal his body, Turon was reminded that he needed to return as soon as possible. Their world, weakened by the loss of most of the essence that served as a barrier, could be vulnerable to other intruders at any time. Of course, there was one thing he had to take care of first. It likely wouldn't take much time, and while it wasn't something he had intended, it could be called waste from their world, so cleaning it up was the right thing to do. I'm counting on you, Bige. Yep, Turon ascended to the surface through the connected space and immediately transformed into a massive golden eagle. Having fully absorbed even the essence the monarch had possessed, his form now reached a size that could no longer exist in reality. While nearby humans were either screaming in shock or taking photos of the reappeared golden eagle, Turon used tracking magic to locate the two-headed bird. Let's go. Even though this place was clearly part of the physical world, Bige moved at a speed that transcended physical limits. Having quickly found his target, Turon spotted the monstrous bird rampaging through a shopping district. As expected, Earthlings have no means to suppress these things. He was glad he'd looked around before heading back. If he'd just returned in a rush thinking the situation was urgent on the other side, Earth might have been reduced to ruins by the time he came back. Before the bird could even notice him, Turon swooped in fast, snapping both of its necks beneath his talons and piercing through its heart with his beak. Of course, he didn't forget to protect the nearby people by pushing them to safety with telekinesis magic in the process. Kayak Kek, babbling in an unknown language and thrashing about, the creature was absorbed by Turon, now in the golden eagle's form, in an instant. So effortlessly that it made the monarch's struggles against dozens of similar birds seem like a joke. Naturally, that was because Turon now not only wielded greater strength but could control it far better, using more than twice the power with ease. Just as Turon was thinking he could wrap things up quickly and return, he sensed a human approaching him. A man in his 50s wearing a green hat waved at him and shouted, "Thank you for your help, Black Bird. May God bless you." He had expected fear. He never imagined someone would thank him for helping. Feeling a bit sheepish, Turon responded with a light nod and then took off into the air. Of course, he had no idea that all of this was being recorded. It took about 30 minutes to clean up all 47 of the monstrous birds. Subduing and absorbing one or two at a time barely took any effort. Most of the time was spent moving between them. Once Turon had finished dealing with them all, he immediately broke through the veil of souls and let the world's gravity pull him in. Perhaps because his spiritual scale had become much larger than before, the gravity of the world seemed to struggle in pulling him, but it still managed to transport him somehow. If I get any stronger, I might be able to ignore interworld gravitational forces entirely. Wondering what that would allow him to do, even if just for a moment, Turon decided to investigate something while he was traveling. The research data from the monarch's memories. It would surely contain information on the identity of those monstrous birds. Consciously closing his eyes and imagining his inner world, he saw a vast library. In it, Turon selected a few keywords with just his thoughts and retrieved the information he sought. If Earthlings saw this, they would probably praise him for having created a search engine on his own. Found it, before long Turon learned what they were. Uruka, mid-tier beasts of the Phantom Beast Realm, serve as vanguards that open closed worlds. Phantom Beast Realm. What is that? As the question formed, the monarch's research records began spitting out answers. The Phantom Beast Realm, one of the alien dimensions inhabited primarily by transcendent beings in beastly forms. It is home to the Beast Queen, her 4 offspring born there, and various other divine beings. Knowledge that the monarch had likely gained through breaches continued to unfold. According to the information, aside from Earth and the world where Turon was born, countless worlds existed in the void. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, perhaps tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Most of those worlds were so-called closed worlds, sealed off for various reasons, but some were open. These open worlds naturally interacted with other worlds in various ways. They exchanged or they invaded. Naturally, the weaker worlds were mostly destroyed. So an open world either had a powerful transcendent being behind it or was backed by a civilization strong enough to stand against such forces. So those monstrous birds called Uruka are basically scouts. They hover near other worlds and invade the moment one opens up. Those things had likely been lurking around for a long time, possibly even before Turon was born, and the moment the boundary thinned due to Turon and the monarch draining their essence, they invaded immediately. Among them, the ones targeting the monarch did so because he had more presence. Likewise, the moment they reached Earth, they discarded the monarch because Earthlings were a direct source of immense presence. Though there were many worlds, it was rare to find one with billions of intelligent beings and no transcendent entity protecting them. In other words, to those creatures, the presence gained through intelligent life was a tantalizing resource. Why are you sighing, Turon? Feels like I might have opened up a honeypot that's way too big. According to the monarch's research, Earth was originally a closed world, with the only existing link being the world Turon lived in. And Turon's world was protected by a powerful veil of essence. In other words, his world had long served as a gate, blocking otherworldly invasions from reaching Earth. Now that the wall had collapsed, it was certain that all sorts of alien forces would rush in, trying to interfere with Earth through Turon's world. That Earth had no means to resist was made painfully clear by the recent incident alone. Then what do we do? Should we run away? How could we? By the time Turon responded to Baige's question, their world came into view. Originally protected by a veil of essence and appearing as a white oval, it was now almost stripped bare, closer to a translucent ellipse. Fortunately, there were no signs that the Uruka or other vanguards from foreign worlds were currently interfering. Perhaps it was because the region had been under their control for hundreds or even thousands of years, maybe longer. Still, it was only a matter of time before they noticed and came swarming in. As Turon entered the boundary of the world, he felt that even the small amount of essence remaining there came under his control, thanks to the overwhelming presence he had brought from Earth. At this moment, he was, quite literally, the ruler of nearly everything in this world. But that wasn't entirely a good thing. Even the Sea of Spirits, where the souls of the dead were meant to circulate, was being drawn into him. At this rate, the world's proper cycle of reincarnation would be disrupted. I'll have to protect it somehow. With that resolve, light rose from Turon's hand, the light of creation, to reconstruct this world so that it could be protected from external threats. Chapter 232. The power of essence that Turon released in the form of light was first used to reconstruct the Sea of Spirit forms, which had collapsed the most severely. It is the place where the spirit forms of all living beings who died in the material world are restructured in the form of essence. That place, which could commonly be called the afterlife, was no longer a place where everything had collapsed and only clumps of essence remained, unlike before. He structured the Sea of Spirit forms into three major places. For those who upheld righteous values in life, a paradise of rest where they could stay as long as they wished. For ordinary people whose balance of faults and merits was not significantly skewed as before, annihilation and reconstruction. For those who committed sins, a hell of retribution where they receive back the pain they gave to others. The afterlife, created by referencing several religions from Earth in the memories of the representatives who had now become one with him, was naturally far from perfect, but at least it was better than the previous state, where the dead were crudely crushed like trash and restructured. Of course, Turon himself could not possibly undertake the judgment of all souls. He did not even think that his own moral values were particularly desirable in the first place. Turon delegated the judgment of souls to the souls themselves. The dead souls, having lost their memories temporarily, would examine the life records of one another beyond the veil of ignorance and act as jurors for each other. They would judge each other without knowing whether they were male or female, good or evil, wizards or ordinary people. Naturally, the afterlife created in this manner was, literally, still at the stage of foundational construction. There still needed to be inspectors to operate paradise and hell, or to reassess whether the judgment of sin was just. This was a matter that needed to be gradually designed over time. Naturally, an enormous amount of essence was lost in the creation of these laws of the afterlife. Unlike when he exercised power on Earth, this was not a temporary release of power, but literally a permanent loss. However, this could not be seen as a pure loss. Unlike the previous Sea of Spirit forms, in the completed afterlife, he would be able to gain gratitude from the residents of paradise for those who gave them happiness, and hatred and fear from the sinners in hell toward those who caused them pain. At the very least, it was better than Turon holding all the essence and preventing circulation, thereby making all things one. As the beings of the material world interacted with each other, and even when they died and enjoyed bliss or suffered, the total amount of essence would increase. It was, so to speak, like choosing to invest money so that it kept rolling and growing, instead of just holding on to a lot of cash or depositing it in a bank and collapsing the financial market. With the power left after that investment, he once again reinforced the barrier that covered the boundaries of the world. Since a breakdown had occurred once, it wouldn't be as strong as before, but at least it would be able to withstand to some degree. By having the maintenance and upkeep of this veil be carried out through the presence received from the dead, he completed a large cycle. This barrier was not only installed outward but inward as well, in order to block the passage where a part of the Sea of Spirit forms leaked into the material world. Was it not the essence that had leaked through the whole monarch, had pierced in Axum that had once resurrected on the surface, in the form of other races, according to the information it contained? Since the leaking passage was now blocked, the ancient races would no longer be resurrected to walk the surface again. Ironically, what made it possible to design all of this so quickly was the blueprint Monarch had drawn up in advance. That guy had spent time staying at the boundary of the world, thinking about how to operate everything after he had fully acquired ownership of all essence, and now the results of that belonged entirely to Turon. The only reason it was so easy to handle the cycle of life and death was because all life in their world originated from essence. It would likely be impossible in worlds that operated under different principles, such as Earth. This is about all I can do for now. Is it finished? Yeah, let's go back now. Turon nodded at Baige's question. Although he had consumed a tremendous amount of power forging the afterlife and the world's barrier, the abilities Turon still possessed remained formidable. Compared to before he crossed the boundary to fight Monarch, his strength had increased by at least several times. It was clear that with this power alone, there was nothing on the surface he could not do if he wished. Moreover, if he ever desired, he could retrieve the entire afterlife and world barrier and absorb them into his own power. Of course, That was a measure that should only be used in a true moment of last resort. Turon blinked once and realized he was standing in the hallway of the laboratory built in the grassy plains. It was the very place where he had just recently been fighting side by side with Monarch's underlings. A noble of House Parsha who had been standing nearby in a daze gasped in shock upon seeing him appear. "Elord family head, the family head has returned." Seeing their reactions, Turon suddenly realized that it had only been a few hours since he had left this place and let out a hollow laugh. Was it because he had briefly wielded godlike power unintentionally, or perhaps because he had absorbed too many memories? Everything that had happened on the surface felt like something from a distant past. "Turon, you came way too late, man. Sorry." Turon greeted Mesa and Salif with a smile as they came running over, having been resting nearby. After a brief moment of reunion, the first thing they asked was naturally about the result of the battle. "What about that guy? Monarch is gone completely, there's no need to worry anymore." Hearing the name Monarch mentioned directly, Mesa and Salif widened their eyes in surprise. Indeed, the intimidation of that enemy was so great that even merely saying his name carried a heavy pressure. "Damn, finally. Is there any chance he might resurrect again or something?" "There's absolutely no chance, so don't worry." Ha! At Turon's assurance, Mesa collapsed to the floor as if her legs had given out and let out a deep sigh. Her next words were filled with profound relief. "Then Luska doesn't have to stay locked up anymore." "That's right, thank goodness truly, had it been about 2 or 3 months now." No matter how ideal the environment, living hidden in a basement could never be good for an infant. Not to mention how the mother must have felt, having to hide her newborn without even being able to hold him much. Turon comforted her by gently patting her on the shoulder. Of course, he was aware that an even greater threat, possibly more dangerous than Monarch, existed out there, but there was no need to burden those who had just overcome a major crisis with that weight. Afterwards, they held a memorial for several nobles who had died at the hands of the false gods and flesh monsters Monarch had unleashed here. Unfortunately, their souls had already crossed into the sea of spirit forms, so there was no way to bring them back. Once a person's information was scattered and mixed into the sea of spirit forms, separating that information and reconstructing their personality to revive them was an unimaginably difficult task. In fact, even when Monarch had roughly categorized beings under the label of other races and poured them out onto the surface, all sorts of problems had occurred, such as 2 identical versions of the same person being duplicated or a particular individual appearing in both an old and young state simultaneously. Even if it were possible, it's not something to be done carelessly. How many people in the world would want to revive a family member who had died of old age or due to external causes? Moreover, if all of them were revived, the circulation structure of spirit forms would also collapse. Thus, Turon completed his morning by recovering their bodies and remembering their names. "All right, let's go home." It was truly time to return home now. On the way back, the one who greeted Turon as he stepped out of the laboratory was none other than Kim Woong. He had been hiding near the entrance, concealed by an invisibility barrier, and the moment he saw Turon and his group emerge, he deactivated the barrier and appeared. "Is it all over?" "Yeah, Monarch is dead. You're free now, so live as you like." What truly surprised him was the fact that this earthling had sincerely changed sides out of pure guilt. He had thought more than once that Kim Woong might have been a spy planted by Monarch. Sensing that Turon's attitude had suddenly softened, Kim Woong looked at him with a slightly puzzled expression, then gave a nod. "Well, if that's the case." Afterward, Turon devoured all the remaining essence in the laboratory through a ritual that Monarch had prepared in advance. Then by altering the spatial information, he instantly transported the entire group to the nomadic tribe where Kjorn and Monarch's other puppets were. "Whoa, what is this? How did you do that? You suddenly used spatial transfer. This is going to be a long story, so I'll explain it later around dinner when we get back." Naturally, Mesa, Salif, and the other nobles were shocked by what they had seen. Every wizard knew that spatial magic had become a lost art exclusive to the old gods, so they all wore expressions demanding an explanation. But Turon deferred the conversation, saying they should take care of urgent matters first. In the meantime, Mago, having heard of their visit, came over with a puzzled expression. "You've returned quicker than expected." Well, from their perspective, the group had charged out with grim determination, saying they were going to save the world, only to return in just a few days. In truth, far more had happened than they could imagine. Giving a vague explanation that things had been resolved well, Turon first went to find those who had their ankles severed and were receiving care deep inside. "Oh, great one!" The puppets, once Monarch's possessions, bowed their heads at Turon's visit, but fear and resentment lingered in their eyes. To them, Turon was a tyrant who had suddenly stormed in and chopped off their ankles. It was only natural. Though it had been to save their lives, the fact remained that he had harmed them. Turon respectfully lowered his head, then approached Kjorn to speak with him. "Thanks to your concern, everything turned out well." That is joyful news, truly fortunate indeed. Seeing Kjorn nod with a satisfied smile, Turan felt that taking the risk of absorbing Monarch had been worth it. Kjorn and the other prominent figures had all lived lives worthy of respect, so it was time to return what he had taken from them. First, I should restore these. As Turan spoke and made a light gesture with his hand, the ankles of Kjorn and the other puppets instantly reappeared. Rather than regrowing, it was as if they had never been severed in the first place. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight. Of course, powerful healing magic easily restored the bodies of commoners and knights, so that in itself was not surprising, but what they saw now was clearly based on a different principle than healing magic. What on earth is this? How could such a thing be possible? In truth, Turan had not used healing magic to repair them, but instead formed ankles using part of the essence he possessed, overlaying them with complete informational structure. Though it sounded grand in theory, this method consumed far less power than healing magic, making it a more efficient option. Turan then offered to send the restored individuals back to their homelands if they wished. If you would send us, we would be grateful. The question one of the puppets had, how he would do it, was soon answered. Each time they mentioned the region they had come from, Turan sent them back to their proper place without even a single gesture. Of course, since some had come from places Turan had never visited, he couldn't transport them to the exact location. But at the very least, it was better than traveling all the way from the grassy plains. Since they had already been shocked once by the display of spatial transfer, Mesa and Salif were no longer surprised. You're going to explain all of this later, right? Of course. Kjorn decided to accompany them, also wishing to catch up on conversation built up over time, so Turan sent off all the other puppets and lastly bid farewell to Mago. Thank you for everything. Please, there's no need. Rather, we are the ones who should thank you for protecting us. Mago, upon hearing the story that their group had annihilated the centaurs as they descended, felt that this alone was a great favor received. Before long, the remaining ones would need to be dealt with as well. But first, he needed to put his house in order. Before they parted, he asked Turan a question. What do you plan to do from now on? It was a question that felt more encompassing than simply asking about a destination. Turan pondered for a moment, then answered honestly. For now, I plan to make this world into a place more worth living in. That was the rightful duty of one who had earned the authority to own all essence in this land. On the way back, Turan folded space once again, just as he had when leaving the laboratory, and instantly moved to Helio City. The nobles of House Varaha and House Parsha, having returned without the need for a grueling march after a fierce battle, were overjoyed. Barit, who had been managing the city in Salif's place, also reacted similarly to Mago. It's already over. Barit, I really had a hard time. The sight of Salif clinging to the small-framed Barit looked so ridiculous that Turan and Mesa burst into laughter at the same time without knowing who started first. While Barit, flustered, pried Salif off her, Turan and Mesa made their way to the hideout where Luska was. Along the way, Turan began to tell Kjorn, walking beside him, about all that had happened and the truths of the world one by one. I truly never imagined such things were going on behind the scenes of the world. The old knight kept exclaiming in astonishment as he listened to the story, which was no different from a myth. It wasn't so much that he was a good listener, but rather that the story itself was one so extraordinary that no one could help but be amazed. Among the revelations, the fact that he had been merely a puppet of the being who sought to rule the world was what shocked Kjorn the most, and he muttered softly. I did think something was off. The battle back then felt like the entire world was helping me. Never thought the whole thing was just one giant play. But the courage and effort you showed to fight for your comrades and your house was real. Well, that much is true. Though Kjorn seemed a bit deflated, he fortunately did not appear too deeply shaken. Perhaps it was just that the story was on such a grand scale it didn't feel real yet. Looking back, he murmured quietly. To be honest, it was more shocking to learn that you, young lady, know family head now, I suppose, are married and have a child. The Turan he remembered was a noble of the House Zahar, so being connected to the daughter of the Aravian family head was something he could not have imagined. In the worldview of this upright knight, that was likely a more shocking event than secrets of the gods. Turan, seeing Mesa turn her head toward them at those words, approached her and gave her a gentle hug. Mesa turned her head slightly and mumbled softly. What's with you all of a sudden? No reason. Then, thanks to Kjorn stepping back with the consideration that they should fully enjoy their time with their child, only Turan and Mesa opened the door and entered the hideout. At that moment, Rita, playing while rocking Luska in her arms near the living room at the entrance, opened her eyes wide when she saw the two of them together. Oh, I didn't expect both of you to come. Did something happen? No, actually, everything ended well. Upon hearing Turan's words that Monarch had been completely destroyed, she too rejoiced as if it were her own matter. What a relief. It always saddened me that this adorable child was growing up in a place like this without even knowing his parents' faces. That won't happen anymore. Turan replied as he received Luska in his arms, and both he and Mesa took turns holding the child. As if he remembered the faces of the parents he hadn't seen in months, the baby giggled brightly. Luska, while Mesa held the child in her arms and pressed her cheek to his, Turan quietly looked at Rita, who was standing across from him. Is something the matter? I've found a way to extend lifespan. Huh. At his sudden words, Rita showed a startled expression. To her, Turan spoke softly. Reading him, how long do you wish to live? Well, that's a difficult question. If I'm happy, I'd want to live forever, but living forever might not guarantee happiness. I see. Turan looked into her interior with his sense of insight into essence. Inside the spiritual organ they called the soul chain, which determined lifespan, he saw that it was nearly empty. The lifespans of humans and all spiritual beings were also connected to essence. More precisely, it served as a catalyst that bound the physical body, which is matter, to the soul, which is information. When Turan placed a finger on the area between Rita's collarbones, she looked slightly surprised and spoke. Please don't do this, Lord of House Parsha. Your wife is right behind you. If you can joke like that, you'll probably live at least another 300 years. I hope so, and barring any unusual events, she likely would. Because Turan had just filled her soul chain with 300 years worth of essence, the amount he used for this wasn't even 1/100th of the power he currently possessed. Moreover, as time passed, the essence consumed would eventually return to the sea of spirit forms, so in a way, it was like simply transferring an item from one pocket to another. But even so, I can't take responsibility for the lifespan of dozens or hundreds of people. In the end, a world where people are born and die in cycles was healthier for the flow and supply of essence. In order to protect this world from external threats, increasing the total amount of essence was essential, and so immortality would have to remain a benefit granted to only a select few. Turan first held a small banquet for the warriors who had joined him on the recent expedition. Considering the magnitude of what they had accomplished, even a grand feast wouldn't have seemed excessive, but resources were still scarce, and the situation wasn't exactly abundant. For a time they ate, drank, and enjoyed themselves, releasing the fatigue of their hard-fought battles. By late evening, thinking the festivities had gone on long enough, Turan gathered the key figures of their faction, Mesa, Salif, Ashes, and others. There are probably many who think that now that Monarch has finally been dealt with, we've gained permanent peace. Isn't that true? Salif responded with a tone that suggested it should be obvious. All the fallen gods had been consumed under Monarch's command and perished. Was there even anything left on this land that could be considered an enemy? And now that it was confirmed the other races would no longer be revived, subjugating the remaining ones was only a matter of time. But Turan shook his head at him. I'd like to believe that too, but unfortunately I don't think it's the case. And there's also the power you showed earlier today. I don't know exactly what it is, but isn't it something big again? That's true, and since I needed to talk about that as well, I thought it'd be better to bring everyone together and explain everything at once. Turan took a light breath and looked at his lover, his friends, and his subordinates. So then, I guess I should start with how this world came to be structured the way it is. Chapter 233. Long, long ago, there existed a world of those who were wholly complete. A world composed solely of essence, where objects, power, and information were one, so that speaking something made it real. Any intelligent being could wield the world freely like magic, needing neither food nor drink, having no lifespan nor death, thus living in a perpetually peaceful golden age with neither great joy nor great sorrow. However, one day, the world was distorted by the arrival of intelligent beings from outer space. Through the invasion of different species that followed different laws, the essence was divided into matter, power, and information, and humans lost their original status and fell to being prey. Among the old powers, only the ability to manipulate information barely survived, and this is what became known as soul magic. Thus began the Second Era, where humans, holding what could barely be called weapons, fell to the level of livestock for the alien species. How long did humanity live as slaves to giants, great sea serpents, fairies, and dwarves? Then, from another world connected by a small passageway, over 100 players who had been enjoying a game arrived. To those who had originally been nothing more than ordinary humans with no special abilities, an astonishing miracle occurred. At the time, the world's barrier could not clearly distinguish between information and power and ended up misreading the data of the intruders. It mistook character data, mere meaningless sequences of numbers such as stats, skills, and abilities, as actual existing powers. Even so, a power that doesn't exist cannot simply be created. Ultimately, the world barrier, in an attempt to correct its error, sacrificed a large amount of its own essence and granted the players immense power corresponding to the value of their information, dropping them onto the surface. In the process, overlaying a few in-game environments and laws was little more than a minor mistake. Thus came the descent of the pre-God tribe, an event that marked the end of the Second Era and the beginning of the Third, in which humanity would once again become the ruler of the world. Sorry, but I don't really get this game thing. Well, though a few supplementary explanations were needed midway, the story continued on fairly smoothly. That was thanks to Turon having consistently shared what he knew with the others, allowing them to acquire some foundational knowledge. But if it's a story from a time that wasn't even recorded, isn't it impossible to find out about it? That's because Monarch has been collecting knowledge from the edge of the world since long, long ago. Turon answered Mace's question, recalling the memories of Monarch who slept within his consciousness. Back in ancient times, when his other companions had fallen into despair at their ruined physical bodies, he had become obsessed with soul magic. Naturally, such research led to the exploration of the spirit form sea, the resting place of all souls. After many trials and errors, he succeeded in creating a primitive key. By sacrificing a sacred relic he had often used when he still possessed the body of a player, and managed to make contact with the boundary. However, he was unable to recognize the existence of the gods that were sleeping within the spirit form sea at that time. What he had accessed was not the true spirit form sea nor the edge of the world, but merely one of the passageways leading there through the key. Much like using a library key in any random place to reach a specific space. There, he spent a long time absorbing information and stacking up all kinds of knowledge. From the primeval history that would otherwise have been unknowable, to techniques for extracting keys using symbols as a medium through human blood and flesh. And after that long research, Monarch came to realize an astonishing truth. That based on a strong presence, one could possess the essence, the very foundation that maintains this world. Having learned that, he sought to revert the entirety of this world back to essence and possess it, thus becoming a transcendent being. If he had succeeded, then from this very land to the sea and the sky, everything would have been absorbed into him, and Monarch would have become a transcendent being who could unleash his desires as he pleased with that immense power. Likely, the people living here wouldn't have even registered in his awareness. After that, Turon's explanation continued. With the descent of the pre-god tribe, one of the things that astonished everyone was the revelation that the world's barrier had restricted humanity's creativity by blocking the exchange of information. I don't really understand. What I mean is, the things we usually think we invented or applied weren't completely discovered by ourselves. In this world, information could be directly converted into matter and power, so inventing something new was essentially equivalent to the birth of a new power. Therefore, the moment the world's barrier refused to grant its stored information, humanity lost the ability to exercise creativity. The only exceptions to this rule were beings like Turon, who had originally come from beyond the world, dwarves and the souls of the gods. Now that Turon had gained control over the world's barrier, it would become possible to expect some degree of technological advancement through his adjustments. The explanation continued from there. That monarch had discovered a way to finally enter the world's boundary about 15 years ago, and that 5 years ago he had restored a passage to Earth. And that Turon, having invaded the boundary, awakened and absorbed the sleeping gods within his soul, enabling him to contest the ownership of essence. None of these statements were interrupted. What the listeners couldn't stay silent about was when Turon revealed that he could now freely define the afterlife, and that he had become aware of the existence of beings from beyond the world. At that level, he's practically the god of gods. And yet, there's still an enemy he can't defeat. To be exact, we don't really know if he can or can't win. We still know way too little about the enemy. Currently, Turon was in a weakened state compared to when he had consumed a massive amount of essence to fight Monarch. Of course, even in that condition, he could still handle a few Urukas without trouble. But if the true powerhouses of Phantom Beast Realm appeared, he wouldn't be able to stand against them. What he was hoping for now was a virtuous cycle in which the newly created afterlife would give birth to a vast amount of presence, which would then convert into essence. The more intelligent beings thrived on this land, and the more diverse emotions they directed toward him, the greater the total amount of essence would become. In short, the more he cultivated this world into a livable one, the stronger Turon himself would become. I see. Is there any chance we could fight alongside you? Salif asked Turon with a serious expression. The fire from the fireplace beside them cast an orange glow on his face. I know it might sound like I'm after your power, but I just thought, if we could also learn to handle this essence thing, wouldn't that make us more helpful? Right now, the gap between us is too wide to stand shoulder to shoulder. It's not impossible. I was planning to bring that up soon anyway. However, the right to wield essence was not granted to just anyone. Only those who possessed at least 4 bloodlines, that is, those who had a complete spirit form, could handle essence. In game terms, a 4th job change was a prerequisite, given that only Mesa among those present had the qualification to wield essence. That's why Monarch kept seeking out Mesa. The dear magical beast he was using as his main body didn't originally have any bloodline abilities, it was just a powerful beast. He was only faking it by forcibly using his own soul. Of course, if Turan wished, it wasn't impossible for him to awaken a fourth bloodline healer in Salif. It would simply require editing some pieces of information. But it was easier said than done. Granting a new qualification would consume an incomparably greater amount of essence than simply extending someone's lifespan, and since it involved reconstructing the spirit form, there was no telling what effect it would have on one's personality. As you already know, bloodline abilities are tied to the soul, so they influence personality too. I'm an example of that. Like the inherently cruel chaser, the ruthless hunter, the impulsive pyromaniac, and the stubborn guardian, bloodline abilities somewhat determined a person's essence. Because of this, Turan also understood why Harun had once said it was fortunate that the shadow bloodline had gone extinct. A noble bloodline that derives pleasure from inflicting pain, if such a thing truly existed, it was obvious that even a leash wouldn't be enough to control it. Compared to that, something like the alchemist, which intensified one's curiosity, was relatively tame, though it was still under control because the ability to create poison could be used far too dangerously. Still, there is a way to make the evolution of spirit forms a bit gentler. Job change. The job change system of SSMS had been implanted into this world alongside the descent of the pre-god tribe. However, most people weren't qualified to be players in the first place, and the methods of job change had also become distorted due to interworld compatibility issues or corrupted memories from the transmitted spirit fragments. Turan expressed his intention to build a new system that would bring all of this under control. But you can't input entirely inaccurate data values that would go against reason. At the very least, if you want to gain the pyromaniac ability, it has to involve something related to fire. This was similar to the principle of causality, one of the laws of magic. Rather than something happening out of nowhere, achieving a feat worthy of such a qualification would consume far less essence. Naturally, it would be easier for someone with no bloodline abilities to gain one, and much harder for someone who already had three to gain a fourth. Salif, for instance, would probably need to heal thousands or engage in widespread charity if he wanted to smoothly acquire the healer bloodline. Oh, and that's not all. What else? From now on, you won't be able to get magic power from magical beasts or fellow wizards. You can do that. In the end, laws are just another form of information. It's just manipulating what was previously taken and overlaid from another place. Hearing this, I'm newly realizing that we're really talking with a god. Haram Burke, who had been sitting at a relatively distant table, said solemnly. Turan gave a light nod of respect to his former martial arts teacher, then delivered the conclusion. From now on, the control of magic power will increase through training. The more familiar your spirit form becomes with handling magic power, the more you'll be able to accumulate. Talent limits can't be helped, but at least no one will be able to just slack off and suck in magic power to gain overwhelming strength. The existing system of magic power absorption, most likely a crude imitation of a game's leveling up system, had created countless bandit nobles and unnecessary rules. It hardly needed to be said how magical beasts, having grown absurdly strong by devouring others, had caused massive destruction. Additionally, considering how magic is closely related to techniques that manipulate essence, the logic was that this system would make it easier to cultivate individuals capable of handling essence more skillfully than before. So, for those who gain 4 bloodline abilities, we should grant them partial rights to wield essence. Everyone's expressions changed when Turan added that among them, someone might eventually be tasked with overseeing the afterlife. No matter how it was phrased, the power to handle essence was, in truth, no different from divine authority. How many humans would refuse the chance to become a god? It's best not to think of it as purely a good thing. In other words, those who can wield essence are also the ones who will have to fight the enemies from beyond this world. No one knew how powerful the enemies beyond this world might be. In the extreme, there could be beings capable of crushing the current Turan like an insect with a single finger. To this, Salif and a few others experienced in battle scoffed. You make it sound like things haven't been dangerous until now. Well, fair point. Even Ashes, who was an enchanter, and his brother Milo had once had an identity defined by fighting with their lives on the line. Back then, they had nothing and endured much hardship. Having given that warning, Turan continued to engage in deep discussion about the plans he had put in place. At times, he accepted better suggestions. Other times, he rejected ideas he wasn't fond of. The conversation continued until dawn broke over the night in Kalamaf. One of the things Turan had pondered on during his return was how to handle the dwarves now under his command. Originally, they were little more than a kind of residue scattered by Monarch to hinder Turan, so at this point, there was no real need to integrate them. After all, the problem of humanity's creative blockage had now been resolved. Even so, he chose to honor the original agreement, because in the end he acknowledged that the dwarves had also chosen to come under his protection. Besides, their technological system is actually quite interesting. Better than Earth's technology, Mesa asked as Turan explained the items the dwarves had submitted, and he shook his head in response. Not to that extent, but I think it's fair to say they've evolved in a completely different direction. As far as I remember, humans on Earth abandoned steam-based civilization at a certain level. That was probably due in large part to the discovery of petroleum and electricity. Unfortunately, since their world had no petroleum, they would have to consider developing in a different direction. It might only be possible far in the future, but it wasn't as though they could simply open the world's barrier and create a permanent passage to import oil. I've actually thought about that someday too, a permanent passage to Earth. I'd like to go back. It was an interesting place, even if only briefly. Someday we'll have to. Turan recalled the memories of the gods dwelling within him. Among them were those who had loved ones left behind on Earth and wished to return, and others who had unresolved grudges. In a way, as Turan was the reincarnation of them all, he intended to settle those matters as well if time allowed. It was just unfortunate that he wasn't quite free enough to do so yet. While they spoke, Turan gently stroked the baby who was sleeping soundly in Mesa's arms. Lusker is sleeping peacefully again today. Redenim said before that he's so quiet, he's no fun to watch. It's not good to be too well behaved either. His quietly murmured voice carried a faint hint of guilt. At the time, modifying newborn Luska's spirit form and bestowing upon him 4 symbols had seemed like the right thing to do. But now, looking back, he wondered if it hadn't been too great a burden placed on him without even the right to choose. Would a child who learned that from the moment of birth, he was expected to carry the responsibilities of a divine being at his father's command, really be pleased with it? Sensing his inner turmoil, Mesa lightly bopped Turan on the head with a hammer of light she had quietly conjured. I can see your head full of useless worries. Stop moping and get to work. I'm about to head to the Aravian region to deal with the birdmen anyway. Yeah, I'd better. Beneath Kalamaf, where the original jade mirror had once been installed, 7 smaller jade mirrors had now been placed. Each one was a gateway to a different region in this world, from the western wastelands to the grassy plains. These were the result of storing the jade mirror's information, absorbing it, and then copying and distributing it. Thanks to that, they could now freely travel not only to Helio but also to other regions. Although it was a bit more inconvenient than having Turan transport them himself, considering the consumption and recovery of essence, and the difficulty of returning, this method was far more efficient. Is Armenia back yet? I could find him if I wanted to, but he probably wouldn't like that. Hope he comes back soon. Mesa also let out a small sigh, not entirely happy about that foolish merman boy being caught up in so much inner turmoil. Well then, I'll be off. See you in the evening. How had it even become possible to say something like "see you in the evening" before heading off to a completely different region? With a laugh of disbelief, Turan updated his data values. Just moments ago, he had been standing on the terrace of the Kalamaf mansion, and now, he was stepping onto the bright yellow sands of the desert. What a mess! The place he had arrived at was none other than Axum. Once the capital of House Zahar and a prosperous city, it had now become literal ruins. Clearly visible throughout the city were traces of giants having trampled everything, and what was once a clear lake, always managed by wizards, was now polluted with corpses and filth. Let's go, Bige, okay. With a lively reply, Turan's body instantly transformed into the massive form of a golden eagle, just as he had during the battle with Monarch. A single enormous shadow now stretched across the desert. Before the sun set today, his goal was to ensure not a single living giant remained in the Emerald Desert. Chapter 234, Huff Huff. Please, even a short break. No. At the very least, we must widen the distance to the next oasis before the day ends. In the late afternoon, Borea Shattuck firmly rejected the plea of the exhausted civilians. He was well aware that their frail bodies struggled to endure the forced march, and that many had already fallen behind. But surely, being pushed to the brink of death was still better than actually dying. Look behind you. Ah, a small shadow at the edge of the desert where heat shimmered. Those who saw it, without exception, groaned and began dragging their bloodied feet again. Even though it was clearly several kilometers away, it was visible. What it was a giant. A mythical creature that had supposedly been eradicated by the gods in the distant ancient times. Mom, my feet hurt. I know, just for a moment. Ah, give him to me. The woman who had been struggling to lift her whining child gasped in surprise when Borea suddenly reached out and picked up her child. He was a high-ranking wizard, not even a knight but a nobleman and the leader of this group, yet he hoisted a mere commoner's child onto his shoulder. With the child, light as a feather, perched on his shoulder, Borea raised his voice. When we reach the next oasis, you'll be able to sleep and rest for at least half a day. Just hold on a little longer. His resounding voice was loud enough to reach the hundreds behind him. Perhaps some would be unable to endure and fall behind, but at least some would be able to make it to the next oasis. Since the giant wasn't particularly fast when not in close proximity to humans, they could still secure rest time. Of course, during that rest, he and the other wizards would have to distract the giant or scavenge for food in the area. Either way, it would be too much for the already exhausted civilians. Damn it, why the hell are we even? If it were just returning, we could have gone back long ago. Borea turned his head toward the grumbling he heard. Two knights who had been quietly complaining were startled when they noticed his gaze. Are you dissatisfied? And no, sir. I understand. It's hard to accept why we're going through all this for the people of Enril. They were wizards of the House Parsha, rulers of the Grey Zone, and were originally enemies of House Zahar, who ruled the Enril Desert. And yet they had split into several groups to help evacuate civilians from the giants, doing all they could for relief efforts. Why, for what purpose had they been doing all this? The family head has ordered it. Protect the people of the Enril Desert. We merely follow orders. On Borea's chest, several medals were sewn, a glorious symbol showing that he had participated in multiple important battles as a member of House Parsha. As he spoke in a solemn tone, he suddenly softened his manner of speech. Just endure a little more, I believe it. I'm certain that once the situation at the main base is under control, the family head will come for us. He didn't believe those knights were lacking in loyalty compared to him. They were simply weaker, more exhausted, and had reached their limit faster. As he comforted them and continued marching, one of the knights who had gone ahead shouted in a panicked voice, "Trouble, Boreanim. A giant is approaching the oasis from beyond the hills up ahead. Damn it. If they couldn't rest at the planned location, they wouldn't be able to replenish their water supplies." Others who saw Borea's face darken began whispering in fear. "It can't be helped. I'll lure that thing away elsewhere. Keep marching toward the oasis. Will you be all right? I have to try." As a noble of the Earthmover bloodline, he was able to accelerate by making the ground he stepped on rise up as he ran. By applying this ability, luring the giant away was certainly possible. At the very least, compared to the other knights, his chances of survival were far higher. "Please stay safe. I'm leaving them in your care." Borea handed over the leadership to another noble and quickly set off. As he moved, almost as if flying, the giant that had been hidden behind the hills soon came into view. "Good to see you. You food." Borea immediately raised his gun and fired at the creature babbling nonsense. Bang. With a sharp noise and a piercing scream, the giant started striding after him. "Come on, slow bastard." With a shout, Borea's body slid across the desert. If he could lure the giant far away from the oasis and circle back, he would be able to rejoin the group. But it was unclear whether he'd have time to replenish the magic power and stamina consumed in the process. No, how long was this situation even going to last? Just as a cynical thought began to cloud his face, a pitch-black shadow passed overhead. Damn it, what now? Had he run into a flying magical beast while off guard? He hastily looked up and saw an enormous golden eagle. As massive as the giant itself, it instantly swooped down on the creature chasing him. And no stop, ack, crunch. With the sound of bones breaking, the eagle's beak and talons tore into the giant in an instant. The surrounding sand surged up to bind the giant's arms and legs, appearing as if it were magic controlling the earth. A magical beast that could use magic, and one strong enough to hunt a giant. As Borea stood there dumbfounded by the incomprehensible situation, the giant let out a final death cry and scattered into light particles, some of which were absorbed into the eagle's body. Then, to Borea's astonishment, the eagle suddenly shrank and transformed into a human form, approaching him. "You've been through a lot in many ways, Borea." A young man with familiar features, his gray hair tied back. Overcome with emotion, Borea dropped to one knee and saluted respectfully. "I have been waiting, my lord." Turon, who had rescued Borea while he was moving alone, also hunted down the giant that had been pursuing the group Borea had been accompanying instantly. In doing so, he managed to absorb a small amount of essence the giants had possessed. They really were just bones and scraps. This unnatural hunger and aggression must have stemmed from that. Compared to other races that had retained their near-peak strength, the giants were absurdly weak for the infamy of their former glory. This was because Monarch had sent them down with barely enough power to maintain their physical form, nothing more. The energy needed to move such massive bodies had to be granted as strength, but the lack of it left them weak and sluggish. Had those things moved as swiftly as humans with that bulk, even Salif or Mesa would have struggled to fight one-on-one. First, let's return to Axum and begin regrouping. Gather any other nearby survivors there as well. Then what about you, family head? I'll finish clearing out the giants in the desert before the day ends. After that, we'll need to discuss how to rebuild this place. Even now, in the Emerald Desert, at least hundreds of thousands, perhaps over 1,000,000, people were wandering like Borea's group, fleeing from the giants. Naturally, there had also been many instances of people attacking and looting each other to secure scarce resources. Turon recalled something Mago had once told him. Hunger and scarcity could turn even sheep into wolves. And making sure the sheep didn't become wolves by keeping them well fed, that too was his responsibility. I'll send you straight to Kalamaf first, get support there. Once you've recovered a bit, join the reconstruction projects in Axum and the other cities. Understood. Neither Borea nor the other wizards of House Parsha asked how Turon could transform into a golden eagle or how he could perform spatial transfer. They were too exhausted to ask such things, and partly because they vaguely assumed it was simply something Turon could do. From then on, Turon continued to travel through the major cities of the Emerald Desert, including the city of Komad, which he had visited in the past, searching for giants, hunting them down, locating survivors, and sending them to Kalamaf in a repeated cycle. In just one day, Turon had driven the giants to extinction and saved hundreds of thousands of people. The next place he headed was the Western Forest region. The Dark Elf Lords, who had just begun establishing their territories and ranks after a long period of conflict, now faced an unexpected catastrophe. Run, a devil is coming. As the cries of fleeing dark elves rang out in shreds, the shadow of a golden eagle loomed above. Turon slaughtered all the undead spirits the dark elves released, converting their magic power back into essence and absorbing it. The purge did not end with just sweeping away the dark elves on the surface. He also intended to deal with the dark elves slumbering underground, ones the players had never managed to finish off. He remembered well the atrocities the dark elves had committed in the past. This time he intended to wipe them out completely. What the hell is that? Is that the so-called devil from the surface? For the Dark Elves, who had never once emerged from underground since the descent of the pre-god tribe, this was an absurd disaster. Hundreds of meters below ground lay the subterranean world. A brilliant civilization that had flourished there for thousands of years was unilaterally destroyed by a single transcendent being. Do not retreat. If we fall, it's all over. Turon, feeling like the worst villain imaginable, let out a dry laugh as he exterminated a dozen dark elf lords, hundreds of necromancers, and over several 100,000 dark elves. Their desperate cries of asking what they had done wrong to deserve this were ignored. Compared to those who made decorations out of entrails or played instruments using living beings, he figured simply killing them cleanly was doing more than enough. At last, he stopped the purge only after he scoured the entire world with tracking magic and could no longer sense even the faintest trace of a dark elf. Phew, exactly 1 week. Turon, who had been cleansing the other races across the world, returned to Kalamaf not because his strength had run out, but because he needed rest due to mental fatigue. This wasn't a matter that could be fixed by using essence to recover. Strictly speaking, it wasn't impossible, but manipulating one's own mind in that way was a difficult and dangerous domain. Reshaping one's mind to be colder and immune to fatigue could quickly distort it to the point where one no longer knew what their original self had been like. Could someone like that even be called the same person, especially now, when even the body could be changed at will by consuming essence? Just as he was going through the piled-up paperwork to cool his head, the door to the office opened. When did you get here? Just now. You come and go with spatial transfer, so I never even notice. Ashes, carrying a large stack of documents, made a remark that sounded somewhere between a complaint and a comment, then dropped the stack on the desk with a thud. How's the situation? Complicated, what else? You dumped tens of thousands of people in Kalamaf's front yard, remember? Was it that many? Luckily, we had a way to feed them. Otherwise, there would have been a riot for sure. Naturally, the grain needed to feed them all had been brought from the Tacking Plains, where Morgan City was located. Since the transport route had already been connected, moving large amounts of grain hadn't been difficult. But there's not as much for me to handle as I expected, even though you were gone for quite a while. I processed most of it under my own authority. Turon immediately understood why Ashes had changed his approach to handling the work. Originally, to make decisions was to wield power. So no matter how close Ashes was as a friend and confidant, it was essential to respect the rights of the family head to some extent. But Turon was no longer just a mere human family head. He had become, in essence, a god walking the surface. There was no longer any need to feel displeasure or worry just because a human had overstepped his authority a little. So be grateful to me. Thank you, Ashesnim. Shall I assign Bige to assist you with your work? Don't even think about it. After exchanging a few more work-related words mixed with light-hearted banter, Turon dismissed Ashes and stood from his seat. His destination was the underground prison. This needs to be wrapped up too. With other matters having taken priority, he had pushed it from his mind for a while, but now he remembered there was still something left to deal with. No longer using passwords or anything of the sort, he entered, greeting the saluting guards with encouragement. Upon being met with the familiar stench, he clicked his tongue. It's been a while. Battle Aravian, possessing the body of a death row inmate, bowed his head in silence instead of responding to Turon's question. Loyal, believing only in the friend who would one day become a god and save him. Naturally, this was only possible because he had no way of knowing what was happening outside. To him, Turon spoke mockingly. Monarch is dead. His soul, his ambition, everything was burned away as fuel inside me. Battle's continued silence, however, seemed to form the word lie into an expression. You'll see it's not a lie if you look at this. Turon instantly created a large gold ingot before his eyes. This wasn't brought from somewhere or transmuted, it was creation of matter, something impossible with magic power. Likewise, Battle, who knew the secrets of essence, widened his eyes in shock. No way, that's right, I fought him using essence and I won. You bastard, do you even know what lies beyond that door? You're doing something you can't take responsibility for. The ones who did things they couldn't take responsibility for were you bastards. At least I'm trying to take responsibility. Turon stopped speaking and placed his hand on Battle's head. I had originally told Mesa to get her revenge on you, but she said she didn't want to, said she no longer had the heart to even hate someone like you, that she didn't want to waste her time anymore, she'd rather use what little she had left to love and care. What? But I'm not such a good person. With those words, the body of the death row inmate went limp. Turon looked at the overwhelming amount of information stored in the extracted spirit form and began absorbing it with admiration. The power held by the soul of a god who possessed 4 symbols, something that far surpassed even that of the giants. He had been feeling a bit drained from exerting himself all day, but even that exhaustion disappeared in an instant. Eventually, Turon sent up what was now just a shell, stripped of everything, retaining only memories and the personality formed by them. Say hello to the others. I already sent Monarch and Phoenix ahead, so you'll see them there. Before Battle could even ask what he meant, his soul literally soared high into the sky. Kalamaf City came into view all at once, then soon the gray zone and the forest region, and eventually the entirety of the Tacking Plains, which he once ruled, unfolded before his eyes. And beyond that into a space even higher. Battle realized where his soul had arrived. Even if he hadn't wanted to know, the information forced itself into his mind. He had come to hell. A place where he would suffer all the pain he had caused to others in his life. Only after experiencing it all could he be freed. A torment that would last at least several thousand years, perhaps for eternity, now awaited him. After casting Battle into hell, along with the gods sealed in the jewel box, Turon acquired another round of essence in the process. When combined with what he had gained from purging the other races, the amount was considerable. He handed part of it to Mesa, who had just finished the final cleanup of the Tacking Plains. How is it? Think you can do it? Just a moment, got it. Having succeeded for the first time in shifting her coordinates, Mesa walked into Turon's arms, hugged him tightly, and smiled. She had already received a small amount of essence and was exceptionally talented in handling it, but due to her weak presence, she had struggled with control. Compared to Turon, who had received the presence of the gods, she was lacking after all. Monarch had absorbed the presence of countless puppets, but even that fell short. However, by reclaiming the Tacking Plains once more and securing a large supply of presence, she had now gained the ability to use a few basic techniques. Now, with this, I'll be able to visit Luska or you anytime I want. Turon, who had never been delighted by something like that before, reflected on himself inwardly. Of course, even after sharing some with Mesa, he still had a substantial amount of essence remaining. This was planned to be invested into Salif soon. To do that, the first step was to modify the world's laws so that bloodlines could be acquired through achievements and rituals. Once the modified laws allowed Salif to wield 4 bloodlines, Turon would need to share power with him directly. However, rewriting the laws of the world proved to be far more difficult than he had anticipated. In order to twist the power that applied to the entire world, he first had to reclaim and possess the existing laws, then reapply them. But even with the overwhelming presence he had gained after absorbing Monarch, it was still difficult to fully possess the amount of essence required to construct even a single law. Therefore, he needed to secure additional presence from somewhere, but the presence Turon could obtain from this world had already reached its limit. To gain more than this, he would need to trigger a massive slaughter and harvest tremendous hatred and fear, but that was clearly out of the question. Then the conclusion is obvious. Turon's gaze stretched toward somewhere beyond the sky. It seemed he would have to pay Earth a visit again. Chapter 235. Originally, crossing from one world to another was not such an easy task. Even Monarch had taken thousands of years to find a method to directly cross the boundary of worlds. Of course, that did not mean there was any problem with Turon crossing over. After all, the first attempt at anything is always the hardest, and following in the footsteps of a pioneer is bound to be easier. Well then, shall we go? Yeah. With a simple coordinate transfer, the two returned to the capital of the House Najin and stood atop the transportation device Monarch had created. As with last time, only Turon and Mesa would be going on this Earth exploration. Mesa had expressed the desire to show Earth to Luska as well, but Turon prevented it, pointing out the possible issue of pathogens. Even the most vicious of germs would not dare invade the bodies of the two of them. but a newborn child who had not yet awakened magic power was still just a baby. Standing on the sigil and using the designated key, they instantly left the world and moved to the boundary. Of course, if he wished, Turon could ignore all these processes and simply pull Mesa through by force, but there was no need to expend extra effort when convenient tools were available. Before they were pulled to Earth according to the set parameters as before, Turon first blocked the gravitational force acting on their bodies. Wait, let's do a bit of preparation before we go. For what? Alarm system. If invaders from another world attacked again, at the very least they needed to be aware of it. Turon created a small line connecting the world barrier to himself. Then, releasing his hand again, the two of them quickly departed the world and moved onto the gray branches. While they were moving, Turon explained to Mesa the knowledge he had gained from Monarch's memories. Monarch called this passage the World Corridor. I guess it's like a corridor connecting worlds. If the World Corridor's binding strengthens, the time difference between the two worlds nearly disappears. If it weakens, it increases. That was why, ever since Monarch first sent battle to Earth 5 years ago, the time gap between Earth and their world had nearly vanished. After a short exchange of words, they once again stood upon the land of Earth. This time it's a desert. Yeah, it feels strange. It reminds me of the Emerald Desert. The desert at night was quite chilly, but of course, that was not something either of them needed to worry about. This time, they were wearing clothes they had bought during their last visit to Earth, so they did not stand out much in appearance either. Looking around briefly, Mesa suddenly let out a surprised cry. Look over there, what is it? It's the Tomb of the Gods. Turning his head, Turon realized that it was a pyramid. Compared to the tombs of the gods built in their world, it was much smaller and more modest in scale, but the overall shape was similar. Most likely, the lame goddess had modeled the tombs of the gods after that structure. The Great Pyramid of Giza, then we must be in Egypt. Egypt. It's one of the oldest countries in this world out of hundreds of nations. I think it's about 5,000 years old. Wow. For Mesa, who came from a world where history began roughly 3,000 years ago with the descent of the pre-god tribe, it was a time span difficult to imagine. Of course, unlike Turon's roughly remembered knowledge, Egypt had actually gone through quite a few ups and downs, but there was no earthling here to correct him anyway. No matter how much of a tourist spot the Great Pyramid of Giza was, there weren't many people trying to visit it at 3 in the morning. So how's your body holding up? Probably about 3 or 4 weeks. That's fine. We won't be needing that much anyway. What Turon had asked Mesa was how long she could endure on Earth. Since they were planning to finish their business and return within a few days again, they didn't need more than that. Well then, shall we go find Suho SSI first? Yeah. Although Turon had absorbed the memories of Monarch and the other higher gods, that didn't mean he was fully accustomed to Earth's culture. It was like having a library in his head with all the information recorded inside. He had to take time to read through it bit by bit and make it his own. If they could get help from their only local collaborator, it would certainly reduce the friction in dealing with the Earth side. Do you want to try it yourself? Yeah, just a moment. Mesa took Suho's hair that Turon handed her and used tracking magic. By utilizing its essence, she could use tracking magic similar to the House Zahar's bloodline, and in an instant she located his position. It's much farther than I expected, at least several thousand, maybe almost 10,000 kilometers away. This world is bigger than ours, it's also spherical in shape. Anyway, since we found him, let's transfer right away. Hold on. After focusing her mind, Mesa adjusted the coordinates for both of them to move right next to where Suho was, just as Turon had done. The place the two of them arrived at was unexpectedly a space resembling a pure white prison. Turon narrowed his eyes and looked around. It didn't look like a place where anyone would live or work, much less where Suho used to live. Lying on a bed in one corner of the room, Suho spotted them and shouted in surprise. Long time no see, Suho. Sorry for showing up so suddenly. You shouldn't be here. It's a trap. A trap. Before he could answer that question, a beeping sound rang out, followed by a sharp noise. Alert, alert, intruder in level 4 quarantine room, real-time situation. What on earth is going on here? Well, they found out about the things I talked about with you, so the US brought me here. I think they're planning to use me as bait. My goodness, so you've been held captive ever since then? Startled by the unexpected situation, Mesa asked, and Suho nodded with a gloomy expression. How did they even find out? Well, as Suho explained, Turon let out a dumbfounded laugh. It had all started with a report from the clothing store they had visited. A man and woman in strange clothes had supposedly left behind unknown gold coins and stole clothes, a report filed with the police. Coincidentally, the detective in charge was a relative of the store owner, so he enthusiastically gathered nearby CCTV footage and investigated, only to discover, to his shock, that the two thieves had vanished like magic in an empty alley. So cleanly that it looked like doctored footage. A report was swiftly sent up the chain, suggesting these individuals might be connected to the mysterious wizards stirring up attention across the globe. Coincidentally again, a member of the investigation team came across an internet post about a celebrity-looking man and woman walking around chatting with random people on the street. Considering the time and location of the photos, it would have been impossible for them to be there unless they had used teleportation. A further investigation into the area's CCTV revealed that the two had been in contact with Suho, and this information was leaked to the CIA, which was already on high alert after the San Francisco disaster. And just like that, a Korean programmer ended up being detained in a secret US facility. It was their mistake for underestimating just how tight Korea's CCTV surveillance network was. Sorry. I didn't think things would turn out like this. No, more importantly, what are you going to do now? Are you going to kill everyone by chance? I won't do that. Turon could understand why they were acting so desperately. Starting with battle, none of the entities that had crossed over from their world so far had been friendly, so expecting them to be treated nicely was unreasonable. And to be honest, the reason he could be merciful was because Earthling's behavior wasn't threatening to him at all. A violent criminal waving a knife must be killed or I die, but a child threatening with a wooden stick can be calmly subdued, persuaded, or scolded. Then let's get out of here first. Ah yes. With a single gesture from Turon, the metal door twisted, and Suho half opened his mouth in shock. I think there might be armed troops outside. It's fine, it might be a bit unpleasant for you, but the military forces of Earth can't harm us. Even Mesa, who could handle far less essence compared to Turon, was the same. If they were hit by dozens of nuclear missiles while completely off guard, they might die, but detecting such attacks from a distance and smashing them wasn't all that difficult. As they walked down the hallway together, it didn't take long for heavily armed soldiers to appear. Freeze, don't move, get down. Unlike before, Turon could now tell that the language they were using was slightly different from Suho's. Sounds altered by vocal cord movement were reduced to information and absorbed into them. And likewise, the words from Turon and Mesa were converted into information upon exiting their mouths and directly input into the listeners. It seemed to be a phenomenon caused by the properties of magic power or essence. And perhaps that's why Earthlings who lack such things experienced communication barriers when using different languages. Just imagining it was terribly inconvenient. We have no intention to fight. Let's calmly have a conv. Stop, shut up and get on the ground, move a finger and we'll shoot. From the eyes of the commanding officer screaming hysterically, Turon read a paralyzing level of fear. Not just him, the other soldiers aiming their guns were also in a near-panic emotional state. He guessed the clash between Turon and Monarch not long ago had left too much of a shock on them. Seems like we can't talk like this. Let's cool their heads for a bit. As Turon spoke, gunfire rang out in a burst, tat-a-tatting, but it didn't continue long, because before anyone knew it, the soldiers' hands had naturally slipped off their triggers. What is it? What could be more terrifying than your own body not obeying your will? If he wanted to, Turon could have commanded them to kill themselves right then, but instead he quietly said, "Stay still," and walked past them. As they continued down the corridor, every soldier and researcher they passed stood frozen in place, as if turned to statues. Suho, trailing behind and glancing around constantly, cautiously spoke. Turon, just speak comfortably, no need to be formal all of a sudden. Ah yes, will they stay like that forever? They'll snap out of it soon. You're being more considerate than I expected, considering you've been imprisoned here. Well, it's not like I was tortured or anything. They just asked a lot of questions about what I said. Apparently, he'd even been treated somewhat like a superstar for being the first person to make contact and speak with aliens. Though his English wasn't particularly strong, so he couldn't engage in complex conversations. While chatting, Suho hesitantly asked, sneaking a glance, "Is the fight that happened in San Francisco recently also related to your world?" "Yes." "No reason to hide it, the Golden Eagle's side was me. The deer was the bad guy." I thought so. I came this time to honor those who lost their lives in that fight and to engage in exchange with this world. But it seems like we really messed up the first step." As Turon explained matter-of-factly, Suho could only gape in silence. From all the testimonies and video footage circulating online, those two beasts were nothing less than apocalyptic monsters with transcendent abilities. To think that this young man, who looked no older than his cousin, could be one of those overwhelmingly powerful beings, wizard or not, was beyond belief. For Suho, who had assumed at best that the deer and the golden eagle were divine beings of their world, it could only be a shock. Strictly speaking, his assumption wasn't entirely wrong. As Turon and Suho talked and ascended to the surface, Turon realized that several weapons, ones that had been deployed back when he fought Monarch, were now aimed at them. Tanks, cannons, armored vehicles. Naturally, since the soldiers inside were frozen in place, the machines only trembled with idling engines. "Mesa, can you stay with Suho SSI? I'll handle the talking." Should I say be careful? Or would that be too much? Probably. Turon chuckled and shook his head, then suddenly soared into the air and transformed into a massive golden eagle. The shadow of the colossal creature, with a wingspan spanning hundreds of meters, quickly engulfed the military base. From that state, Turon's voice echoed across dozens of kilometers. Not simply because of volume, but rather a strange voice that sounded as though whispered directly into everyone's ear no matter the distance. It felt like the voice of a god. I desire conversation, not violence. That was the first official message Turon delivered to Earth. This is Mike Wilson, President of the United States. This is Turon. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Golden Eagle. I pray to God that our meeting ends in goodwill. I hope for the same. Mike Wilson, the head of state of the United States, that is, its family head, appeared to be a man in his mid-60s. With dark brown skin, a somewhat flat nose, and thick lips, he seemed to belong to the black race or had strongly inherited such lineage. Though he was much older, Turon deliberately used a tone that placed the man in a lower position. Because while Mike Wilson was the representative of a single great noble house, in this case a nation, Turon represented an entire world. Had it been a personal meeting, he might have shown respect to an elder, but in an official diplomatic context, status took priority. Naturally, the conversation did not happen face-to-face but over a video call. Advisors had warned that no one knew what those wizards were capable of. If the President of the United States were to fall under some kind of mind control, it would be a catastrophe. Thus, the first dialogue between leaders of two worlds took place via a laptop video conference. May I ask your identity? I'm the President of the United States, which means, no need to explain, I have a rough idea. I'm the head of the great noble house Parsha, and soon to be the crown emperor of the soon-to-be-established new empire, so you could understand me as the representative of our world. I see. Mike Wilson exhaled a subtle sigh of relief at Turon's reply. It was better that a monster capable of wiping out San Francisco with a tidal wave in an instant turned out to be the strongest wizard, rather than just one among many. If it were the latter, that would mean a single rogue criminal invading and launching a terrorist attack could be enough to end the world. Of course, just because it was the former didn't mean it was any less terrifying. If this young emperor who looked not even 20 suddenly went mad and ordered an invasion, then slightly weaker wizards, like that guy from Central Park they called Thor, could swarm in droves. So may I ask why you've come to Earth? If you're here for vibranium or kryptonite, I think you've come to the wrong address. Vibranium, I don't know what that is, but as for the reason, didn't you already hear it from Suho SSI? Suho SSI? Ah, the Korean. Yes, I've heard, but you know how it is, hearing it directly from you is different. Miscommunication is common. Then let me make it clear, I'm here to offer an apology. Even though that deer was a terrible villain in our world, the fact remains that he caused harm in yours. Naturally, Mike Wilson did not accept that statement at face value. It wasn't some children's story. Would such an overwhelmingly powerful being really make time for a purpose like that? I understand Earth has a system in place that allows one to project a person's image and voice across the entire globe, like what you're doing now. I'd like to use that to officially express my apology. That might be a bit difficult. Why's that? Well, there are intergovernmental interests involved. And to be honest, since you're being straightforward, I'll be too. We don't know what you might be capable of broadcasting. Oh, so you're worried I'll use it to control the minds of everyone on Earth or something? Exactly. That's actually not possible, but I suppose even if I say that, you wouldn't believe me. Modifying human memory data or manipulating emotions wasn't easy even for those who wielded essence. Disrupting the hormonal system to temporarily reduce aggression wasn't hard. But forcing loyalty or altering a person's personality was on a completely different level of difficulty. Simple experiments had shown that transforming the spirit form of a regular human into a devoted supporter took at least several hours of focused effort and power equivalent to leveling several mountains. It was simply not a feasible task in terms of cost efficiency. But even if he explained all that, it wasn't like they'd believe him anyway, so Turon scratched his chin, feeling somewhat troubled. Should he just cause a few more disasters like the San Francisco incident? That alone would be enough to establish his presence through the sheer fear and hatred Earthlings would feel. Turon consciously suppressed the dark thought that had suddenly crept in. The ruthless, efficiency-driven logic brought on by the cursed hunter bloodline could be useful at times, but it wasn't something to be relied on often. Then I'd like your side to deliver the message on my behalf. Tell them I'm also willing to assist with the recovery efforts from that, what was it, the San Francisco battle. If you're willing to do that, we'd be most grateful. You mean you'll help using magic, I assume? Of course. And can you return Kim Suho SSI to where he originally lived? He said he was treated like some kind of criminal just for having a simple conversation, and I find that very unpleasant. Of course, Suho had said he hadn't been tortured or anything and was merely detained, but Turon subtly exaggerated America's wrongdoing. The president solemnly nodded. Of course that will be done. At least it seemed they weren't completely unreasonable. It was a relief. Had they pushed just a little harder, Turon had planned to visit countries like China or Russia, which came after the United States in global influence. Although it was Monarch who committed it, he inwardly felt indebted to this country for causing quite large casualties. And his memory of the man in the cap who had offered him a blessing wasn't a bad one. Later, after exchanging a few more words, the president raised his eyebrows as if remembering something and asked a question. Come to think of it, what should we call your world? We refer to ourselves as Earth, so there should be an appropriate counterpart. If their side were weaker, they could have casually called it something like the magic world, but now even the United States stood in the weaker position. Turon nodded and answered. Our world is called the Cradle, chapter 236. The first time the idea came up that their world needed a name was right after the existence of Earth and various extraterrestrial beings was revealed. Originally, names are unnecessary when one exists alone. They only hold value when calling someone or being called by someone. The first proposed name was Ranch, the world of Shepherd Turon, the sheepdogs who follow him, and the sheep protected by them. The one who opposed this idea was Mesa. I think it gives too negative an impression. Considering that the ones who would hear the name of their world would mostly be people from other worlds, she argued that the impression given by the name Ranch would not be very pleasant. In truth, referring to them as raised sheep was, in a sense, no different from treating them as livestock. Since the opinion had merit, the name Ranch was put on hold and several other names were proposed. Disc, Plate, Dawn, Omnipotence, and so on. The name that was ultimately chosen, Cradle, was proposed by Ashes's Hyung Milo. Among the many worlds, we're no different from newborn infants now, are we? In that sense, the world barrier that protects us is essentially a cradle. One could argue that he was seeing everyone in the world as newborns, but in reality, those who realized the essence but could not handle it were no different from newborns. Even Turon, who was the most powerful wizard in the world at the time, had been trampled without even being able to resist Monarch, who wielded the essence. Likewise, thinking that their world would eventually become a place that raises those who can handle the essence, gods, the name Cradle wasn't bad at all. Thus, the name of their world was decided. You'll be staying here. To the two wizards who had come from the world of Cradle, the President of the United States provided a luxurious accommodation. They had heard it was a 5-star hotel, one of the finest even in their world. From the reception room, which was larger than the Suho's room, to the simple yet elegant furniture and the panoramic view of New York City at night, everything was beyond perfect. The styles were so different that it was hard to compare, but in their world this place could be on par with the mansions of the heads of great noble houses. However, Turon's face twisted subtly as he stepped inside, guided by the hotel manager. Is something uncomfortable. If you let us know, we'll be happy to make adjustments. The manager asked carefully, reading the guest's discomfort. He had served many famous people before, but never a wizard from another world, so how could he know what might have caused offense? Instead of answering, Turon made a small gesture, causing mechanical devices to pop out from various parts of the room. Cameras and wiretaps that had been hidden here and there burst out, making the manager's jaw drop. What in the world is this? I don't know their exact purpose, but they seem like devices that extract internal information. Is it considered proper etiquette in your world to install such things in a guest's room? Absolutely not. I swear our hotel would never do such a thing. Cameras and wiretaps in a guest room, such a thing would only be done by voyeuristic perverts running some seedy motel. The moment word got out that a 5-star hotel had such devices, it would become a massive scandal enough to shut it down immediately. Realizing through the eye of truth that the manager was not lying, Turon softened his tone slightly and made a request. Then I suppose I should speak with your president. Could you connect me to him? Please wait just a moment. The hotel manager stepped aside, made a call on his phone, and then shouted at someone with a thunderous voice. He yelled things like how they had urgently cleared out the room upon request, and yet someone had the audacity to pull this kind of stunt, and that if it ever happened again, he'd leak everything to the media regardless of any confidentiality agreements. For Turon, who thought of the president as someone akin to a family head, it was quite a novel sight. The image of an innkeeper shouting at a family head or their subordinate for sneaking around in their own establishment, such a thing was unimaginable in their world. Is this what they call democracy? A few minutes later, the face of the President of the United States once again appeared on a laptop held by a man in a black suit. He politely apologized, saying that it seemed someone had acted without orders from their own intelligence agency and that he would make sure nothing like this ever happened again. Twice, I'll let it go the first time they attacked me in this attempt, but if there's a third time, even my patience will reach its limit. With an expressionless face, Turon ended the conversation with that warning. After the door closed, Mesa looked around with a slightly uneasy expression and spoke. There won't be any more of that stuff now, right? Probably. Can't you sense it too? Still, your senses are more reliable. Those who handled the essence could perceive the world in a form different from others. While walking down the hallway, Turan had recognized that the CCTVs were transmitting their visual data elsewhere, and he was able to notice that something similar existed in the room as well. If I'd had this sense from the beginning, Suho SSI wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. But if that were the case, getting in contact with the upper echelons of this country would have been more difficult. Anyway, look at this. It looks like food. Where? Should we ask if we can eat it? Wasn't this the device they said to use for contact? Turan picked up the room service phone provided inside and inquired, and after being told that a special meal provided by the government would be sent up, he shrugged at Mesa after setting the phone down. They said we can look forward to it. I hope it's enough to lift my mood again. Fortunately, her hopes were satisfied not long after. The food that arrived under the name of room service several dozen minutes later was so excellent that it eliminated all complaints. Wow, this earth food is even more amazing than I thought. They use all kinds of interesting spices. I think this is Chinese food and this one must be Indian. Since it was impossible to know what people from another world would like, the US government had sent up food from virtually every country. From American-style steak and fries to dishes originating from all across Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and South America. It was practically a culinary exposition of every dish on Earth that could be obtained at this hour. Luckily for Earthlings, the combination of genetically engineered ingredients and all sorts of chemical seasonings was more than enough to tantalize the taste buds of the two wizards. Given that the culinary culture of the world of Cradle, where creativity was limited and spices were scarce, was comparable to or even worse than medieval Earth, the difference was truly immense. Mesa preferred strongly flavored Indian or Mexican dishes, while Turan enjoyed cuisine similar to that of Cradle but far more advanced, mainly Italian or French food. It took nearly 4 hours for the two of them to eat food enough for about 100 people. We finished it all. Should we ask for more? Let's stop. We don't want Earthlings going broke from trying to treat us. I also don't want to seem like some glutton. If anyone had known they were worried about bankrupting the United States by eating too much, they would have burst out laughing. And if they had known that the two really could eat until America was impoverished, they would have gone pale. For the two of them, who could revert the food in their stomach into information and disperse it, eating was something they could do endlessly if they so wished. After finishing their meal, the two sat across from each other, sipping wine to cleanse their palates as they looked down at the night view of New York. Despite the late hour, there were still quite a few buildings with lights on. Just like the country we visited before, but this place is truly amazing. The buildings are so tall and there are so many people. To think a single city holds as many people as the entire Tacking Plains. Someday we should develop our world to this level too. Do you think that's possible? Why wouldn't it be? At Turan's confident words, Mesa smiled warmly and nodded. Because that was exactly the kind of man she loved. In reality, there was a minor issue in that they lacked petroleum and various underground resources, but in exchange, they possessed the overwhelming power of magic. If they could successfully merge that with the dwarves' steam-based civilization, it might allow them to grow in a direction entirely different from Earth. Of course, to enable all of these changes, they would need a large supply of presents from Earthlings. Hopefully, the upcoming event tomorrow would help them achieve their desired goal. Day 3 of their Earth visit. Turan and Mesa fully enjoyed the luxurious facilities of the hotel and had quite a few conversations with the US government. The Americans hoped to win their favor and little by little draw out information about the world of Cradle. How many individuals possessed the power called magic, how strong they were, whether Earthlings, like Suho had done before, could also learn magic. Turan answered only appropriately to such questions, and when the inquiries became too deep, he showed displeasure and shut them down. It felt a bit like they were stalling for time, but since the luxurious life at the hotel and gathering information through the computers inside was quite entertaining, there wasn't much to complain about. Unlike them, who were fairly relaxed, the side-facing issues was actually the US government. Despite having every participant in the operation sign strict confidentiality agreements and tightly managing devices, information had leaked from somewhere. In truth, ever since Turan had transformed into a golden eagle and broadcast his voice throughout the state of New York, concealment had become nearly impossible. America is hiding the wizards responsible for the recent San Francisco disaster. It didn't take long for that leaked story to become headline news across the world. Heads of state from various countries and countless domestic media outlets swarmed in demanding the truth, and the government could not ignore such pressure. After all, democracies were systems designed so that such demands couldn't be suppressed by force. I was hoping we could keep it secret for a while longer. It would have been difficult. The party in question didn't seem too keen on secrecy to begin with and were in no position to enforce it. President Mike Wilson nodded with a bitter expression at his aide's words. It was unfortunate that the dream of a government-run special unit of wizards had vanished even before it began, but it was foolish to dwell on what had already failed. Had the relationship with the other side been a bit friendlier, it might have been different, but it had all started with an attack, followed by cameras and wiretaps planted in their room. Getting caught doing that was a fatal blow. In a situation like this, if it were revealed that the whole world was looking for them and the US was hiding them, the relationship with the Wizard Emperor would completely collapse. And that did not align with the national interest of the United States. If they were wild animals that couldn't be hunted or controlled, the only option was to feed them what they wanted and beg them not to bite. At 3 p.m. Eastern Time, the president officially announced the existence of Turon and Mesa from the White House. We have made contact with 2 wizards, one of whom is the Golden Eagle, involved in the San Francisco disaster. According to him, the incident was triggered by a powerful evil wizard who invaded from their world. Naturally, this kind of statement from the president's spokesperson threw the world into utter chaos. Who would have imagined that such fantasy novel-like words would come out of the mouth of a presidential spokesperson? If not for the mysterious wizards who had appeared in Central Park and a few conflict zones in the past, this would have been dismissed as an AI-generated video or something similar. I have a question. Why are the wizards not appearing in public? Is it true they're a secret government weapon? Do they really want peace? The spokesperson, brushing off the reporter's relentless shouting with a dismissive wave, made an additional announcement. That about 3 hours from now, the wizards would assist in the recovery efforts from the San Francisco disaster. While journalists from all over the world rushed to book flights to airports near San Francisco, the president, who had started all this, was having a video call with someone. That's more or less how it turned out. That's exactly what you wanted, but in that case, doesn't that mean I have no choice but to appear on a broadcast? You people seemed very wary of that. Just forget it. We've decided to believe that nothing can be done through video and audio. Although Turon couldn't use the eye of truth on someone beyond the screen, he instinctively knew the president wasn't telling the truth. Still, it wasn't something worth worrying about deeply, as either way it didn't matter much to him. Currently, other world leaders also want to speak with you. Would you be willing to meet with them? I have no reason to refuse. But only after I finish handling things on this side. I see. It seemed the US president didn't want them to make contact with other countries. Was it similar to how the head of a wizard family wouldn't want a powerful wandering noble to be handed over to another family? Not long after that conversation, Turon and Mesa arrived at Sacramento International Airport. A military transport plane had been used for their travel. Due to the urgency of the situation, they couldn't recall the spatial coordinates of that location, making teleportation impossible, and the US government did not want them flying across the mainland. Sacramento International Airport was the closest and still intact facility following the massive earthquake that had struck all of San Francisco. Is that them? This way. Due to the overwhelming crowd, they had to be escorted by dozens of heavily armed soldiers. Strictly speaking, the soldiers weren't protecting Turon and Mesa, but protecting the crowd from recklessly rushing at them. Please look over here. You frauds, do you think you're the first of your kind we've seen? We're from the Washington Post. Ignoring the noisy voices coming from afar, Turon turned to the person the president had assigned to them. A man with a closely cropped haircut, introduced as a lieutenant colonel, spoke politely. We'll first be moving to UCD Medical Center. It's the largest hospital in Sacramento and currently houses a large number of critical patients who were severely injured in the disaster. Lead the way. Though his tone was as commanding as a noble's, his attitude was fairly gentle, and the lieutenant colonel recalled the instructions passed down from higher up. Weren't they told to be careful not to offend them, as they were like arrogant Arab royalty? Still, they didn't seem to be quite that bad. In any case, thanks to the soldiers' efforts in pushing through the swarm of international reporters, they were able to board the prepared vehicle and arrive at the UCD Medical Center. Due to advance notice, there were hardly any people there other than patients and medical staff. Damn it, I still don't understand what the hell we're doing. Does the president really believe he can take full responsibility for this? Asking us to remove critical patients from their rooms and gather them like this, even just for a short time. As I told you before, this is an emergency situation. Looks like he thinks he's not a president but a fura. Just remember this, if things go wrong, I won't be the only one who dies. Through the conversation between someone who seemed to be the hospital representative and the lieutenant colonel, Turon could sense that the president had made considerable sacrifices to accommodate his request. If there were no visible results here, things could get troublesome. Of course, that wasn't going to happen. In front of the massive hospital, a tent large enough to accommodate several hundred people had been set up. Inside, medical staff were moving busily with equipment they had brought out, doing their best to care for the critical patients, those whose conditions were so severe they could barely be sustained outside their hospital rooms. Turan clicked his tongue as he watched this. There really are a lot of people in bad condition. The aftermath of the battle between the two transcendents that reached San Francisco at the time was truly immense. Over 50,000 dead and at least 10 times that number injured. This was the result after Turan had stepped in to contain it. Had he ignored it and gone after Monarch instead, the number of deaths would have had to be multiplied by at least 20. Compared to that, the patients in this hospital were, quite literally, only a handful. But to someone, each of them was as precious as an entire world. A man who had lost both legs, an elderly person with half his internal organs gone and replaced by machines, a girl in a coma after a head injury. Each of them desperately needed a miracle, the kind of miracle Turan and Mesa could easily grant. Want to go first? I'll watch you do it once first. I'm not used to healing magic, so I might make a mistake. After checking with Mesa once, Turan stepped forward and reached out toward the wounded. From a distance, hundreds of cameras recorded the scene. Chapter 237. Oh my God. April 3, 2034, in front of UCD Medical Center in Sacramento, California, USA. People witnessed a miracle for the first time in thousands of years. To witness legs regenerate after having disappeared in brilliant light, intestines reappear and damaged brains be restored. Seeing hundreds of people who had been lying on hospital stretchers rise to their feet could only be described as a miracle. Ooh, Mr. Carlson, it's dangerous for you to get up. I've never been this healthy in my life. Mom, I'm not sick anymore. The photo of a mother crying as she embraced her awakened daughter spread across the world in an instant. And needless to say, the gray-haired young man silently watching the scene drew attention as well. Naturally, doctors were half in a frenzy at the manifestation of such a transcendent power that could treat hundreds of patients with a single gesture. No, he didn't just treat trauma, did he? Even the cancer patients who were accidentally brought in got completely healed. How is that possible? This one was a drug addict. Turan, quietly watching the doctors speak in confusion, turned his head at the sound of a small voice near his ear. Mesa had secretly transmitted her voice using wind. Wait, what was that light? It had nothing to do with the healing. I thought we needed a bit of dramatic effect. Over the past few days, while resting at the hotel, he had spent time analyzing the differences between Earthlings and people from Cradle. As a result, he discovered that while they were physically identical, they were entirely different beings in terms of magic. Humans on Earth had no magic power, unlike the humans of Cradle, and they lacked any kind of spiritual symbolism. But that didn't mean they were spiritually no different from beasts. Their emotions were clearly being converted into presence. Perhaps their spiritual systems were simply structured differently. The effect is certain. That much? Yeah. The outcome of broadcasting the miracle directly to the entire world through developed media was truly tremendous. He could feel the thoughts of hundreds of millions, maybe even billions of people who had seen the scene beyond those screens, transforming into presence and clinging to him. In a world like Earth where essence does not exist, such presence was useless. But once they returned to their world, it would function as a massive source of control. He was certain that if he harvested power of this scale a few dozen more times, it would even be possible to transform the entire world into essence and absorb it. It was the ultimate realm that Monarch had desired. Then let's move to the next location. Yes, sir. Perhaps due to the impact of the miracle shown, the colonel in charge of escorting them responded with a fired-up voice. After that, they continued visiting several hospitals in Sacramento, pushing aside the now even more frenzied reporters, and treated patients in serious condition. From the second round on, Mesa took turns participating, and thanks to the demonstration earlier, she also healed people with added, albeit unnecessary, visual effects. In fact, because of the added effect of light radiating from the treated person's body, she looked even more powerful than Turan. Wait, I'm standing. This wasn't even a condition caused by the recent disaster. Meanwhile, a patient who had originally been paralyzed from the waist down and nearly died due to an earthquake injury fully overcame his disability. Such astonishing incidents continued without end. After visiting several hospitals and treating thousands of people, Turan chose San Francisco as their next destination. The two sat facing each other in a limousine specially sent by the president, having a conversation. How's the situation? Compared to when we first arrived, it's increased dozens of times. No, maybe even over 100. In that case, coming here was definitely worth the time. In the world of Cradle, it was nearly impossible to harvest presence in this way. Even if someone is healed, while it may be an immense miracle for the individual, for those who are at the level of family heads of the great noble houses, it's something they would naturally assume could be done. Needless to say, as word of such events spreads by word of mouth, the emotional impact fades. In contrast here, they were able to show what they were doing to hundreds of millions, even billions of people simultaneously. Simple healing magic that treats commoners was a miracle among miracles, something no great sacred relic could achieve. Using a mobile phone borrowed from the soldier acting as their driver, he searched a little and found that most internet sites seemed to be down due to traffic issues. That was how much of a shock their appearance and the miracle transmitted through the screen had brought to this world. While enjoying the aftermath of what they had done, the car carrying the two arrived in San Francisco. This is where you fought Monarch. It's really completely wrecked. Exactly why we need to clear the roads. I'll start leveling things from here, so can you take care of the island side? Think you can handle it? Currently, San Francisco had become a heap of ruins where the entire city had to be demolished and rebuilt. This was because Turon had forcibly reshaped and held the collapsed buildings together. Naturally, all the citizens had evacuated. Restoring everything to its pre-destruction state wasn't impossible, but it was an excessively difficult task. Unless they were dropping hydrogen bombs en masse, breaking apart a jungle of steel and concrete wasn't easy. So Turon, after discussions with the president, agreed to completely flatten San Francisco to enable reconstruction from scratch. Demolishing and cleaning up all the buildings would also require enormous labor and resources, so just that alone was a huge help. And with the strength I have left now, it might be a little tight. If it seems like it won't be enough, I'll share more with you, so don't worry. In that case, I'll give it my all. After a brief consultation, the two instructed the attendants, journalists, and onlookers who had followed them not to approach the ruined area. Of course, Americans, who are known for taking authority the least seriously in the world and never listening, weren't going to comply so easily. All right, this looks like a good spot for a photo. Those who tried to cross the line secretly immediately had their bodies stiffen and fell in place. With a simple barrier cutting off access, the two moved to their assigned zones. Well then, here we go. Turon immediately transformed into the form of a massive golden eagle. Not only was this form physically stronger, but it also matched the soul fused with mage, allowing him to exert greater power. With a single flap of his wings, an enormous blaze surged forth and began to purify the city. The white flame, originally a power of the silver sun, started from one corner and began melting everything in the city. That side seems to be going well too. A colossal female figure made of storm and lightning looked down over the city as if it were Mesa's original form scaled up. Although the amount of essence she could currently handle was extremely limited, and thus her form was much smaller than Turon's golden eagle. To the earthlings, even that was an overwhelming appearance of a god. When the storm goddess gestured, the whirlwinds that rose up instantly engulfed an entire section of the city, toppling buildings with a crash. About 1 hour. That was how long it took for the two of them, carefully avoiding spreading damage to the surrounding areas, to turn San Francisco into a flat land where nothing remained. That was exhausting. If I had pushed a little more, I would have collapsed. Here, now I feel a bit stronger. Mesa, who had returned to her human form, let out a tired complaint about the almost depleted essence, then smiled as she felt the power being passed on to her. After transferring some of his remaining essence to Mesa, Turon turned to the still-dazed lieutenant colonel and spoke. I'm tired. If there's a suitable place nearby to rest, take us there. Yes, sir. In truth, compared to healing people, this kind of destructive act consumed far too much power and was inefficient. Even so, there were two reasons Turon proposed such a plan. First, unlike regenerating lost body parts, triggering phenomena did not cause a permanent loss of power. And second, it was necessary to once again remind the people of Earth of their destructive power, so they wouldn't harbor foolish ideas. Since healing magic is rare on Earth, old and sick people in power might start getting strange ideas. After all, even the US president he had met was over 60 years old, an age at which death wouldn't be surprising. To be honest, whether an Earthling's lifespan could be extended indefinitely was a topic Turon himself was quite curious about. Reversing the physical aging of people here didn't seem all that difficult, but how the aging of the soul would proceed remained unknown. In any case, with the destructive demonstration they had shown this time, it was clear that no one would dare try to control or restrain them. If anyone did, it would likely become a truly horrific tragedy. What are you watching? While he was deep in thought, Mesa came out of the shower and flopped onto the bed. A unique scent wafted from her, one he had never smelled before, just something about us. Let me see. Show me, here. What Turon showed her was a live-streamed video. There an elderly man and woman were having an intense debate. It was all about the two wizards. If they can raise the sick and punish cities with fire, what reason is there not to call them gods? Don't speak blasphemy. Just having great power doesn't make one a god. You have to consider their intentions, what teachings they can offer humanity. Did they ever call themselves gods in the first place? Beside the video, live comments from viewers were scrolling by. People worshipping them as gods and others denouncing them as frauds. people pleading for them to cure their family members with incurable diseases, and those complaining that it was unfair for America to monopolize them. Reading through all of this, Mesa let out a quiet sigh. It's overwhelming, is it? Yeah, these people think we're gods, but we're just 20-something humans who happen to wield enormous power. We don't know that much, and we make tons of mistakes. Turon, quietly gazing at his lover with a troubled expression, suddenly tossed the phone aside and pulled her into a hug. Mesa, who had lower self-esteem than others due to wounds suffered during her growth, was clearly feeling guilty at the thought of turning her back on those she could save. You don't need to worry that much. At this point, we've more than repaid any debt we might have owed them. Still, if you want, we can come back now and then to hold a few charity healing events. Yeah, more than that, I wonder if we can make this kind of shampoo and toiletries over there. They're really good. You like the scent very much. With their foreheads pressed together, they whispered for a moment and then both of them burst into laughter without knowing who started first. Let's head back soon. Are we going? Yeah. I was originally planning to travel around a bit more to harvest more presents, but it seems the shock Earthlings felt was bigger than expected. Do you want to stay longer? I did think about it, but yeah, we should go. Our home is over there after all. We also need to check on Luska. Turon sent one final message to the president using his phone. It said that they would be returning soon, and though he didn't know when they'd come back someday, perhaps they could share a meal then. There was no need to even check the reply, so he tossed the phone onto the bed. Anyway, in their world, due to different physical laws, it was nothing more than a hunk of useless metal. Well then, with that one short sentence, the two of them left Earth simultaneously, leaving behind a world thrown into chaos by their arrival. I'm back. That was quick. You said it might take longer. I thought so too. Turon exchanged greetings with Ashes, sat at the office desk, and began reviewing a few of the documents that had piled up. The world of Cradle, which he had returned to after several days, was still in the midst of rapid transformation. This was because, with the help of the Suho, various professional knowledge essential for a medieval-level world had been distributed across the land. Of course, reaching the level of Earth civilization would still take a very long time. Having received all sorts of luxurious treatment on Earth during this trip, he was reminded of that fact more than ever. Where's Mesa? She went to see Luska. We should go together. I wanted to take care of this stuff first. I think it's finally time we can implement what we discussed last time. Already, considering that their population is over 100 times ours. Actually, maybe even more than that. Due to the return of the new era, the number of deaths was still not accurately calculated, but it was certain that it accounted for over 30% of the global population. Perhaps even more. Turon exchanged greetings with Ashes and sat at the desk, reviewing a few of the documents that had piled up. If the total population of Cradle was under 10 million, that meant Earth's was nearly 1,000 times larger. I can't even imagine what it's like over there. And I heard their landmass isn't even that much bigger than ours. You should visit sometime, once you've acquired enough defensive capability. So the standard for whether someone's defensible or not is having 4 bloodlines and being able to handle essence. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? Ashes grumbled but nodded, seeming to understand. Having lightened his mood a little through casual talk with his friend, Turon finished signing a few documents and stood from his seat. All right then, shall we begin? It's not like something huge is going to change instantly, right? Not for now. Oh, by the way, we can't make gunpowder or water of death the old way anymore. Huh. Why not? Both of them are substances that can't exist under correct natural laws. The gunpowder currently used in Turon's world was never a real, physically possible substance to begin with. That's because the SSMS gunpowder wasn't actual black powder, but rather a physical manifestation of the image people had when they thought of gunpowder. Similarly, the water of death wasn't real hydrochloric acid, but a substance closer to a fantasy version that simply reflected the properties Earthlings associated with the term. If natural laws were restored to their correct state, these materials naturally couldn't exist anymore. But instead, we can now create similar things using natural methods so ordinary people can be used in the production process. And I'm the one who has to design the factories for that. Well, nothing we can do about that. Anyway, I'm starting. Damn it. Leaving Ashes' grumbling behind, Turon immediately shifted his location, not to somewhere in this world, but outside of the world to the boundary. A completely empty realm stretched before his eyes, where only the pure white world barrier and the void beyond existed. No, to be precise, it wasn't entirely empty. There stood 3 doors at one side of the boundary. Each door, blue, yellow, and red, was labeled Paradise, Reincarnation, and Hell. Now that I look at it again, I might have made these a bit too half-assed. He had used a few religious texts brought from Earth based on the memories of the gods to design them, but it seemed like he'd have to do some reinforcing later. To the spirits of the dead arriving in the afterlife, this likely didn't look very convincing. Passing through the tribunal in front of the three doors, where spirits judged each other through the veil of ignorance, Turon stepped through the first door. Paradise, a place where one relives the happiest moments of their life. While quietly observing it, he realized a few issues. Seems like people don't have as many happy moments as I thought. Since they're repeated over and over, everyone eventually gets bored. In the end, this so-called paradise might become a hell that dries people out with boredom. Still, manipulating the soul's memories to erase their happy recollections and force them to repeat daily routines seemed not only extremely difficult, but also ethically questionable. This was something that would need to be discussed further and revised later. As for the second realm, reincarnation, there was no real need to inspect it, so Turon moved on to the last, hell, and frowned. Wait, what's with these numbers? The afterlife had only come into full existence a few weeks ago, and yet hell was already overflowing with hundreds, even thousands of souls. Considering that the population in paradise was only a few dozen, it was an absurd imbalance. On reflection, it may have been inevitable, given how evil this world had become. After all, this was a time when people had to do whatever it took to survive, just after barely emerging from an apocalyptic state, to borrow Earth's terminology. Still, if they could make the world as abundant as Earth, perhaps the number of evil people would decline. With a light side, Turon began searching through the countless wicked souls for those he had personally thrown into hell. Let's see, Phoenix and Haps are still here. Aargh, Phoenix, who had used the body of his grandfather Talais, and Haps, who had possessed Mesa's father Battle. Both gods were buried at the very bottom of hell, suffering. It would take an unimaginably long time for them to pay for their crimes through mere retribution, and even that wouldn't be enough to say they had fully atoned. If one included the deaths they had indirectly caused, like during the Zahara-Aravian War, the number of victims at their hands was certainly in the millions. After passing by the gods of Carmine and Aravian, whom he had previously captured, Turon arrived at the section where the half-elves of Reuven and Varaha resided. Been a while. Can't say I'm glad. To see you, Rishon, muttering with a grimace, was chained and being scorched by flames. Turon gestured to pause the punishment for a moment to make conversation easier. Who exactly did you burn alive to be burning this long? Been too long, I can't even remember. Damn it, after all the effort I put in cooperating, I still ended up in hell. You've done enough wrong that letting you go wouldn't be fair. I did reduce your sentence to a 10th though, shouldn't that be good enough? What a load of crap. Considering that even his so-called cooperation came from being threatened to comply or be annihilated, he didn't have much ground to feel wronged. Besides, this was the same bastard who tried to kidnap Salif and use his body. In contrast, Kim Woong, who had surrendered out of genuine guilt, was allowed to reincarnate without punishment once his lifespan ended. At the very least, he had truly reflected on his wrongdoings. On second thought, whether someone genuinely regretted their sins should probably be part of the judgment criteria. After receiving confirmation from the half-elf prince that, so long as the living white elves did not resort to cannibalism, their bloodline would not be wiped out, Turon left hell. Perhaps it was because of the constant screams of agony echoing everywhere, but even with just a brief visit, his soul felt tainted. Come to think of it, maybe I should go to hell when I die, to be fair. The thought made Turon chuckle weakly. For the very master of the afterlife to worry about going to hell after death, what meaning could that possibly have? If he were ever defeated, the invaders would likely tear out this entire afterlife system and consume it for power. Shrugging off the self-deprecation, Turon stretched his hand toward the vast world barrier and turned his awareness inward. The amount of essence he possessed now was far less than before. That was because he had transferred a large portion to Mesa, who had now gained control over immense presence. To pull this off successfully, he needed to have enough control capacity freed up in the space that had been emptied. Extracting the laws that governed the world and reverting them back into essence was in itself a monumental undertaking. All right, let's begin. The laws of SSMS, forcibly etched into the world when the pre-god tribe arrived on Earth, began to be pulled out. A young god began shaping the laws of the world according to his own will. Chapter 238. Turon, who had converted the existing laws into essence and absorbed them, shuddered as he felt the immense power filling his inner self. An overwhelming sense of omnipotence born from the certainty that he could manipulate this world as he pleased. Perhaps if he wished, he could collapse a mountain range or dry up the sea with just a gesture. Turning the emerald desert into a green grassland or the frostwind forest into a blazing desert would likely be possible too, just a little more. How sweet it would be to lift one region with this power and reduce it back to essence. Turon shook off the sudden temptation with a slight shake of his head. Instead, he began the task he needed to do by manipulating the absorbed laws. Set law. When he clearly designated the information to be translated into language, the vast amount of essence began to move accordingly. The first thing to change was the system for acquiring magic power. Although the potential based on bloodline would remain the same as before, from now on, magic power could no longer be seized by killing one another. When all magical beings died, their magic power would return to the sea of spirit form along with their souls and revert to essence. Instead, all magical beings would be given the opportunity to gain stronger power based on their proficiency in handling magic power. Those who reflect on their strength, contemplate, and refine it would naturally be able to handle more magic power. Next, he adjusted matters related to bloodline abilities. While the innate aspects remained, additional abilities could now be acquired by achieving specific quests. It would be easiest for someone with none to acquire one, and hardest for someone with three to gain a fourth. As a bonus, knights born with a bloodline but unable to manifest it would find it slightly easier. These conditions were added because this world did not look kindly on acquiring 4 bloodline abilities without reason. Such restrictions were necessary to substitute for the countless human souls otherwise consumed. The third change was the removal of principles for abnormal material combinations. He changed the previous rules that made it impossible to produce or store substances like gunpowder or electricity through chemical methods, replacing them with Earth-like principles. This was an essential measure to properly build a scientific civilization. Since their world lacked a universe, he wasn't sure whether they could launch things like artificial satellites or not. Having completed all the changes he planned, Turon considered briefly altering the terrain but decided to abandon the idea. The current situation, where the world is divided into 11 terrains, was not entirely natural, but the aftermath of forcibly restoring it was too unpredictable. Besides, such terrain fixation had its own advantages. It could help suppress climate anomalies caused by environmental destruction, which was a chronic disease of Earthlings. Having taken all these measures, Turon still felt a considerable amount of essence remaining inside him and smiled. This meant that the laws he had rewritten were more natural than the previous ones. Salif and Burit arrived in Kalamaf exactly 3 days after the laws had changed. Coincidentally, Turon had just finished work and was having tea with Mesa and Luska in the garden, so he was able to welcome them. "You came quickly. How have you been, Mesa? But what is this scent? It's amazing. I washed with something I brought from Earth this time, so did Turon, and I guess it smells really good to someone with the Zahar bloodline. Well, our sense of smell is pretty sensitive. Wow, Luska's all grown up. He looks like he'll be walking soon." Rita Nim said the same. She thinks he'll be walking in less than 5 months. While the young women exchanged such conversation, Turon and Salif simply exchanged glances and nods as greetings. "I thought you were busy with the goblin subjugation. It ended today. I need to rest a bit now." "You don't have time to rest, do you? You need to obtain the healer bloodline." "I'll do it later. I'm just a bit over 60 now, still young." Salif, sprawled out on the sofa, spoke in a tone that suggested he was sulking, rolling around restlessly. But only for a moment he suddenly sprang up at Turon's words. "Then you won't be able to go to Earth. What a shame. Damn it, can't you just let me go? It's not like I'm going to die the moment I get there. Still, it's better to be safe if we can help it." In truth, part of the reason Turon wasn't allowing Salif to go was because he wanted to manage their image on Earth. Only beings that felt overwhelmingly powerful and omnipotent should come and go, so that the reverence people held for this side could be maintained. It was, so to speak, a kind of mystique marketing. So try healing about 10,000 to 20,000 people quickly and lead them to a new life. I think I've already done about 500. Just hearing that makes it feel overwhelming. Can I complete it on Earth? That might not be a bad method either. If there's a chance, I'll talk to their president, or maybe another country wouldn't be bad either. They chatted for a bit, saying how China seemed to have such a large population, then shifted their gaze to Mesa and Burit, who were playing with Luska in the middle. The two women squealed with delight over Luska, who had just started babbling. There was nothing more heartwarming. "Come to think of it, when's the wedding going to be?" "Next year, around the time of the Empire Proclamation. Judging by how things are going, it seems that's about when the foundation will be ready." Currently, the House Parsha was steadily taking over the world. The main reason was that the replicated jade mirrors allowed them to project influence easily. Even faraway places like the Western Wastelands, the Frostwind Forest, and the Grassy Plains, areas that would take an ordinary person 6 months to reach on foot, could now be accessed like one's front yard. So how could anyone resist submitting? Turon was even considering replicating more mirrors once more essence was gathered. Although those who manipulate essence can technically use all abilities well, there was still such a thing as specialization, and since Mesa was originally an enchanter, she seemed best suited to handle it. So in Kalamaf, we install 1 mirror for each regional capital, and in each capital we install several mirrors to other cities within that region. Shouldn't Kalamaf also have a mirror connected to the cities in the gray zone? That's already there. When did you make it? This morning. Salif clicked his tongue, saying it was hard to keep up with how fast things were changing every day. So you're going to send us mirrors to install in each region too? Of course, so hurry up and, all right, I said I'll do it. Reading the incoming nagging, Salif groaned and shook his head. Anyway, next year, huh? It's going to be magnificent. Exactly, a lot has happened, but since it's been delayed, we might as well have the most glamorous wedding in the world. And the emperor's coronation as a bonus, Turon answered with a smile. 5 months after the law changes. The changes in the world led by Turon were felt so intensely by the wizards that they were almost sick of it. In truth, no explanation was needed, everyone could feel it. There were plenty who felt their magic power, which should have reached its limit, suddenly increased just from normal training. I really did get stronger. I told you, didn't I? Try starting from basic magic practice again. I don't even remember the last time I did that. This phenomenon was especially pronounced among the knights, and understandably so, nobles already possessed more magic power than their skill levels warranted. Of course, the changed laws didn't strip anyone of their original magic power, but just the fact that they couldn't grow stronger anymore was enough to make them anxious. Still, it wasn't as if they could scold people and tell them not to train in magic. House Parsha, the world's rulers, was encouraging magic practice and the advancement that came through it. To support such individuals, a new building had been constructed in Kalamaf. Made of a mixture of blue-green stone and nearly translucent white marble, this building was named the Ascension Altar. Anyone who had enjoyed playing games would likely have called it a job change center. Did I hear that right? A knight can become a noble. Not only that, but even nobles can awaken a second or third bloodline ability as long as they're qualified. Damn it, what are we waiting for? Let's get to Kalamaf right now. Once Turon informed the various wizard houses of the building's existence and purpose, it didn't take long before it became crowded with wizards from all over the world. Even though he gave each house the authority to select limited entrants, allowing only a set number to enter, it was already this crowded. Had he not done so, the place would have been bursting at the seams. Toman Varaha, a knight from the House Varaha, was one of those who had gained entry thanks to a selection ticket granted to Varaha. As a knight, the reason he obtained the ticket was because his noble wife had a close relationship with Berit, the current de facto leader of Varaha. Thinking that most of the participants would be nobles made him feel intimidated, but Toman forced himself to stand tall. If he succeeded in advancing here, he too could become a noble. So this is the place. Toman Varaha? Why yes, that's me. Enter. At the call of someone who appeared to be a wizard of Parsha, Toman swallowed hard and stepped inside. Inside, there were others who had seemingly entered through different doors, all looking around in awe and tension. The building's interior was worthy of such a reaction. As was typical of structures made by gods, there wasn't the slightest trace of joints in the walls or floor. Even though they understood with their minds that this building was a collaboration between Turon Parsha and Mesa Aravian, accepting it emotionally was a different matter. Wasn't this truly a time when they lived alongside gods in the flesh? He let out a breath heavy with reverence, but only for a moment. The guide who had led him came back in and addressed everyone. Come in, all of you. Is it all right not to go in order? All will proceed in the natural order anyway. One piece of advice, never lie. A polite lie is worse than an honest bad answer. It was hard to grasp the meaning, but no one here was foolish enough to go against his words or run away. As Toman walked down a short corridor following the guide, a white mist suddenly surrounded him. Before he realized it, he was standing alone, no guide, no other participants in sight. This is Toman Varaha. A divine voice echoed from the air. It truly sounded like the voice of a god, just as he had imagined. Who are you, son of Aram Kali and Balu Varaha? What power do you desire? I want the power to control fire. For what reason? Toman almost answered immediately that it was to add strength to the great house Varaha, but he hesitated for a moment. The guide's warning not to lie still lingered in his mind. I want to be stronger. I want to be respected by others, to earn more money, eat better food, and live longer. You are honest with your desires. The voice muttered something unclear, whether it was praise or not, then asked again. To achieve that, how far are you willing to fall? Would you kill the innocent or betray humanity? No. Would you violate someone against their will or covet what belongs to others? I would never do such things. The ethical questioning continued after that. Toman answered almost every question by saying he would never do such things, but for some more difficult ones, he hesitated and gave honest answers that he might not be able to. Questions like, could you abandon your family for the sake of humanity, or would you close your eyes to injustice out of fear of death, were among them. Just as Toman began to doubt whether he had passed, the voice suddenly stopped asking questions and started giving explanations. Only then did Toman realize the trial was over. Each day, once at sunrise and once at sunset, bow toward the sun. When the time comes, that power shall dwell within you. That's all I have to do. If you miss even once, you'll have to start all over again. With that warning, Toman found himself back in the waiting room without realizing how. The people there were reacting in various ways. This is insane. How am I supposed to dive to the depths of the sea and survive an entire day? I'm sorry, I swear I won't lie again, just give me one more chance. The altar can only be entered once per year. Surely you're not planning to defy the laws of the House Parsha. At the guide's sharp words, the pleading man bowed his head deeply and began to weep. Toman realized then that the man had lied and lost his opportunity. Considering even the great noble houses didn't have many selection tickets, getting a second chance wouldn't be easy. After exiting the altar and taking a transport gate from Kalamaf back to Helio City, Toman soon returned home. His wife, who had been anxiously waiting, asked him with a nervous expression, "How did it go? It doesn't seem too hard, though I'm not sure how long it'll take. Thank goodness, I just hope it happens before I die of old age." As a knight, Toman was 42 this year. If he took good care of his health, he could probably live to around 50 or 60, but compared to his noble wife, that was a pitifully short lifespan. It was why he so desperately hoped to seize this opportunity. Several months passed. Toman never once forgot, bowing toward the sun each day at sunrise and sunset. Fortunately, when he explained it as a quest, both his superiors and fellow knights who were already aware of it made allowances for him. One day, as he bowed toward the setting sun, Toman felt something immense fill his inner self. Ah! Along with a surge in magic power came the ability to sense surrounding heat, something he had only heard about in stories. Igniting fire with magic felt unbelievably easy, and the magic cost was nearly negligible. He wept with joy. He had successfully ascended to nobility as a bearer of the pyromaniac bloodline. The social issues arising from the change in laws were far more intense than Turon had anticipated. From knights becoming nobles to people with one bloodline gaining a second, the resulting incidents were no small matter. After all, resentment almost always flowed from the weak toward the strong. When the strong bore a grudge against the weak, they could simply deal with it and move on. But now that the weak had gained power, their pent-up frustration began to manifest as societal upheaval, requiring significant effort to resolve. Still, I never thought it would get this exhausting. Turon muttered quietly as he looked over the list of those who had recently succeeded in ascension and registered it. The document he held was not made of parchment like in the past, but paper made from wood. It had started being produced recently at a factory near Kalamaf, and was considered a major contributor to the dramatic improvement of the House Parsha's administrative capabilities. If they had continued using parchment, they would have likely had to skin every sheep in the gray zone by now. Across from him, Mesa, reviewing the documents, asked, "I thought the bad ones had already been filtered out." "That's why it's only this bad. I should ask the librarian elder to raise the standard a bit more." The one who judged ascension eligibility at the ascension altar was the librarian. As the spirit of the library, it was essentially a type of artificial intelligence, making it ideal for this kind of task. Its role was to use a magic artifact that discerned truth to assess the subject's sincerity, then assign scores based on predetermined questions to determine ascension eligibility. Yet despite this filtering system, the fact that so many incidents still occurred made it clear there was a serious problem. They would probably need to assign a higher score to the question, "Will you rely on the law for revenge instead of taking it into your own hands?" But looking at this, the difficulty level is all over the place, isn't it? What do you mean? Here, this person named Toman just had to bow toward the sun twice a day and he got his ascension, but someone else had to stand on a bonfire and endure it for a long time. Both of them were trying to get the pyromaniac ability as their first bloodline, but it's way too different. Turon looked over the document and nodded in understanding with an awe. Toman is from Varuha, so he probably had a natural aptitude for handling fire, which lowered the threshold. And he was probably already more familiar with fire magic. Being honest during the queue and a likely help too. So the more you've used a particular magic type, the easier the conditions become. Exactly. The conditions the librarian gives aren't decided by me, but by what the world wants. Turon had set the laws, but not everything was completely under his control. He had yielded a certain degree of control in the settings to minimize the loss of essence that accompanied ascension. After hearing the explanation, Mesa nodded in understanding. Well, Salif did get an extremely harsh condition. Yeah, but I don't think others are getting it that bad. If you ask me, that guy just really doesn't match well with the healer bloodline. At that time, Salif was off on his long-desired journey to Earth, traveling alone. More accurately, it should be called volunteer work. As the first guest of the Ascension altar, the task assigned to him was to save 1 million people who would otherwise die within 5 years. It was almost exactly what Turon had anticipated, but the conditions for who needed to be saved were strict, and the scale was absurdly large. Because of that, Turon broke his original standards and sent Salif on the trip as both a service mission and an Earth visit. After all, it would have been nearly impossible to find and gather 1 million people on the verge of death within 5 years in the cradle world. To assist in the healing, Turon personally lent Salif the mimic's sacred relic. Though the item had originally been bound to Turon, he had now released that binding and could lend it out. Of course, it was only a loan. Once Salif finished his work and returned, he would give it back. Wasn't he supposed to return in 3 days? He left 4 days ago, so yeah, he said he was just about done reaching the required number. Turon had personally accompanied Salif during the first transfer to Earth and met with world leaders to leave a few messages. Something along the lines of, "This guy might be a bit inexperienced among us, but he's a dear friend. If you don't treat him well, I'll be very angry." Fortunately, Earth's leaders didn't dare do anything foolish like kidnapping Salif. They had once witnessed Turon and Mesa flatten San Francisco entirely. All the experts had unanimously agreed that with that level of physical power, they could render an entire continent uninhabitable, and no idiot dared challenge that. On top of that, Salif had wisely helped the power holders first, which went a long way toward earning their cooperation. Even though it wasn't full rejuvenation, regaining vitality in old age and overcoming chronic illnesses had left those leaders in high spirits, and they gladly sent patients his way. On Earth, Salif was treated as nothing short of a god of healing. Since we already claimed the first impression, it won't be as impactful, but after traveling that long, he must have gathered an enormous amount of presence. It'll definitely help when he starts handling essence later. Pipea. In the middle of their conversation, a voice from behind made both of them turn their heads at the same time. Of course, they had already sensed the presence long before but pretended not to notice. The child who came striding over tugged hard on the hem of Mesa's pants. "Mama, oh my, is our Luska here? Did you come to see Mama and Papa working?" Yeah. Now 15 months old, Luska had started walking in earnest and roamed freely throughout the house Parsha. The two ordered the nanny following behind to wait, then picked up the child and played with him, rocking him gently. He really is growing up so fast, feels like just yesterday he was babbling. His language development is early, he might be a genius. Of course he is, whose son do you think he is? They chuckled briefly, and then Turon glanced at the calendar placed on one side of the office and spoke. It's really not long now. Yeah, knowing what he meant, Mesa also turned her gaze toward the calendar. In just 3 days, they would proclaim the establishment of a unified state that would rule the world, following in the footsteps of the ancient empire that had vanished thousands of years ago. It was a declaration to dismantle the old wizard house system that had already begun crumbling due to the existence of the Ascension altar, and to rebuild everything anew. And with the companion ceremony between Mesa and Turon taking place as well, it could, in some sense, be seen as the grandest wedding in the world. Chapter 239. Kalamaf, the capital of the Parsha family, was a city like a great furnace that drew in and melted down all the people and wealth of the entire world. Those who visited found it hard to believe that just a few years ago, this city had been in decline after losing the noble family that had once governed it. Supporting a population of hundreds of thousands or more, along with the supply of goods to sustain them all, was no simple feat. Still, the signs of the city's rapid growth were not hard to find. Unlike the relatively worn old streets inside the walls, the buildings on the outskirts had all clearly been built recently, clean and sturdy without exception. "So this is Kalamaf, stop gawking like a country bumpkin," says the one who's been craning her neck just as much. "Be quiet." The brother and sister who had come up from the western wasteland were endlessly exclaiming at the sight of Kalamaf, which they were seeing for the first time. The city overflowed with an energy that was hard to find anywhere else. The faces of the people walking the streets burned with ambition and drive, and there were many whose strange tools or clothing they had never seen before. At times, people dressed in black would shout for others to stay back from somewhere marked with unusual metal on the ground, and before long a massive metal serpent belching steam would pass through, making the reason clear. "Oh, look over there, dwarves." Wow, at his sister's exclamation, he turned and let out a breath of wonder at the sight of dwarves he'd never seen before. With their black glossy eyes, mole-like faces, and thick body hair, they wore armbands marked with a symbol of 2 overlapping leaves. So it's true that in the gray zone, other races lived together with humans. Seems like it. The western wasteland where they lived had fortunately been spared from the chaos, but they had heard plenty about how the old races had suddenly returned not long ago and ravaged the entire world. Yet here in Kalamaf, as if none of that had ever happened, not a single person paid the wandering dwarves any mind, though outsiders like themselves did stare at them in curiosity. Perhaps because mages who appeared to be of the Parsha family were escorting them nearby, no one dared pick a fight. The world is really changing too fast. I never in my life imagined I'd end up coming somewhere like this. The younger brother nodded at his sister's grumbling. This too was thanks to the world being connected through the spatial transit magic artifacts newly developed in Kalamaf. Before that, hearing news from outside one's own region was something that would never happen unless a very long time had passed. Apparently the head of the Parsha family, that is, the emperor being enthroned this time, is also from the west. I find that hard to believe. Our region doesn't even have a great family. He said that even those without great family bloodlines can be granted multiple bloodline abilities, so that's probably how it happened. There were far too many stories about the Parsha family head Turon Parsha that one couldn't tell were true or not. Stories ranging from him being of mixed Zahar and Arabian blood, to freely wielding all manner of bloodline abilities through a mighty holy relic, to even recreating bloodline abilities that had been extinct since ancient times. There was even the story that the recently changed law of magical growth was something he himself had directly overturned. In many places, this was still widely spread as Parsha family boasting. No matter what, it was absurd to claim that a mere human, not even a god, could change the laws of the world. But one thing that was certain was that he was the most powerful mage in existence and the de facto ruler of the world. The authority of those making appearances everywhere proved as much. Look over there, it's the Ravida's banner. Since when did you know that? I read about it in a book before. Carrying a banner of a black mountain on a green background, the group numbered about 100. Their bearing and the demonic beasts accompanying them made it plain they were no ordinary folk, so those lining the main road naturally stepped aside. The siblings were surprised to realize that the only person riding a demonic beast in the middle of the procession appeared to be a boy who looked to be around his mid-teens. Oh, there are more over there. After that, the siblings were able to watch representatives bearing the banners of the great families enter before the capital palace of Kalamaf: Arabian, Baraha, Zahar, Carmine, Lubin. Excluding the completely annihilated Najin family, every existing great family had participated in this proclamation ceremony. Following them came envoys sent by minor mage families from regions without great families, like the Western Wasteland, the Forest Zones, and the Grassland Plains. The siblings were among them. This sight alone was enough to show everyone that the Parsha family's power had the entire world in its grip. Truly, a unified nation governing the world for the first time in thousands of years. The siblings could finally feel the reality of it. In the Parsha family's reception room, Turon sat across from Osul, head of the Ravida's family, who had come for the first time in a while and shared a cup of tea. Osul seemed to find coffee, recently brought from Earth, quite to his taste, sipping the sugar-sweetened liquid with cat-like caution. Seeing that expression on the face of a small boy, Turon nearly burst out laughing. Thank you for coming despite your busy schedule, Osul. Busy? Where could there be anything more important than witnessing the proclamation of the Parsha family heads? No, His Imperial Majesty's Empire. Ravida's family head Osul shook his head with a faintly embarrassed expression at Turon's polite manner. Turon knew they too had been spending quite a busy time repairing the damage they'd suffered since the return of the ancient divine age. Though he had taken a moment to kill off all the elemental spirits that had been rampaging in the wetlands, the burned jungle and flooded marshes hadn't simply reverted to normal on their own. The fact that my sister has been guaranteed a long life once more is something I cannot find sufficient words of gratitude for. I owe Lady Rita a great deal. However, as I previously conveyed, I cannot guarantee eternal life to all Ravida's nobles. Well, naturally, Osul nodded with what looked like a disappointed expression. The amount of essence consumed for a spiritual lifespan, more precisely for the joining of body and soul, was not vast, but that didn't mean it could be granted to an unlimited number of people. Having those who handle essence diligently top it up would itself be a burden. And above all, if eternal life were permitted to just anyone, wouldn't the numbers eventually swell to millions and beyond? Exactly what are the conditions for enjoying eternal life? Did I not send the document before? I even received your reply confirming cooperation. The explanations about the laws and administrative systems changing with the empire's founding had been so lengthy that he'd stopped reading partway through, which was too embarrassing to say outright, so Osul hedged somewhat. Realizing this, Turon clicked his tongue quietly and explained. First, the emperor and his consort, and then those who have claimed 4 abilities and ascended are the first group. Osul nodded, unsurprised. In fact, not guaranteeing eternal life to all imperial bloodlines alone was praiseworthy for not abusing his authority. Osul had privately assumed Turon would grant eternal life to hundreds or thousands of his own descendants. And the second group is the lords governing each region and their spouses. With the imperial proclamation, Turon completely dismantled the existing system in which mage families each governed their cities. Those governing each region, equivalent by old standards to the heads of great families, would now be called lords. The condition was having at least 3 bloodline abilities, and it was a position appointed and dismissed by the emperor. Eternal life permitted to only one spouse. Someone with many favored concubines would have had a great deal to say about that. Fortunately, there is currently no one in a position to object, so if things remain like this, it should hold as tradition from here on. The current Arabian family head Mesa was Turan's consort, and Salif had no concubines other than Barit. As for Osul, he had only a few concubines he'd slept with obligatorily for producing heirs and had no proper consort to speak of. The heads of Carmine and Lubin, who were little more than figureheads, went without saying. In truth, being excellent as a mage does not necessarily mean being excellent as a ruler, but great power is in itself the same as authority. It's better than forcing people to submit to a mage weaker than themselves. Then I too must ascend quickly to qualify as a lord. There is no rush. Getting to a third ascension is no easy thing, so there are few challengers. It seems you've been carrying out your quest as an Earthkeeper, Osul. Thanks to that I've been playing farmer, which was never in my destiny. To handle essence more skillfully, following the correct symbol combination from the Age of Tattle's star was convenient, so Osul, who possessed the healer and purifier abilities, had decided to follow the symbol combination of the Great Earth Mother. Though since he was male, Earth Father might be more appropriate, since back in the Age of Tattle's star it was called by the gender-neutral title Parent of the Earth. Either would likely be fine. Most of the work will fall to the bureaucrats, with the Lord only exercising personnel authority, but it would still be wise to take an interest. You need at least the discernment to select the right people. Of course. Lately I've been rather busy with my quest as Earthkeeper. Osul made excuses with an awkward expression at Turan's implicit rebuke for not properly reviewing the Empire's administrative system. Considering how genuinely busy his assigned quest had kept him, it was understandable enough, so Turan nodded without pressing further. After all, he had been leading Ravidas without major problems for the past several years. Speaking of which, what becomes of my sister then? That's actually what I was going to address. Third, each region will be granted roughly 20 to 30 eternal life rights. These are not for the Lord to use freely, but must be distributed according to position. From the marshal commanding the region's army to the prime minister overseeing administration, the intent was to allow those known as the bureaucratic class to serve for a long time if they were excellent. Given that it was the Lord who determined such positions, this was in effect the same as granting them the right to distribute eternal life. But then by assigning my sister a position with an eternal life right, naturally, the capital will conduct periodic inspections. If the Lord unilaterally grants a position to someone with no relevant work experience or expertise whatsoever, the Lord's title may be revoked. The pointed words made Osul groan quietly. For him, the head of the great Ravida's family, who had quite literally wielded absolute power, this would be difficult to accept. But he could not dare refuse, knowing as he did that the young man before him was in effect this world's god and creator. Still, I believe Lady Rita would be quite deserving of a position on her own merits. She was an elder of Ravida's after all. Of course she would be. Turan smiled at Osul, whose face brightened the moment his sister was praised, and continued the conversation. Finally, eternal life rights will also be granted to the mayor of each city. The authority to appoint mayors belongs to the Lord, but as with other positions, it should be given to those who govern properly. Having heard everything, Osul nodded in silence. The vertical personnel hierarchy descending from emperor to lord to mayor was intuitive and easy to understand. However, one question remained after hearing it all. The emperor is not checked by anyone, correct? If a mayor governed tyrannically, the lord would revoke their office. If a lord governed tyrannically, the emperor would revoke their office. Then what about when the emperor governed tyrannically? The question arose naturally, and Turan answered quietly, I intend to step down from the emperor's seat eventually. I have no desire to spend an infinite span of years buried in administrative duties. The position carries great responsibility commensurate with its great authority, and in this system the emperor must handle a truly enormous amount of work. Of course, as time passed and people's living standards rose, there were plans to allow commoner representatives elected from each region to voice opinions and such, but even so the work the emperor would need to do would be vast and many. The next emperor will not be chosen only from my descendants, but from among those who have bloomed for abilities and earned the right to ascend. I in turn will be the one to check that emperor. If the empire is heading in a bad direction and the emperor has neither the will nor the ability to turn it around, I will have to advise stepping down. If they refuse, I will have no choice but to teach them through a beating. Only then did Osul understand what Turan was envisioning, one who stands above an emperor wielding absolute power. In short, he would come to occupy the position of the sole god governing this world, taking all the rights while pawning off the obligations, the sly thing. Before that irreverent thought could continue, Turan spoke quietly. The more abundantly this world is cultivated, the greater the amount of essence produced. Therefore, I have a motivation to transform the world into a happy place, one that will not easily fade even as the ages pass. Osul nodded at the suggestion that a world watched over by a god who desires prosperity and happiness would be somewhat better than one that is not. In the plaza created by tearing down dozens of formerly dilapidated buildings in front of the Parsha family's residence, an enormous number of people gathered. From attendants of the various great families to envoys of minor mage families or the heads of those families themselves, even selecting only those of some standing brought the count to thousands. Those who couldn't enter the ceremony and watched from a distance naturally numbered well over several 100,000. Who could resist wanting to witness the birth of a new world? Boom. To the sound of a great drum, Turon began walking with measured steps toward the center of the plaza. Mages of the Parsha family, armed with the muskets that had led the Great War to victory, simultaneously clicked and raised their guns to form the path he would walk through. Head of the Parsha family, master of the Golden Eagle, the great Turon. Turon. As hundreds of mages responded to Assiz's cry, their voices rang out across the plaza and echoed through the city beyond. The work of a few skilled wind mages. As he walked, Turon saw many familiar faces. Assiz, Myro, Salif, Osul, Rita, Armani, who had returned not long ago, was also perched on some attendant's shoulder, looking around with curious eyes. Turon noticed that Kioran was not among them and clicked his tongue quietly. As expected, he didn't come. After gaining the ability to handle essence and becoming capable of doing countless things, Turon had proposed to Kioran that he accept ascension along with a longer lifespan. Though his spirit was bound to Monarch and now to Turon himself, as long as he did not exercise control over him, Kioran could live a different life than before. But Kioran had refused Turon's proposal. I am tired now. I just want to live as long as I can live and then go. The old knight who had lost his family in war, left his family, wandered, and then retired, said that the appearance of a changing world felt too overwhelming to him. That he didn't feel it was right for a has-been like himself to get on board with it. Forcing someone to live who no longer wished to was a kind of torture in itself, so Turon had no choice but to give him enough money to live without want until the day he died, and send him back to the house he had originally planned to settle in upon retirement. Why are you sighing on a day like today? Just then, at the sound of a warm voice from beside him and the sensation of a hand taking his, Turon looked up. Mesa, who had followed behind, looked at him with her blue eyes shining. Nothing, my feelings are just complicated. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, it should be similar to what you've been doing all along. I hope you're right. Whispering quietly between themselves, they soon resumed the ceremony. Following the method learned from Earth, they first made an opening declaration and introduced the distinguished guests in attendance, then gave a speech about roughly uniting the world into one and leading humanity down a better path. At the end, Mesa, who had been introduced earlier, and the heads of the other great families began pledging their loyalty in turn. First, 3 of them knelt on one knee and bowed their heads. I pledge my loyalty to my emperor. From Andir of Lubin, I pledge my loyalty to my emperor. From Valen of Carmen, I pledge my loyalty to my emperor. From Ramel of Zahar. These 3 had simply had the vacant family head positions delegated to suitable individuals, so they pledged with the most humble of postures. Among them, Ramel Zahar was Barit's half-sister, placed there for being considered among the most capable of the few remaining Zahar nobles. In any case, most of them were likely to fail to maintain their lord positions later. I will remember your loyalty. After accepting the pledges with a brief reply, it was Salif and Osul's turn. These 2 were treated one rank above the previous 3, owing to their relationship with Turon. In practice, both were at least lords and had sufficient potential to become ascended gods, so being treated highly was only natural. I pledge my friendship and loyalty to my emperor. From Salif of Baraha, I pledge my friendship and loyalty to my emperor. From Osul of Ravitas, I trust that the loyalty and friendship of Salif of Baraha and Osul of Ravitas will be eternal. Unlike those who came before, after briefly embracing the 2, Turon spotted a familiar face among the people watching the plaza from far away. Being that person was his symbiotic host, he could not fail to recognize him even from a distance. Sir Kioran. Kioran smiled and waved, appearing slightly embarrassed that Turon had noticed his presence. With his mood lightened, Turon turned to the last person remaining. Mesa, dressed in a white gown with translucent fabric rippling in imitation of Earth's style, spoke formally to Turon. I pledge eternal love and loyalty to my emperor. From Mesa of Arabian, I too pledge eternal love to Mesa of Arabian. Even though it was a prepared line, he felt a lump in his throat, so Turon quietly conjured moisture to wet his mouth and throat. Mesa, catching that slight movement, smiled with her eyes and stepped forward to kiss him. With all the great families having pledged their loyalty, Assiz, who served as master of ceremonies, cried out loudly. With this, we declare that the Parsha family and all great families have stepped out of the old order and entered into a new system. The thunderous cheers surging beyond the plaza to fill all of Kalamaf. It was the dawn of a new era. We are getting to the end here, Chapter 240. When any organization is newly established, everything tends to be in utter disarray. This holds true for small clubs, armed groups, and larger bodies like merchant guilds, cities, and noble families alike. Let alone a nation that had not existed for thousands of years, no one expected its reconstruction to function as smoothly as words would suggest. Yet the new empire led by Emperor Turon expanded its influence without any particularly grave trial and error, belying many concerns. This was thanks to having absorbed to some degree the social culture of Earth beforehand and adapting it appropriately to suit their world. Added to that was fearsomely fast technological advancement and the military might of the new noble class born through the Ascension Altar, which allowed the empire's influence to spread rapidly across the entire world. The demonic beast is running. Surround it. Rumble at the gesture of one mage, rock erupted and blocked the path of the lizard demonic beast that had been sprinting to escape. At the same moment, a mage moving like a blur between the trees, no, truly flying, fired a shot that pierced the lizard's leg and stripped it of its mobility. When the other mages who had given chase fired one after another, it was not long before the demonic beast, quite literally riddled with holes all over its body, collapsed. Is this the right one? It is. Jaren's man-eating lizard, mission complete. Back when I was still a knight, this was something I wouldn't have dared even think about challenging. You should say rank 4 mage, not knight. After the Empire's establishment, the ranking structure among mages, which had originally been split into nobles and knights, was reorganized. Those who possessed no ability type, what was formerly called a bloodline ability, the class once called knights, became rank 4 mages. Those with one ability type became rank 3, 2 abilities rank 2, and 3 abilities rank 1. Of course, as before, many mages remained at rank 4, but now there were far more who had stepped into rank 3 territory, that is, the noble class, compared to the past. This was because the conditions for obtaining the first ability type through the Ascension Altar's quests were not as difficult as one might expect. Even among the mages gathered here, most had been knights in the past and had risen in the last few years. Of course, gaining 2 abilities to become a rank 2 mage was still an agonizing ordeal, with the exception of those who had originally been born with great family bloodlines, and those with 3 abilities who qualified as rank 1 mages, lords in terms of title, remained extremely rare even years after the Empire's founding. Naturally, those above them in standing who possessed 4 abilities, the supreme mages, could still be counted on one hand with fingers to spare. Doesn't really roll off the tongue yet. Want me to keep calling you it until it does. Rank 3 Mage Adric. Sounds incredible. Chuckling among themselves, they snapped their heads around at the sound of a knife cutting through flesh. A girl who now appeared to be in her late teens was silently carving out the parts of the lizard demonic beast that would serve as evidence. She was also the very one who had flown through the air a moment ago, shot the lizard's leg and stripped it of its mobility. Mila, we'll do that. That's right, you did all the hard work, so take it easy. If the person who did the most ends up doing this too, what does that make us? That people in their 30s and 40s were being this accommodating toward Mila was not simply because she was a pretty young girl. It was because even at her young age, her magical ability was noticeably superior to the others around her. Before the world's rules changed, no matter how excellent her magical ability might have been, she would have been held back by the limits of her magical power. But now was an era in which such talent directly guaranteed high capability. It was only natural instinct to ingratiate oneself with a future rank 2 mage. This much isn't particularly difficult, really. The girl called Mila brushed off the men's offer with a smile and finished her collection. Afterward, the group of mages who had completed the hunt rode steam automobiles back to the city and submitted the evidence. A city hall official received it with a smiling face and said, "Good work, everyone. It's been recorded, so you may go." The official said that, then let out a small awe of surprise and called out to Mila, who was standing at one side of the hunting party. "Miss Mila. Just a moment?" "Yes." The official glanced back at the hunting party members a little distance away, then spoke in a hushed, almost whispering voice. "You have filled all the merit required for the meritorious service selection. You can attempt a rank 2 mage ascension right now if you wish." Oh. After the Empire's establishment, the Ascension Altar, which had originally distributed access rights to each mage family, changed to a system whereby only mages who had accumulated merit could use it. The methods of accumulating merit were varied. Forming hunting parties like theirs to subdue demonic beasts in uncivilized areas, serving in various public positions for the Empire such as soldiers or public works personnel, and so on. Among them, those like her, whose relatives had given their lives for the Empire, received a higher weighting. Mila, daughter of the knight Erba who had once been called the Beryl Knight and died in the Baraha Liberation War, glanced at her companions and whispered, "I feel like my skills are still a bit lacking for an ascension, so is it alright if I don't apply right away? Of course, I only wanted to let you know." "Thank you." Ascending to wield even greater power was every mage's wish, but she still wanted to spend a little more time with her current companions. Her thought that she wasn't yet ready to become a rank 2 mage was not just an excuse, it was the truth. After she returned from the conversation, her hunting party companions did not pry about what had been discussed. If they were called aside like that, whatever it was would clearly be a personal matter. Right, tonight's drinks are on me, you're coming too, Mila. I'm still a student, so I can't. If I'm not back soon, my mother and little sibling will worry. Idiot, don't you know that under imperial law, those under 18 are prohibited from drinking? No, shouldn't mages be an exception? Not like we'd even get drunk. Mila laughed along at her companion's banter and thought about the day her father died. Her pregnant mother had wailed as though the world had ended, and their household had collapsed in an instant at that time. It was because the head of the Parsha family, who would later be enthroned as emperor, had taken responsibility for their family's livelihood that the rank 3 mage Mila of today existed. And it wasn't just her he had saved. The worker far away carrying bread back to his family, the young children riding bicycles through the alleyways, even the elderly woman who walked boldly without fear along streets still brightly lit even as the sun was setting. All of them were beneficiaries of the newly changed world and companions to Mila just the same. Feeling freshly grateful for that fact, her heart reached out toward that distant figure, the master of the world. Development is proceeding very smoothly, Your Imperial Majesty. The Grand Council chamber of the Emperor's Palace in Kalamaf Imperial Capital. At the playful report of Imperial Chancellor Aziz, Turon smirked and received the documents. In them was written at length, and in detail, that the new empire, called simply the Empire by the people of the Cradle World, was smoothly bringing the entire world under its control. Looking at the date of composition written at the very bottom, he murmured with a sense of surreal wonder. Imperial Year 7, to announce it on exactly the 1st of January so it wouldn't be confused with the old calendar, that's a notion I never could have imagined. Thanks to that, document management got a lot easier, didn't it? That may be, but it's not common for a founding to be announced with a thought for something like that. Even as they chatted, Turon's eyes swept through the document. According to the report, the total number of mages belonging to the current empire was 51,425. That such a number had been reached was thanks to all the former nobles and knights of every mage family in the 10 effectively governed regions being included, as well as those who had formerly wandered without a family affiliation. On top of that, the noticeable increase in people awakening to their talent as mages after the change of the world's rules also played a part. Even those born with weak magical power that wouldn't have manifested even at knight level could now strengthen their power through steady training and reflection. Among the 50,000 mages, the number of nobles, that is rank 3 mages, has grown to 12,422. That's certainly a high proportion. Compared to the past, Mesa, who sat in on the meeting as Empress of the Empire and Lord of Arabian, nodded in agreement. Even at the height of the great families Arabian and Zahar's prime, the combined forces of the two families had amounted to little more than 150 nobles and roughly 3,000 knights. Even accounting for losses from war and the return of the Divine Age, the overall number of mages had not changed greatly, while the proportion of powerful mages had increased enormously. But isn't it bad that so many powerful mages are increasing? As their power grows, the total amount of essence in the world ultimately diminishes. The one who interjected was Salif, Lord of Baraha. As he said, more powerful mages meant more magical power held by each individual. Since magical power is a degraded form of essence, the more power humanity on the surface possesses, the less essence circulates through the world for Turon to handle. But Turon shook his head at his objection. True enough, but this is purely a matter of investment. The returns are already beginning to come in. Really, to that extent, over the past few years, the total amount of essence existing in this world has increased enormously. Enough to more than compensate for the losses from sharing power with you and from the increase in mages. Over the past few years, the Empire had expanded by taking on demonic beasts that occupied war-ravaged and conflict-torn regions, while simultaneously concentrating on internal development. Building schools for mages and ordinary people, constructing bridges and producing and distributing all manner of advanced goods. Furthermore, as sanitation and medical issues were resolved and the rate of infant deaths after birth declined, the population increased at a literally explosive rate. And the increase in intelligent beings led to the production of more essence through their complex emotions and the volume of information generated by them. A frightening report even came out stating that if the population increase continued at this rate, by the time the first generation born after the Empire's founding grew old and died, the world's population would have increased tenfold to perhaps even 100-fold from its current level. Salif clicked his tongue at hearing this and said, "We might have to do something like birth control ourselves later. We're still not even at 100 million people, so there's a long way to go. Probably wouldn't have any trouble accommodating around 10 billion. As Mesa said, their world was not yet at the stage of worrying about overpopulation. The material world of the cradle, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers from its westernmost to easternmost point and north to south, was in terms of land area roughly comparable to Earth. Of course, this was only the impression of those who had visited Earth a few times. To those who had spent their entire lives watching tens of millions of people inhabit this vast land, it was an unfathomably distant concept. 10 billion people, wouldn't the land sink from the sheer weight of that many people being born? In any case, work hard at administrative management to be able to cope with the growing population. Don't forget welfare policies for the sick and poor either. Hatred born from unhappiness can also be a driving force, but happiness is still the more helpful of the two. By your command, your Imperial Majesty, please maintain decorum during the meeting, Lord of Baraha. Osul, who was attending the meeting as Lord of Ravitas, cleared his throat and spoke at Salif's playful manner. Having now obtained his fourth ability type as a healer and ascended as the Silver Sun, Osul was both a senior in years and respected by Turon, so one could not treat him carelessly. I hope the lords of Zahar, Carmine and Lubin also govern well. Understood, Your Majesty. He emphasized welfare once more to the lords of the three regions who still occupied their posts because no suitable replacements had appeared. And the final item on the agenda was the matter of the Emperor's faith, a newly rising religion that worshipped the Empire's Emperor Turon Parsha as a god. The concept of a religious order didn't originally exist here, did it? There were a few cases in the past where people who believed in some strange heretical doctrine formed groups. All were eradicated. From spirit worship venerating the elementals handled by fairies to worshipping other races as gods, there had been quite a few such heretical faiths over the years. What will you do, Your Majesty? In response to Osul's question, Turon pondered briefly within him before speaking. Let's make it the official state religion. Oh, Salif made an expression as though he found it difficult to understand, as it seemed unlike Turon, who had always been wary of narcissism. But there was a reason for this. If we simply suppress it, it will only go underground and twist into something strange. People who are vulnerable need something to believe in and rely on. It's better for the state to directly manage it and keep it from going astray. As an added bonus, having people worship Turon himself as a god meant that harvesting presents was also an advantage. In the end, he himself hadn't taken the lead in creating it, because the idea of someone who had merely been an ordinary human being worshipped as a god sat poorly with him. But something that had arisen naturally would be better put to use. Finishing up a few more agenda items and concluding the meeting, just as Turon and Mesa were about to leave, Ruska came running toward them from the corridor ahead. Father, Mother, Ruska. Now 8 years old, Ruska grinned when he saw Turon and leapt up to climb onto his back. This little boy was the world's greatest mage, and one of the few privileged to commit this kind of irreverence toward a living god. You finished studying before coming out, right? Of course. Seeing him look away and trail off, Turon watched his son quietly for a moment, then smirked and ruffled his hair thoroughly with his hand. Make sure you don't skip next time. Of course, but you remember that you promised to go out with me today after the meeting ended, right? Since you didn't keep your promise, doesn't that mean we don't have to keep ours either? Oh, as Mesa detached Ruska, who had been hanging on Turon's back, and said it playfully, the boy's face fell into a sulk. So make sure you really don't skip next time. I know. Realizing his mother had been teasing him, Ruska cried out with a pout. A little while later, the family of three dressed in plain clothing and took off from one corner of the palace. Ruska looked down at the palace spread across the ground and let out a breath of wonder. Wow, even though you live there every day, it's still amazing to you. Seeing it from outside like this, it feels like somewhere else. The Imperial Palace of Kalamaf was something Turon and Mesa had built together with their own power at the founding of the Empire. Having drawn from the architectural styles of famous classical buildings on Earth, including the Palace of Versailles, its beauty was in a different league from any other structure in the Cradle world. On top of that, it was in itself equivalent to a holy relic, so like the ancient Freya divine race's architecture, it was nearly impossible to destroy. And in addition, it was fitted with various counterintelligence measures inside, including concealment and tracking, wind manipulation for eavesdropping, and light manipulation for scrying magic. After flying for a few minutes and arriving at the outer streets of Kalamaf, the three of them dissolved their concealment and enjoyed a stroll through the streets like an ordinary family. Thanks to having changed their appearances in advance, no one recognized them. At times they entered a theater and watched performances where mage actors displayed all manner of staging with passionate acting, and they also enjoyed a street concert with various instruments and sheet music brought from Earth. Eating street food like grilled skewers from stall vendors was a bonus. If the vendors had known that the ones they were selling to were the emperor and empress and the crown prince, they surely would have fainted. Turan could feel, enjoying this kind of ordinary life, that Ruska was deeply happy. Even without the Zahar bloodline ability to sense emotions through smell, that brightly lit face was more than enough to tell. Are you having fun, Ruska? Yes. Is living in the palace not so great? I don't dislike it, but honestly studying isn't very fun, and it's boring because there are no friends my own age to play with. His son's honest answer made Turan give a quiet Both he and Mesa knew well how lonely it was to have no peers during childhood. As for Turan, he had lived as a shepherd in a foreign place with his immigrant mother, and Mesa too had been isolated from an early age as the heir of Arabian and monarch's prospective host. It would be nice if you had even one younger sibling. We're certainly trying, but it just hasn't been happening. Mesa poked him in the side with an embarrassed expression at Turan's words. Even amid the busyness since the empire's founding, they had taken time to share their love thousands of times, but another child had not come. It was because both of them had risen to a level too far above ordinary beings, just as children were not easily born between nobles. Since Salif too still hadn't had a child despite an active marital relationship, it might take perhaps 100 years before Ruska would see a younger sibling. In that regard, it might actually have been a good thing that they'd had a child when they were still at a moderately powerful stage. Setting that thought aside, Turan took Ruska's hand and said quietly, "I'll think a bit more about the friends matter. For today, how about some education to give our Ruska a bit more motivation for studying?" Education? There was anticipation in Ruska's eyes as he asked back. He remembered that whenever Turan said he would give him some special education, something fun always followed. Thrilling experiences difficult to have ordinarily, riding an enormously large horse across the distant grassland plains, or flying across the surface of the sea on Baige's back. These were not merely for enjoyment, but a kind of nature experience, learning to show how vast the world was and how many diverse natural environments existed. What are you planning? I'm thinking it's time to show him the boundary. Already, isn't that a little early? I don't think knowing early can hurt anything. He's precocious perhaps because he takes after us. Ruska had yet to awaken his magical power, but he was physically and mentally precocious. The scholars who taught the child were not exaggerating when they said so about the crown prince. The eye of truth confirmed it. The only issue was that his motivation for studying was somewhat lacking, and Turan's thought was that giving him a bit of a shock to provide motivation wouldn't be a bad idea. After a brief hesitation, Mesa also nodded, and Turan grabbed Ruska under the arms and lifted him. "Right, let's go." "Sure, Waya," Ruska screamed because in an instant his surroundings had changed. He had often experienced spatial movement with his father, but this felt slightly different. A world filled with pure white in every direction. The violent sensation stimulating all five senses at once, it took the child a few minutes to gather himself after briefly trembling from it. Have you come to your senses?" "Yes, where is this, Dad?" The fact that father gave way to dad showed how much visiting the boundary had shaken him. Turan smiled and explained the structure of the world to his child. Wow, concepts like essence and information were too complex for an 8-year-old to fully understand, so he didn't grasp everything, but he seemed to have understood at least the broad strokes. That his father and mother were not simply the heads of one nation, but were in effect the same as gods of this world. And that Ruska himself would one day need to rise to that same place. Even if the things you're studying now seem useless, they all have their purpose. A ruler doesn't need to be an expert in every field, but they need to understand enough to recognize when an expert is talking nonsense for their own benefit. Oh, you do have the ability to discern the truth, of course, but sometimes truth can be used to lie. Rather than pressing him, Turan explained the necessity of studying and the weight Ruska would one day bear to carry in a gentle tone. It could be said he was performing the role of the father he himself had needed. After some time of explaining, Turan was about to show Ruska how the sinners in hell suffered when Mesa stopped him. He clicked his tongue and snapped his head around. "Mesa, what? It's not like hell is a place to show him right. Take Ruska back to the surface with Salif." At the firm tone, she realized it was not a joke and quickly took Ruska into her arms. "My dear, go back ahead for a moment. We'll follow shortly." I want to go with father and mother." Watching the two disappear in an instant, Turan let out a slight breath of relief and turned his gaze beyond the world's boundary, out into the far side of the void. The alarm measure he had set had not yet sounded, but having come out here at just the right moment, he was able to sense it. From more than a dozen gray branches stretching out on the other side of Earth, something was approaching. The extraterrestrial invasion he had anticipated would come someday had begun. Chapter 241. The world of the cradle had a total of 13 branches extending from it. One of them stretched toward Earth, and the remaining 12 extended in the opposite direction. According to an investigation he had taken the time to conduct previously, all 12 of those worlds were closed. In other words, the vanguard of the cycle worlds that had come to invade the cradle had arrived from worlds even further beyond. Considering that the time difference between worlds not connected by dimensional corridors could sometimes be enormous, Turan had expected their invasion to come at least several years away, with the longer estimate being several decades. By that calculation, 7 years was unfortunately a little too short a grace period. Still, thankfully, over those 7 years the Empire had ruled the cradle and caused humanity to flourish. He had consumed much essence in the revision of the afterlife and various laws, but the humans who worshipped and revered him had granted him more presence to wield than what was lost, and simply through their prosperity they had been enriching and fattening the world. Carrying all that power within him, Turan confirmed the identity of the approaching enemies. 20 Urukas, and there are other monsters too. Standing atop one of the Urukas was a creature with the head of a lion wearing a dark blue mane, attached to a body similar to a human's but equally covered in thick fur. At a glance it appeared far smaller and weaker than an Uruka, yet the way it stood made it seem like some kind of captain. Next were a few snakes, masses of muscle with their skin stripped away and oozing fluid. The knowledge of Monarch stored inside his mind told him that these beings belonged to the ghost blood world. The technique Monarch had once favored, creating magic circles from human flesh and extracting power to refine it into a key, had also come from the world these creatures inhabited. And yet another, a being wreathed in 12 bird wings coiling around a crystal formed from gathered white light. Its identity was a scout from the light stream world. It looked sacred at first glance, but its true nature was something like a robot that did not tolerate material life forms made of blood and flesh, so in some ways it was worse than a monster. Beyond those, the enemies were diverse. There were spirit bodies formed from elements, giant robots from an advanced scientific civilization, even mounted cavalry in armor carrying spears atop giant dragons and flying beasts. All of those beings let out a cheer when they saw the cradle's world barrier. It's real, the wall has finally fallen, garbled text indicating foreign language, I shall go first, unintelligible sounds. Some of the individual creatures' speech was clearly comprehensible, but the more alien the form of the species, the harder it was to make out their pronunciation. Though what did it matter if they understood or not? All of these beings had traveled through dimensional corridors from unfathomably distant realms and were invaders targeting their world. A shepherd had nothing to give to wolves that threatened his flock, except fierce slingshots. Turan, transformed into the form of the golden eagle, poured out a vast amount of essence and converted it into thousands of metal spheres. They spun around several times in place like slingshots, then each one exploded and, propelled by the recoil and magnetic acceleration, were fired off. Jaya, a railgun bombardment where each individual shot exceeded the speed of light, something that would have been entirely impossible on Earth due to the laws of physics. Pouring down like buckshot, they tore through the Uruka's flesh in an instant, knocking them out of the sky. Over the past few years, Turan had not only devoted himself to matters on the ground, but had also immersed himself in practicing the handling of essence. Skills that had previously been impossible due to lacking bloodline abilities were of course included, but he had also honed and sharpened things he had already been able to do. Thanks to that, if the current him were to fight against himself from when he had first been able to handle essence, he could win 100 battles out of 100. No, even 2 or 3 of his old selves combined might struggle to fight him evenly, or might still lose. So by now, even an Uruka is just small fry. Setting that aside, Turan noticed that the lion-headed human who had been riding the Uruka had vanished before he knew it. Having evaded the thousands of railgun shots, the creature came flying toward him as if stepping on thin air and extended a fist toward Turan. An attack that was laughably insignificant against a giant eagle whose torso alone was over 100 meters. And yet, despite taking on the form of the golden eagle and being hundreds of times larger than the beast, Turan was pushed back, unable to withstand the impact. He could feel his bones cracking and his organs twisting. What on earth is, while magical beings enhanced their physical capabilities simply by holding magical power, hand-to-hand combat involved several more complex factors at play. For example, anchoring the body to the ground with telekinesis so that a strong force couldn't send it flying, or at the moment of impact interfering with the physical quantity to reduce the reaction force coming back to oneself while increasing the shock received by the opponent. Yet the attack the lion-headed being had just performed was none of those things. It was only slightly larger than an ordinary human, and yet it was enormously heavy and powerful, and it had loaded that force entirely into a single small fist and projected it onto its target. As if each and every movement was warping the laws of physics. So the very method these beings from another world use their powers is completely different, is that it? Conversely, the essence handling magic he used would also be an unfamiliar power to them. Turon generated a vast amount of wind and blew the lion-headed being far away as it came flying toward him. GNGH, whatever means it used to fly, it seemed similar to flying magic in that moving freely against a head-on wind was difficult. While he briefly neutralized one opponent in that way, attacks from other enemies came pouring in. The masses of muscle snakes bit down on his thick legs and torso, and a beam of light fired by the Uruka's light form blew through one of his wings. A rocket fired from the giant robot exploded with power approaching nuclear yield, robbing him of his sight with light and heat. Ow, stay calm, Bige. Turon entrusted his physical body to Bige, who was screaming internally and quickly moved to respond. White flames consumed the scaleless snakes and dark shadows swallowed the beam of light. Just as he was about to follow up with retaliatory strikes on the giant robot, a lightning bolt that flew from far away burned out the machine's internal circuits. The giant robot's glowing eyes flickered out. "We're here, good thing too, we almost died." No joking. With Mesa, who had transformed into the form of a storm giant, and Salif, his body wrapped in silver flame armor, each taking on the remaining enemies, there was breathing room. Thanks to that, Turon was able to focus on the lion-headed being slicing through the air toward him, now that he had apparently found a solution. Judging his massive body to be more hindrance than help, he quickly reverted to human form and unleashed a massive amount of freezing cold. Oh, even in cold that was near absolute zero, cold enough that any living being should rightly freeze solid, the lion-headed being ignored it and pressed forward. He had assumed a creature of the same species as Urukas would naturally be vulnerable to cold. Rather than being flustered that his calculation was wrong, Turon immediately thought up his next move and took action. First, deflect the opponent's punch by moving sideways and counter. The fist covered in black bristling fur curved instantly as if it had anticipated Turon's evasion path and crushed his face. The sensation of his nose and teeth shattering made him take a step back, and in that moment the follow-up kick pierced through his chest bone like a spear and through his heart. Both were attacks that would have not just incapacitated but killed an ordinary human outright. However, Turon used some of the vast amount of essence held within his body to restore his shattered form in an instant. HMPH, at an immediate counterattack flying in, the lion-headed being flinched, then simply raised a hand and deflected the fist, knocking it away. It was a bizarre ability that seemed less like simply batting it away with force and more like controlling the direction in which whatever was in contact with the hand moved. Then when Turon received a palm strike to the abdomen that followed, he shot backward with the sensation of all his internal organs being crushed. Considering that his side too was borrowing the power of all manner of ability types that enhanced the body, including the Historian and the Guardian, and that the total amount of power was far greater on his side, the gap was staggering to the point of absurdity. At this rate, I have absolutely no chance in a fist fight. The lion creature's close combat technique had clearly reached a realm that Turon simply could not have imagined. It was likely the distilled culmination of learning that tens of thousands of geniuses had refined over thousands, perhaps more, years. He was not particularly well versed in close combat, but he could imagine that much. In any case, once he understood that he could not hope to compete on the opponent's home turf, the best option was to neutralize it. Turon used the gap in distance that had briefly opened up to warp the space and put even more distance between them. The lion-headed being about to rush Turon at any moment suddenly found itself flung far away and made a bewildered expression. "What on earth is this unreasonable? From where I'm standing, what you just did was more unreasonable." Taking the opponent's complaint calmly, the next thing Turon used was the combination of toxic substances. Starting with neurotoxins and hemorrhagic toxins, all manner of substances that could ravage a creature's insides were generated in liquid form, then flash frozen into spikes and fired. The lion-headed being evaded most of them with astonishing agility, but it could not avoid the rest as they vaporized and washed over it. That alone was enough to decide the outcome. Gug, its body melting as though bathed in water of death. It seemed to be a technique that worked reliably on biological beings, though perhaps not on something like the giant robot or the non-material spirit form existences. To begin with, the difference in fundamental standing as a being was overwhelmingly in Turon's favor. The lion-headed being, which had casually overwhelmed Turon in hand-to-hand combat, met a meaningless end that made that fact seem almost like a lie. After dealing with one powerful enemy, Turon looked around to see that Mesa and Salif had also gained the upper hand to a certain degree. The mounted knight who had been riding the flying beast had burned to death in Salif's flames, and the giant robot had self-destructed. A few of them, including the dragon, had apparently realized they had no chance and were retreating back through the dimensional corridor. Turon considered giving chase for a moment, but decided to decisively neutralize those that remained. After all, there were too many dimensional corridors to catch all of them, and letting even one escape was essentially the same as letting all of them go. There were no higher intelligent beings worth taking prisoner among the remaining forces, so Turon converted all the subdued ones back into essence. It wasn't a vast amount, but it would also serve as raw material to enrich the world. That was rough. Still, it was more manageable than I expected. As if proving that Turon hadn't been the only one in a fierce battle, clear exhaustion showed on both their faces. Their clothing and wounds could be restored in an instant by consuming a small amount of essence, leaving no visible trace, but still. After staring out beyond the void for a long while, Turon determined that the enemy's invasion had ended for now. Good work, let's head back for now. Is it alright for no one to stand guard? The one who brings it up should be the one to do it. Damn. At Mace's words, Salif clicked his tongue ruefully and Turon laughed and shook his head. It's fine, with the barrier in place, it's not like we'd be overrun in an instant even if we came under attack. Either way, the victorious warriors needed rest, so an invasion came from at least 5 worlds. That's right. And among them was one that could put up a decent fight even against me. If something like that came down to the surface, it would be the end, right? It would have to be. Goodness. In the rest room of the Imperial Palace, Turon explained to Aziz, who was sitting across from him with a serious expression while keeping Ruska's head, who had fallen asleep after playing himself out on his lap. Aziz had recently obtained the Pyromancer ability type and been promoted to rank 2 mage over the past few years. However, his own assessment was that rank 1 would be truly difficult and supreme rank was out of the picture, and Turon agreed. After all, there was no way to do anything about innate talent. Of course, consuming a vast amount of essence to reconstruct Aziz's mind and spirit form could theoretically make it possible, but he couldn't give such special treatment while risking a weakening of the world barrier. In fact, since Imperial Chancellor was one of the offices that came with guaranteed eternal life, it didn't matter that he hadn't ascended. It was true that a Chancellor being rank 2 was somewhat lacking in impressiveness, but still. This won't be the last of the attacks, will it? Absolutely not. The forces that had arrived this time were likely checking on the sudden reason for the disappearance of the scouts scattered long ago and since forgotten. As for why forces from other powers had joined in, perhaps they had simply seen the Cycle World's forces suddenly on the move and decided to follow along and see. In any case, through this incident, a fair number of them would have confirmed the existence of the Cradle and Earth. They would also have learned that the world barrier, once destroyed and rebuilt by Turon, was weak enough to be breached. In the end, what we need to do hasn't changed. Enrich the world and increase the number of ascendants. Currently, ascendants, those who had gained access to essence by handling 4 ability types, numbered only 3 in total. In Turon's estimation, once the number of those possessing such power exceeded 10, a permanently stable defense system could be established. 10, it might take 1,000 years. Surely it won't take that long. It might. It's no easy thing after all. The quests required to obtain a 4th ability type were truly enormous for the most part. Even Osil, just recently having obtained the Earthkeeper ability, had received his 4th quest and ended up more or less giving up on it. Something about using his abilities to build a paradise above the sky. This wasn't something that could be solved with a workaround by crossing to Earth like Salif had done, so even Turon found it difficult to help. Then shall we bring up plans for making the world more prosperous, about the currency integration matter mentioned last time. Stop, I really do not want to hear work talk. Salif plugged his ears as if he couldn't hear, and everyone present burst out laughing. Turon lifted the wine glass in front of him with telekinetic magic. We'll have that conversation with Baraha's Chancellor rate. For now, let's celebrate the victory. To victory, to victory. After thus celebrating a victory that no one else in the world would know about, the Empire returned to normal. Strictly speaking, except for a small number at the very top, the rest of the world continued on without even knowing that it had nearly been destroyed. But if one or two things had changed, it was that some parts recovered from the giant robots captured in this battle had been handed over to the Research Institute. Though the robots had self-destructed when they were caught, the remaining parts were considerable in size, and he figured that examining them would turn up something. In fact, they did contain an enormous amount of information relative to the power held within them. Unfortunately, however, the engineers from the Dwarf Republic looked at it and shook their heads one after another. This technology is of absolutely no help to us right now. Why? I would have thought it was quite advanced technology. A robot that fired bombs capable of dealing damage even to those who traversed dimensional corridors and handled essence. Wouldn't this count as military science far superior even to that of Earth? The technicians responded to the Emperor's question. Yes, that's precisely because the technology is too advanced. With our current knowledge, we cannot even properly analyze its principles, and the materials used in it are unknown to us as well. To that extent, to put it somewhat extremely, it is as though we have brought the blueprints for a steam locomotive to someone who has just started learning to combine stone and wood into tools. They can tell it is something remarkable, but it is impossible for them to understand how to produce iron or why steam generates force. Turan had brought back various technical documents from Earth, and building on them, had established a research institute where dwarves and humans research technology together. Thanks to the finest minds in the Cradle world joining forces over the past few years, even though the foundation was a little thin, the technology here was comparable to Earth in the late 19th to early 20th century. And yet if even that was considered such a vast gap, it meant this was genuinely technology that wouldn't appear on Earth until perhaps the 25th century or so. After pondering briefly, he shook his head and gave instructions. Then there's nothing to be done, still store it away carefully somewhere. Once our technology one day rises to the point where we can analyze that, it could serve as the impetus for one great leap forward. Understood. Still, one positive element had come from confirming this technology. Namely, that one day even the people of Earth would be able to contribute to the world's defense. He had originally thought that for Earth's people, who could not handle any magical power whatsoever, there would be limits no matter how much they refined their science and technology. But a clue had been provided that an extremely advanced science and technology could hold its own even in wars between transcendents. Of course, he would first need to hope that Earth didn't destroy itself in a nuclear war before that. That part he was monitoring by secretly slipping into Earth whenever he had a little free time. And if it really came to the brink of nuclear war, all he needed to do was remove the heads of state of the countries involved and resolve it. Even after that, Turan's daily life continued in a dizzying whirl. Just as he had told Osil in the past, the current imperial political structure was one where the emperor monopolized nearly all authority and responsibility from the very top. Taking his eyes off things for just a moment, there was the dismissal of the Carmine Lord who had been committing corruption and the appointment of a new lord. Or having Armani establish a mermaid kingdom integrating the northern and southern seas and bring it under the empire. Even while handling such things, he squeezed in time here and there to test the technique he had seen used by the lion-headed being. That terrifying technique that, while appearing to be nothing more than an ordinary punch, had overwhelmed his close combat abilities. Mesa, who had finished work in Arabian and come to see him, watched quietly for a moment and asked, "What are you doing?" The technique that Lionhead used at that time. "I think I've roughly replicated the physical movements, but there's absolutely no effect." The lion-headed being's power at the time had been at most about a tenth of Turan's, and yet it had used its bizarre technique to gain the upper hand in close combat. If he could master this technique, the gains in close combat capability would be tremendous. It seemed that simply moving one's limbs wasn't what resolved it. It required the addition of the source force that creature employed for the technique to display its true effect. It was a bit like the martial arts that had been popular in Earth's novels. To learn more about this, it seemed he would need to either wait at the boundary with his mouth open for relevant information to drop in like Monarch, or directly invade the cycle world and extract the relevant information. Of course, Turan knew that the latter of the two was close to suicide. No world shows mercy to an invader. Even relatively close Earth hadn't tried to drive out those who came from other worlds, had they? And even that was because Earth and the Cradle were nearly as close as brother worlds or twin worlds, so the penalty was comparatively low. According to the research conducted up to now, the further apart worlds were, the more difficult it became for entities possessing great power to cross dimensional corridors, and even in a world crossed into that way, one had to fight while carrying a disadvantage. Worlds that were half-closed or fully closed were outright impossible to even enter without paying an enormous price. Well, if that weren't the case, mighty transcendent beings from other worlds would long since have come swarming in, dismantled the world barrier, and pillaged the Cradle and Earth. For them, it was actually something to be thankful for. The enemies who had invaded their side not long ago had also been subjugated easily precisely because they were enduring such disadvantages. Since pursuing this technique further didn't seem likely to yield any immediate clues, Turan stopped demonstrating the movements and put his shirt back on. At that moment, something stimulated his senses. What's the matter? Something else has arrived from beyond. An invasion again. At Mesa's words, the corners of her eyes sharpened, an air about her as if she was ready to cross to the boundary at any moment and unleash enormous destructive force. However, Turan shook his head and restrained her. "I think we need to talk first before we know." What was being transmitted through the alarm set up beyond the world barrier was the voice of a young woman. "I wish to speak, Lord of the White Barrier." For the first time from somewhere other than Earth, a friendly contact, at least one that appeared so, had arrived from outer space. Chapter 242. What greeted Turan when he ascended to the world's boundary was a fleet of dozens of massive metal warships. By their design, they appeared to belong to the same faction as the robots that had self-destructed during the previous invasion. They were stationed near the mouth of the dimensional corridor, apparently afraid of being attacked by Turon, with only one of them having come forward to attempt communication. "It seems you were looking for me. I'll hear what you have to say." Those beings could not understand Turon's language, but in this space his words were processed into the form of information and penetrated directly into the target's mind. Before long, the same young woman's voice he had heard earlier crossed the enormous distance to reach him. "So you are the master of the White Barrier. That's right, who are you?" "I am Akasha, the last of those created, and the creator of those without spirit, and I wish to speak with you." In the middle of the conversation, Turon sensed a strange sense of incongruity from the other party. A kind of discomfort he had never felt from the other races of the cradle world, nor from humans of Earth who could be called beings of another realm. "What race are you? No, are you even a living creature?" Thanks to knowledge he had accumulated over the past few years through exchanges with Earth, Turon was immediately able to perceive the other party's nature. Something called, in layman's terms, artificial intelligence. The answer that came back was as expected. "I am a non-human intelligence generated through electronic engineering." If by living creature you mean carbon-based life form, then I do not qualify as such. If that presents a problem, I can send out a preserved individual of that kind to negotiate in my place instead. That's fine. As long as you can represent your faction, what body you inhabit, whether human or otherwise, is of no particular relevance. Yes, as a unified superintelligence, I represent the will of my world. In that case, may I also ask a question? By what name should I call you? Turon. Understood, Turon, it is a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps sensing that she had noticed discomfort in her own voice, the voice carried slightly more nuanced emotion than before. However, Turon knew that even this was artificial feeling she had constructed. "First, let me hear your business. I wish to propose a non-interference treaty between worlds with you." "Non-interference between worlds?" "Yes. I have no intention to invade your world. If your world feels the same and we refrain from interfering in each other's affairs, it would be a pleasure for us both." Who would guarantee that? From what Monarch had gleaned from information brushing past the world barrier long ago, there was no grand organization governing the various worlds. Simply, stronger worlds devoured weaker worlds and drew power through closed worlds. It was, in a word, the wild itself, eat and be eaten. In such a situation, even if a non-interference treaty were signed and then broken, who would punish anyone for it? To that natural question, Akasha replied politely, "No guarantee is needed. If you agree to the treaty, our side will convey the technology to close dimensional corridors and assist you in applying it together." According to the explanation that followed, Akasha's world was at a relatively close distance, reachable by passing through 3 worlds along one of the 12 branches of the cradle world. What she, though she was a stretch, wanted was to close all 3 of those branches. Of course, it was possible to take a detour through another branch, but doing so would require passing through at least 20 or more worlds, making the distance so great that invasion would effectively become impossible. "If I don't agree, you won't do it. Corridors close to our side we could close easily enough, but corridors close to this place are difficult to close. If we were attacked in the middle of doing so, it would be impossible to send powerful forces to stop it." Despite that, the warships that had entered here looked quite formidable. Of course, a few gestures from Turon could dispose of them, but they were certainly capable of dealing significant damage to his empire if they came down to the surface. Presumably, their base had something even more powerful, but it had been difficult to bring here. As he was pondering, Mesa and Salif appeared from behind with a sudden appearance. "What, you're not fighting yet? We were talking for now." Turon relayed the conversation he'd just had to the puzzled Salif and Mesa, of course blocking all information transmission so that Akasha's side could not hear. The 2 of them made thoughtful expressions upon hearing the story. "Non-interference, huh? It doesn't sound bad on the surface." With the troubles they already had from over a dozen corridors open, it was a tempting proposal. Mesa brushed her red hair aside and spoke. "Then couldn't we just close all the corridors other than the one to Earth? That would eliminate any room for invasion." "That would be a pity. Do you not want to travel to places other than Earth? Who knows what unique cultures and histories might be waiting for us?" Salif objected in a tone as if it were obviously absurd. Having been treated like a god of healing on Earth in the past, he was deeply fascinated by the idea of traveling to other worlds. Partly because he had always been the type to rave about travel and historical sites. "No, that's not more important than safety, is it? If we're only ever going to be safe, we don't need to debate that topic. We can't close all of them to begin with. Why not? I don't know the detailed principles either. But apparently it can't be kept that closed due to something called interdimensional pressure. Then, we close a few of the corridors from which powerful enemies come frequently, starting with their world, and leave the rest as they are. So it won't be a perfect solution. If it could have been, they would have closed everything themselves and lived in isolation. In the end, you need power. With that, the matter of total closure was settled for now. The next point raised was that their offer seemed excessively one-sided in only our favor. When something seems like only you're benefiting, it's 100 times out of 100 a scam, is it not? In response to that suspicion, Turon offered a conclusion he'd extrapolated from the conversation just before. They're scared of us. Invasion, right now we can't even think about leaving because we have to protect the world. But if our world continues to grow rich and powerful, it won't be an impossibility in the future. If multiple beings with power comparable to mine were to invade, wouldn't any halfway decent world be left in ruins? The cycle worlds and ghost blood worlds that were currently invading them were among the most powerful in the world outside, but there were also open worlds that were weaker and yet maintained their sovereignty. Probably some of them, if they were to invade together with all three of them, would suffer serious damage before being repelled, even accounting for the invasion penalty, or might not even be able to stop them at all. Turon guessed that Akasha's world was one such place. The initial reason for sending robots first must have been to feel out how strong this side was, and upon finding it unexpectedly too powerful, she acted out of fear and made the proposal. Leaving out everything else and only telling us the dimensional closure technique, that's the same as asking us to quickly cut the connection to their side. By the look of things, they seem to be complete outsiders when it comes to our technology, so it would take a long time to reconnect. Quite so. In that case, it's worth hearing. After further discussion among themselves, they informed Akasha that they would need to deliberate internally before making a decision. Even after going back down to the surface and consulting with Aziz and Myro and other senior officials, the result was unchanged. Everyone agreed that closing at least a few corridors would greatly reduce the number of enemies they would need to defend against. Afterward, Turon returned to the boundary together with Salif and Mesa, stood before the lone remaining warship and conveyed his acceptance to Akasha. It was the Empire's first official interworld agreement, one not yet even concluded with Earth. You have made a wise decision. At the positive response, Akasha spoke in a bright tone. To ordinary people it would sound just like that, but to Turon, the forcibly performed emotion of joy only induced discomfort and unease. That actually feels worse, so just talk normally. Understood. Her voice immediately settled. While the tools and techniques for closing dimensional corridors were being conveyed naturally without any detailed manufacturing instructions, Turon continued conversing with Akasha. The second price he sought in exchange for accepting the non-interference treaty was simply knowledge of the world beyond. Knowledge that she naturally possessed but that this side, a novice as an open world did not know, was of tremendous help. Things like the civilizational assimilation phenomenon, where each world unconsciously used similar languages and enjoyed similar cultures. Or the method by which transcendents like themselves loaned power to mortals of closed worlds through interworld contracts and received spirituality in return. During the conversation, he was also able to learn to some degree what sort of place the world governed by Akasha was. My world is a place named the Iron Fate World. It was originally governed by humans, but at present it is ruled by non-human intelligences like myself. I can roughly guess, so it's a world where an AI rebellion succeeded. Perhaps thanks to the time she had spent reading novels occasionally brought back from Earth, Mesa nodded as if she had realized something. Salif asking from beside her what that was a bonus. Next came an explanation about the enemies currently invading the cradle. The ghost blood world originates from a being in the unimaginably distant past who first mastered the power to manipulate life. It created countless living beings from blood and flesh, and even today many worlds make use of their power. Something like a distant ancestor of the life scholars. Thinking of the civilizational assimilation example heard earlier, it would be fair to say this entity became the motif of all similar abilities. So the weaknesses. The Gallet serpents primarily deployed for scouting are. Having interacted with the outside world for far longer than the cradle, Akasha conveyed more detailed information than what Monarch or Turon had clumsily pieced together by skimming the world barrier. According to her, the blood arts Monarch had learned were no more than the most basic of techniques. The truly powerful among them could make use of the spirit contained in human blood and flesh to accomplish truly limitless things. Though those beings would have no chance to learn such things now. After that, talk of worlds that had invaded recently, such as the Light Stream world and the True Dragon world, continued before the topic turned to the Cycle world, the greatest threat at present. The Cycle world is the world where all animal form life first originated. It is governed by the Beast Queen and the 4 children she bore herself, the bastards and descendants born between other divine beings. How powerful are they? Akasha's answer to Turon's question was so emotionlessly blunt that it paradoxically felt like mockery. Setting aside the Queen's bastards, it would likely not even be easy to repel even one of the 4 children. To that extent, Yes, and based on what we have ascertained, one of them is heading toward your world, the moon-devouring bird. The queen's 4 children each fulfilled different roles. The guarding wolf and the ruling serpent, the conveying horse and the searching bird. The moon-devouring bird was their searcher who scattered its avatars, the Urukas, across countless worlds, and when it found a world that was open and vulnerable, it came in person to harvest it. For that reason, it is known in many worlds as the end bird, the world-ending beast. By any chance do you know when it will arrive? No, it must pass through many worlds, each with different time flows, and the greater the spiritual rank of a being, the harder it is to cross worlds. Closing the nearest corridors should be able to buy a fair amount of time, I expect. The cycle world was among the closest of the various powerful worlds to the cradle, but it was still at a distance requiring at minimum around 12 corridor crossings. And if a few corridors were blocked, as Akasha suggested, it would even be possible to force it to cross over 20. But why target somewhere so far? Aren't there enough worlds closer by that are worth having? The constituent materials of this barrier world are of an extraordinarily rare type not found across many worlds. On top of that, beyond it lies a world inhabited by 8 billion undeveloped intelligent beings, with virtually no capacity to resist. Akasha's voice answering Salif's question carried no emotion, but Turan sensed desire within it. He could guess that if Turan had been weak, those beings would have been among the invaders trampling the cradle and earth. So, telling me all of this, you want it to be repelled, correct? The reason they were conveying knowledge so one-sidedly and trying to close the corridors connecting to their side. It was because they wanted the moon-devouring bird to find mutual destruction here or to fail in its invasion. The reason was probably that if the cycle world grew too powerful, the smaller worlds adjacent to it would be placed in danger by that much. In short, they were trying to use the cradle indirectly. If they mutually benefited, it was no matter. To offer some consolation, if you succeed in repelling the moon-devouring bird, there will be almost no external forces that will try to touch you here. Because the return on investment beyond that point would be too low. Yes, just as the heads of mage families in Turan's world couldn't leave their home base without reason, the most powerful transcendents of each world could not leave their world on a whim due to the threat of invaders. Meaning that a world beyond the reach of even the powerful beings just below those transcendents was considered a world too powerful to invade. That is to say, the moon-devouring bird's invasion was a kind of trial. One that would determine whether the cradle world could fully enjoy its sovereignty among the countless worlds hanging from the dimensional corridors. Using the tools obtained through negotiations with Akasha, Turan closed several sectors of the dimensional corridors. When exactly the moon-devouring bird would arrive here could not be known precisely. Considering that crossing over the first time had taken about 7 years, all that could be guessed was that it would be several times that. If they were lucky, it might be hundreds of years away. If they were unlucky, it might not be much different from the previous invasion. In any case, what they had to do remained the same. One way or another, gaining sufficient power to respond before the enemies came. To achieve that, they would need to cultivate and enrich humanity far more desperately than before. Not casually playing when they wanted to play and resting when they wanted to rest as they had been doing. No way there's a road through the mountain range. It is the grace of His Imperial Majesty. What you will be doing from today is laying railway tracks here. The workers were dumbstruck at the sight of the mountain range above Kalamaf split cleanly in two, because it was simply impossible to believe that this passage extended more than dozens of kilometers all the way to the Carmine Hill region. They well knew that powerful mages performed divine-like miracles, but carving dozens of kilometers of road through a mountain in a single night was something quite beyond imagining. This feels strangely hollow. Why? If His Imperial Majesty has this kind of power, I'd think the railway could be laid with a single wave of his hand too. His Majesty only has one body, how could we impose on him for such trifling work? People like us have to work hard. I suppose so. The complaining worker looked sheepish at his companion's words. Well, it was the Empire giving them this kind of work and paying them wages that allowed them to make a living after all. That the quality of life had improved since the Empire's revival was something almost everyone agreed on. Mages could now compensate through effort for the growth that had previously been impossible due to the limits of birth, and commoners no longer had to live in fear of conflicts between mages or demonic beast attacks. Even the bandits and thieves that had once overrun the mountains, fields, and seas no longer ran rampant these days. There they are, seize them. Nuo, mages instantly subduing a bandit group armed with illegal firearms. Originally, mages aside from wandering bands who had lost their home base and a few on pilgrimages to accumulate magical power, were all huddled in their own family compounds. But ever since the Empire's founding, that had changed. Just like demonic beast-hunting parties, multiple groups of mages had formed who professionally hunted villains in order to accumulate merit. And these mages didn't even frame innocent commoners as bandits and kill them just to meet their quotas. If they did, they wouldn't be able to answer honestly at the Ascension altar when it came time for the Ascension ritual. Although never officially announced, it had become widely known that those who could give the correct answers to the questions posed by the altar's judge were assigned easier quests. A mage of high rank needed to be that much more of a moral person. A world where those higher up worked hard and looked after those lower. It could truly be called a paradise on earth. Naturally, all of this was thanks to the efforts of Turon and others at the top. Putting the efforts of the past few years to shame, they worked to cultivate the world as if fire had been set to the soles of their own feet. Wielding tremendous power to govern the world, ruling over the people, spreading new knowledge and culture from Earth. Knowing that a powerful enemy would arrive sometime soon, there was no room to be at ease. Aside from sleeping a few hours to deal with mental fatigue, they worked and worked again without even a moment's rest. And in the process of putting in such effort that 10 bodies would not have been enough, there were naturally aspects that ended up being neglected. Your Imperial Majesty, what is it? If it's the work we discussed before, report to Assiz, His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince has disappeared. What? Upon checking his chambers, there are signs of packed luggage. It appears to be voluntary, not an abduction. Turon, who had been dozing tiredly with his back against the throne, looked at the retainer with an expression of disbelief. Imperial Year 15. For the first time, he had been informed of his pubescent son's runaway from home. Chapter 243. A few years before, many people had wondered at Turon's decision to groom his young son as his successor. At an age still young even for a mage, let alone young for a leader barely in his mid to late 20s, why on earth would he need a successor? On top of that, since he himself was a powerful mage, the possibility of assassination was nil, and his lifespan was infinite besides. And yet, 15 years after the Empire's founding, no one any longer questioned this decision of Turon's. Because Ruska had grown into everything an heir to the Empire should be, and more, the ideal son every parent could wish for, a perfect candidate to lead the Empire next. Fairly handsome looks, born between two of the most beautiful people in the world, a thoughtful and disciplined nature belying his age. Intelligence enough to grasp the Empire's operational systems to a reasonable degree, even if not to the level of an expert. And even at his young age, he had already reached rank 2 in magical ability. A boy so perfectly formed he seemed sculpted, upon whom many had placed their hopes. They said he was more than enough talent to assist his father from beside him and further advance the empire to new heights, even if he couldn't succeed him outright. Unfortunately, however, none of them had ever once asked the boy whether he wanted to become emperor. Second-class seat of a steam locomotive. Ruska Parsha pulled his hood down and stared blankly out the window at the gray earth rushing past. He had seen trains many times but had ridden one himself for the first time today. Whenever he had needed to go somewhere far, he had always used spatial movement with the help of his parents or made use of the transit mirrors installed throughout the Empire. But right now he could use neither of those. Because he had run away from home in secret. Passing through a transit mirror in secret would be a serious crime incomparable to simply running away, so taking the train was the option he had chosen. All manner of thoughts swirled inside the sighing boy. Should he go back even now? Father and mother will be disappointed. No, if I go back now, would they be any less disappointed? Astonishingly enough, Ruska was aware that he was doing something tremendously foolish. A precocity unlike that of a 16-year-old moved by nothing but instinct and impulse. And yet he had run away because he truly couldn't bear it any longer. I feel like I'm going to die. From childhood, Ruska had received much love and expectation. A blessed life with the greatest emperor and empress in the world as his parents and the next most powerful lord as his godfather. Everyone praised him as the perfect crown prince, worthy of being the sole heir to the great Emperor Turon. Even the emperor's faith, which worshipped the emperor as a god, granted him enormous divine authority as the son of a god. Ruska simply could not endure the pressure that such praise brought with it. I'm not as special a person as they think. He was not the perfect superhuman like his father, as people believed. He found studying mostly tedious, and he wanted to chat frivolously with friends and spend meaningless time like any other person. He wanted to see the theater plays he had glimpsed a few times when he was young, and the films newly coming out these days. Reading novels that gained him nothing was also enjoyable. But people yearned for him to become the same kind of being as the great Turon. Everyone's expectation that he become a divine-like mage and great administrator, further advancing this world, always followed him like a shadow. To replace, at roughly the same age as he was now, a superhuman who had burst out into the world and built a world empire in just a few years. Could that even be called reasonable? But this kind of anguish was something he could not consult with anyone he knew, not even his parents. Both his father Turan and his mother Mesa, and even his godfather Salif, were always endlessly busy people. He had been able to see them more often when he was younger. But ever since they had become particularly busy about 8 years ago, even as the crown prince, it was not easy to see their faces unless it was an official occasion. Naturally, Ruska's own daily schedule was packed just as densely. Day after day marked by studying, training, and formal events that were deadly dull. Without carrying out all of this thoroughly, there was simply no way to keep up with what people expected of him. Ruska understood well the reason all of them, including himself, had to strive so desperately. He had been told the secret that powerful enemies that were from beyond this world would come, and so power had to be built. If only he hadn't known this, he might at least have thrown a tantrum. That he was too lonely, too worn down, that he just needed some time for himself. But knowing that his world could be destroyed by his own laziness, he couldn't do that. He didn't want to be a useless son whining to parents who always worked hard to save the world, with nothing more than a brief conversation with their son for leisure. One day when he felt like he would lose his mind from all of it on a particularly sunny afternoon, he impulsively packed his things and fled the palace. Oh, lost in thought, Ruska noticed the compartment door had opened and glanced over. The one who entered was a young woman who appeared to be just around 20 years old. Her face was unfamiliar, so she didn't seem to be a pursuer from the imperial palace. Well, if they were coming for him, his father or mother would have come to find him long since. If either of them wanted to, there was no one on this earth who could dare hide or run. The moment they even thought of bringing him back, they would appear right beside him a second later. Recalling that fact made him feel freshly suffocated, that even this current indulgence was only possible because his parents had permitted it. Hey, are you okay? Breathe slowly. Gasp, huh. Only then did Ruska realize he had been holding his breath and that the woman had pulled off his hood and slapped his cheeks a few times. Probably thinking he was a commoner and not a mage, the force was so light it was barely even perceptible. Thank you. For that little, more importantly, are you all right? Don't you need to see a doctor? Yes. It's just an old condition. I see. I thought you were about to faint from seeing my face and thinking it was too terrifying. Ruska steadied his breathing and soon sank back into a corner of the compartment with a gloomy face. He was even disgusted at his own weakness like this. A son of the great Turon should be able to shake off trifling emotions without batting an eye. Just as he was about to sink back into that self-destructive mindset, the woman across from him spoke to him. Did something bad happen? Pardon, I'm sorry if talking bothers you, but your expression just looks so sad. If listening would help, I'll listen. Saying that, the woman added with an ah right. My name is Mila Adez. And you? Ruska was about to answer that he wasn't particularly in the mood to talk, but then bit his lip. Because he realized that thought was a lie. Right now, he wanted to talk with someone, to pour out the frustration inside him to just anyone at all. Call me Ruse. Fortunately, right now he was not Crown Prince Ruska, just a suspicious boy named Ruse riding second class on a train heading east through the Empire. I see, Ruse, where are you from? I was born and raised in Kalamaf. Me too. Oh, never thought you'd be from the same city. I'm from District 7, and you? Not having expected the question, Ruska desperately worked his brain and answered District 13. Districts 1 through 5 of Kalamaf were the core area where the highest strata of the Empire lived, and Districts 6 through 10 were home to the middle class such as mages, merchants, and scholars. Finally, Districts 11 through 15 were primarily home to the relatively lower-income working class. In other words, this woman named Mila was probably of the old knight class or a similar middle-class background. I see. What are you heading east for? That's just because, no particular reason. Ruska had boarded the eastbound train simply because it was the fastest train he could board right away. He didn't know anyone in the west, but in the east he could at least go find his godfather Uncle Salif. However, after a moment, he realized that what he had said sounded extremely suspicious. A boy assumed to be of the working class boarding a train heading east for no reason. Could that even make sense? No matter how inexpensive the trains were compared to their operating costs as part of welfare policy, they weren't something workers would ride on a whim. At this rate, he probably looked like a fugitive running from some crime. The woman, however, did not point this out and simply nodded. I'm heading to Helio. That's incredibly far. Following the railway built along the roads of the ancient empire from Kalamaf, you would eventually reach Helio, but the distance between the two cities was by no means short. He'd always gone by spatial movement, so he couldn't be sure, but it would probably take a week or two even switching steam locomotives day and night. Compared to the days of traveling on foot or riding demonic beasts, in an era like this, it was quite a grueling schedule. Do you have someone you know in Helio? Not really. I'd wanted to go there for a while. It's where my father died. At the heavy topic that hit him without warning, Ruska didn't know what to say and fell silent. Fortunately, the woman continued speaking. If you studied history at school, you'd know the Baraha War, right? I do. It was a retaliatory war that broke out when Baraha Headrishan at the time ambushed the head of Ravitas. That battle was the turning point that led the current Lord of Baraha, Lord Salif, to the position of family head. Ruska even knew the inside story others did not. The fact that the masterminds behind the Baraha War, including Rishan and the then upper leadership of the Baraha family, were hybrids whose souls had been mixed with a fallen ancient gods and those of white fairies. Studied hard, that's right. My father was a knight who participated in the Baraha War at the time. He died in battle there. May those who gave their lives protecting the nation find rest. When Ruska offered a moment of silence as his tutor had taught him, Mila watching him let out a small laugh. Do they teach something like that at school these days? Yes, more or less. He had attended school briefly when he was young but had stopped before long. Most students kept their distance, not even daring to approach him due to his status, and only a handful of flatterers clung to him. At his unremarkable answer, she made an expression as if finding him interesting. You're very mature for your age. My younger sibling is the same age as you, but they're completely childlike. After that, Mila continued on in a gentle tone, sharing her own story. Childhood growing up as the daughter of a knight. The family that crumbled from her father's death and the meritorious service pension that helped them through that time. And after growing up and becoming a mage, how she was working hard as a mage in order to repay the grace received from the emperor. This person too, at the shadow of his father falling yet again, Ruska sighed inwardly. Well, how could anyone alive in this world not be connected to Emperor Turon? Every single person in the empire moved as he led. Continuing to talk, Ruska learned that Mila, despite her youthful appearance, was 25 years old and a rank 2 mage. Not quite as impressive as Ruska, who had already become a rank 2 mage at 16, but she was talent worth counting among the finest across the empire. Perhaps the closeness that had grown through conversation was the reason. Ruska finally began to pour out his worries one by one. Whether it was because he was wearing a different face through the mimic holy relic received from his father, it felt like a masquerade ball, and things he could never ordinarily say came easily tumbling out. Everyone wants me to become the same kind of person as my father, but I have no confidence I can live up to their expectations. Is it really, truly impossible? Absolutely. Have you talked to your parents about how hard it is? I can't, because you'll be scolded. I probably won't be scolded. But they'll be disappointed. I hate that more than being scolded. Perhaps because it had been drilled into him since childhood how great his father and mother were. To Ruska, his parents, and among them Turon, were something close to an absolute that defined his very existence. His father noticing his weakness and being disappointed was something that was horrifying even just to imagine, to the point where he thought he would rather end his own life than endure such a look. Mila, who had been quietly watching Ruska open up honestly, abruptly pinched both his cheeks. Ow! She pulled his cheeks out elastically, then let go with a snap, and Ruska looked back at her with a dumbfounded expression. Because there was no one who would dare commit such disrespect toward the crown prince of the empire. In earlier childhood, his father and mother had sometimes played such pranks, but that was too early in his childhood to clearly remember. Don't think about it so seriously. Don't think about it seriously, right? You're still a child. You're at an age where it's fine to still be spoiled by your parents. Mila soothed Ruska in a calm tone. That all the expectations he carried had been placed on him not by his parents, but by the people around them. That if he explained the circumstances step by step, they wouldn't be disappointed, and that even if they were, it would be his parents' fault and not Ruska's. Father and mother at fault. It was a thought Ruska had never once dared to imagine. Turon, Emperor of the Empire, was a being who absolutely could not and must not be at fault. Not a single person in the imperial palace had ever dared to tell him that his parents could be wrong. Mila spent quite a long time comforting Ruska while stubbornly persuading him after that. Don't run away, talk it through properly with your parents and try to convince them. You can do it. Just the fact that you've been struggling all this time to live up to expectations means you've already done more than enough. Her considerate way of speaking seeped delicately into the interior of a pubescent boy who was thoroughly exhausted, like parched earth soaking up rainwater. How many hours had they been talking? From far away, a voice called out that the next station was not far to prepare to disembark. It's Bumpkin station already. We'll be able to see the Emerald Desert before long. I'll get off here. Going home. At the penetrating words, Ruska turned to look at her with a startled expression. Mila smiled and answered, It's fairly obvious. I don't know what fine household you're from, but don't put your parents through too much. You might not be able to see them when you want to later. Yes, it seemed she hadn't gone so far as to guess that he was the crown prince. Well, who except someone with delusions would make such an imagination? Getting up from his seat to board the train back, Ruska glanced over at Mila. Miss Mila? Yes, might we be able to meet again sometime? Noticing the fresh and youthful feeling contained within those words, Mila looked briefly embarrassed, then smiled and poked Ruska's forehead with her finger. Come back when you're about 10 years older. Yes, Ruska's face as he nodded was utterly serious. Early in the morning, Ruska returned to the imperial palace of Kalamaf and was able to enter without a hitch. As if the emperor had given word in advance, the guards keeping watch at the entrance let him through without a word. Naturally, what awaited him upon return was an audience with the emperor and empress. At the time he had impulsively run away, it was something so frightening even to imagine that he had wanted to end his life. But the current Ruska could face it with his head held high. The unidentifiable confidence born from the conversation with Mila on the train sustained him within. Ruska, the imperial couple welcoming him in the reception room, looked young despite their mid-30s age. Someone who didn't know them would probably see the three people seated there and take them for siblings. That thought was brief. Ruska realized that what was in the expressions of the two people looking at him was not disappointment or reproach, but worry. He could freshly feel how foolish all his past thoughts had been. "I'm sorry, father, mother. We were so worried when you disappeared without a word." Mesa spoke reprovingly but gently stroked Ruska's head. Turon, sitting in the chair across from them, watched that quietly for a moment and then spoke. "If you don't want to talk about what happened, you don't have to, Turon. But I would like you to know that I want to help you. We have been neglecting you too much these past years while making ourselves busy." In truth, Turon had to some degree thought of not being able to spend more time with Ruska as part of his own sacrifice too. Because spending time even seeing his beloved son being traded away for running and governing and building new systems for the Empire was a painful thing. He had been telling himself that once the invasion was repelled, the time to compensate for this would come. That was how several years had passed. But he freshly realized that a son's childhood, once it passed, would never come back. At his father's gentle words, Ruska steadied his breath for a moment and then poured everything out honestly. That the pressure of expectations from his father and mother and from the people around him was too heavy to bear. That even when he had wanted to talk about this, since growing into adolescence the distance from his parents had grown, and it had been frightening to confess something so personal. After hearing everything, Turon was silent for a long while and then sighed. "Everything I do is solely because I wish for Mesa and you to be able to live happily. Mesa is likely the same. If you're not happy, all of this is meaningless." At Turon's words that if it was too hard to bear, he could give it all up and live comfortably, Ruska felt his vision blur with tears. He quietly swept them away with fluid manipulation magic, then spoke in a composed tone. "I can bear it now, because I've come to understand that even if I'm a little lazy or make mistakes, father and mother won't be disappointed." For Ruska, truly sharing his innermost thoughts with his parents for the first time since becoming mature brought him enormous emotional stability. To the point where he felt that right now, he could overcome hardships even greater than any studying or training he had done before. As Turon and Mesa, feeling their son's growth, exchanged warm smiles with one another, Ruska pondered a thought that had suddenly occurred to him for a moment, then finally said it aloud. He felt that this atmosphere was just right for bringing up such a thing. "There's something I'd like to say." "What is it?" "Would you be angry if I said I wanted to marry someone who wasn't from one of the old great families?" Blinking at an entirely unexpected question for just a moment, Mesa let out a small laugh. "If that's what you want. Do you think I was anything of great standing when your father took me from my family? I was practically a wanderer with no proper family to my name. Having done that myself, I can hardly tell you shouldn't." "Mesa," Turon called her name with a tone of "give me a break," and then shook his head. The shadows cast by the firelight danced as if delighted at the warm conversation of the imperial family. Chapter 244. The runaway incident of the Crown Prince brought a minor change to the palace security system, but in any case, it passed over without much trouble relative to the scale of the incident. Whatever might have come of a certain 16-year-old boy's first love. Afterward, Turon and Mesa reduced their formerly relentless schedules a little, and as in the early days of the Empire's founding, made some breathing room for themselves. As a bonus, they also began spending more time with Ruska than before. "I really am fine, you don't have to do this. We enjoy it, give us a little time if it's not a bother." At Mesa's playful plea, Ruska nodded shyly. Naturally, with people powerful enough to change the world taking leisure time, the Empire's growth slowed a little. Sentencing for criminals, new frontier expansion, administrative work, all were pushed back by one step. But that wasn't enough to suddenly cause a rapidly growing nation to falter or create major problems. Since the leaders weren't completely abandoning their duties, and a system that collapsed from a little rest would have had a flawed system to begin with, that was only natural. Turon worked to forcibly calm the anxiety he had felt from not knowing when the enemies would come. "Right, if an enemy is one I couldn't defeat even by not resting, there's no way I'd defeat them by resting either. Of course, if the power fell just one measure short when the enemy actually arrived, it would be endlessly regrettable. But that was a matter for the future. In the process of taking care of the people around him a little, Turon also checked in on old connections he had been somewhat neglecting recently. He also confirmed the situation of the White Fairies running a small autonomous district in the Frostwind Forest, and met face-to-face for the first time in a long while with Rita, who was working as Chancellor of the Ravitas region. Upon hearing the news of Ruska's runaway, she burst into laughter as if the world were ending. Running away already, that young one, truly. At times like this I feel the years flowing by too cruelly. It would have been nice to see it with my own eyes. Shall I bring Ruska to see you sometime? He might want to see you after so long, my lady. I'll accept only the sentiment, your majesty. In my experience, children who have grown a bit of a head don't like mingling with old folks, and if it really comes to it, I can always go to visit him myself. Rita advised not to take it too seriously, since about half the grandchildren she had raised had run away at some point. She said that mages, and especially rank noble-class powerhouses, were bred to believe they could do anything if they went out into the world on their own. Well, Turon too had left Hisaril Hill with something like a similar thought. Though in his case there had been Kioran's encouragement. After that, he went to visit his old martial arts master, Haram Burke, who had recently qualified as a lord and come to govern the Lubin region. He had long since commissioned Assiz's uncle-in-law and master of martial arts to analyze the technique used by the lion-headed being, but unfortunately it seemed there was no news on that front. More than that, as I mentioned before, I feel that this position simply does not suit me, no matter how I think about it. Your Majesty. Haram always maintained a stiff manner of speech even after Turon had told him to be comfortable since ascending to the throne. It was familiar enough by now that Turon didn't say anything more about it. What makes you think that? I am a fighter, not a ruler. Even attending meetings as a lord, I have no ears to understand them, so putting a figurehead in this seat would make little difference. Haram's career itself was unproblematic for occupying a lord's position. He had originally been the head of the Parsha main house's escort unit and Turon's aide, participating in several important wars alongside him. And as befitting a master of martial arts, he had quickly cultivated two ability types, the historian and the berserker, after the law change. But as he himself said, while he was well-versed in fighting, he was thoroughly inexperienced in governing others, and he felt burdened by the fact that he of all people occupied such a high position. To such a Haram, Turon spoke quietly as if persuading him. A figurehead would have no power to punish those who do wrong. That the residents, still accustomed to the rule of mage families, needed a powerful lord, Turon spent quite some time persuading Haram of this. Whether it worked better than before when Haram had kept submitting documents requesting resignation, he finally expressed his intention to keep doing what he could for now. In truth, for Turon's part, having people like this in lord positions was far preferable. They wouldn't harbor strange ambitions and cook up perverse plans or embezzle taxes to fill their own pockets like the former Carmine Lord. Come to think of it, I went out to rest instead of working, but I ended up resolving an extra piece of work. Turon pondered what to do with the free time that would come after handling the next batch of work. Taking a trip to Earth with Ruska might not be a bad idea. Thinking about such future plans while handling a few pieces of work, Turon frowned at an unexpected sensation. The life of Kioran, the old knight of Arabian who had determined the path of his first life, had just this moment been extinguished. The place where Kioran had lived until the very end was a village in a small town in the southeastern part of the city of Morgan. Since he had secretly visited and spoken with Kioran there 2 or 3 times in the past, it was not difficult to reach by spatial movement. Turon first changed his face and presented himself to the village head and other figures as an old acquaintance of Kioran's. Well, now it's been barely a few hours since that person left us, your unlucky young man. If you'd come just a little sooner, you would have at least seen his face. At the village head's words, Turon replied with nothing but a quiet nod. The village head seemed quite displeased with this young man's blunt manner, but appeared to have decided on his own that it was because he and Kioran had been that close. After that, he was able to meet with the doctor who had been closest to Kioran and hear the cause of death. A disease, for a mage. The doctor nodded at Turon's question as if he had expected it. Though Kioran had not disclosed here that he was a knight, a rank 4 mage, the doctor seemed to be an exception. Mages don't normally fall ill from most diseases, but there are still a few that can weaken or kill them. In Kioran's case, it was a disease where tumors grew in the body. Seems they're calling it cancer these days. Cancer. With Kioran's age having nearly reached 90, which by ordinary people's standards was like 40 to 50, it was a disease that could well have arisen. Even as the empire's sanitation and public health conditions rapidly improved and the average lifespan was increasing, the number of commoners dying at that age was not small. Isn't that a disease that should be easily cured with healing magic? Even if the number of mages has increased compared to before, the number of rank 3 mages who chose the abilities of the healer type is not large. I tried to persuade him to go to the city and receive treatment, but the man wouldn't listen, said this too was a signal that it was time to bring his life to an end. I see, he felt that was just like Turon. Because he had refused Turan's offer to restore his body to its prime and extend his lifespan as well, if only he wished it. For him, his current life was nothing more than something left over after losing his family to war. The reason he hadn't taken his own life was because it would have been shameful to those who had kept him going until now, not because he himself had wanted to live long. Did he perhaps leave a will? There were 3. One for me, one for the village head regarding the distribution of his assets, and one for an unknown person. Perhaps that last one is yours. What did it say that made you think so? It said it was written for the shepherd boy of Hisarul Hill. He said to burn it if no one came within a year. Is that perhaps you? It is. Turan received the letter from the doctor and sat on a hill near the village to read it. The doctor, had he secretly peeked at the first page, would surely have been appalled. To the great Emperor Turan, your majesty. If you are reading this letter, it likely means my life has run out and you chose not to attempt to bring me back. Should you be inclined to do so, I ask that you please let me go in peace. I truly am ready to rest. In the 100 or so years I lived as a knight of Arabian, I experienced truly far too many things. Losing my family, and then committing myself to hatred while cutting down the knights of the Zahar family and their collaborators. Nobles who lived for centuries might find it laughable, but over the past 90 years I feel as though all my emotions have been burned away, leaving nothing behind. Now that I confess it, I must say that when I first saw you, I thought of my lost family, specifically of the grandchild who had been but an infant. I wondered if that child had grown without dying. He might have been about your age. It is the ugly confession of an old knight who had in truth come to feel the emperor of the empire as his own family. You once asked me something, didn't you? Whether I had ever regretted teaching you magic and nudging you to descend from the hill. To be honest, there was a very brief moment when I did, but not now. Even shut away in this small village, the changing of the world has been too plainly evident to me. People no longer go hungry as in the old days, nor do they tremble at demonic beast attacks. They receive news from all corners of the world every day through newspapers and enjoy things they could never have encountered otherwise, passing their time with new pastimes. I rode a train once, and it was truly remarkable. I always feel a great sense of pride in having had a small hand in the birth of the God who so thoroughly turned this world upside down and brought greater happiness to all people. All of this is thanks to you. There is only one thing I fear now: what judgment I will receive in the afterlife you created. I take pride in having never lost my dignity as a knight of Arabian throughout my life, but I cannot say I did nothing that was, on a human level, wrong, all because of orders. If that is my sin, I must naturally bear it. As a final request, if you are able to manipulate my posthumous judgment as you please, I ask that you not do so. If I am someone who deserves stones thrown at him in others' eyes, may I be able to stand tall to the very end by accepting that rightfully. I am not sure whether to call this a request or a plea, but it is the final wish of an old knight. To the shepherd boy of Hisarul Hill from Turon. Turan folded the letter and exhaled slowly and at length. Fortunately, right now he was not Emperor Turan of the Empire but the shepherd boy of Hisarul Hill, so he didn't need to worry about losing his dignity by shedding tears. Arabian's Turon, the first reliable adult he had met other than his mother. The regret of wishing he had spoken with him just once before he left, and the relief of being able to at least hear his true feelings through this letter, alternated within him. Turan, why are you crying? Are you sad? No, it's not sadness. No, actually, I think it might be sadness. Strange, at Bide's words said as if he couldn't understand, Turan burst out laughing. Because he knew that while the creature was smarter than most people, it had always been somewhat slow in understanding this kind of sentiment. Still, laughing like this made him feel the grief lift a little. He wiped his tears and, changing his coordinates, ascended to the world's boundary. In an instant, a world filled with white barriers welcomed him. Where? Ah, here. Inside the boundary, the afterlife that had once existed as nothing but 3 gates and a courtroom had changed to be considerably more refined than before. Now there were corridors and waiting rooms for those entering the afterlife, and angels who managed and controlled them. In the old days there had been quite a few spirit forms that lingered in place without quickly entering the courtroom, but now such ones were immediately seized by the angels and thrown inside. The angels who had been monitoring the movement of passing spirit forms recognized Turan's presence and snapped to a salute. We pay our respects to the great master of the underworld. The angels of the afterlife were volunteers selected from good spirit forms who had earned the right to enter paradise, specifically those who had been warriors or soldiers in life. They worked as administrators and staff of the afterlife, taking turns to earn the right to enjoy paradise's benefits. Naturally, only those who died after the afterlife was created could be made into angels, so the veterans who had fought under the Parsha family's banner had not been able to become angels. Truly a pity. I'm looking for one of the spirit forms that entered today. Speak, master of the underworld. Where is Turon, the former knight of Arabian? At Turan's words, one who had received instructions quickly scanned down the list and nodded. Found, great master. He is scheduled to receive his trial shortly. How shall we deal with him? No dealing needed. I'd like to observe the trial. Understood. A moment later, guided by an angel, Turan headed to one of the many courtrooms. Their spirit forms were entering one by one and receiving judgment. Kosi of Ravidas. Born as a former noble, he developed a sadistic nature from childhood and learned the technique of feigning healing while spreading disease, and was caught doing similar things even after the empire's founding and executed. Theft as a minor, 13 counts. Voyeurism, 5 counts. Theft as an adult, 5 counts. Embezzlement, 12 counts. As a member of Ravidas, healed by family orders as a minor, 57 individuals as an adult. 1533 individuals. Combined result, those who feel gratitude, 1,295. Those who consider him an enemy, 311. The trial didn't simply show numbers, it played out the entirety of the deceased's deeds in life, by reading the memories contained in their own spirit form. At the sight of Kosi pleasuring himself while watching those who had joyfully received healing magic slowly wasting away and dying months later, the spirit forms erupted in fury. What shall be done with this one's judgment? Kill him, to hell, he should be thrown into the most terrible place. The spirit forms who had forgotten their identities within the veil of ignorance delivered a harsh judgment to the subject. Remarkably, the subject himself was among them, meaning that in his current state of erased memories, he himself saw that his own self deserved to fall to hell. Just before the verdict was given, the judge who was about to render the verdict came to an abrupt halt. Judgment error, many who received grace yet condemned to hell. Analyzing reason, hypocrite performed grace only because it was family duty and instead exploited it to satisfy sadistic desires. No mitigating circumstances. Bang, with the sound of a gavel, Kosi of Ravidas screamed and fell to hell. As everyone cheered, it was the next person's turn. Turon of Arabian. As a former knight, served Arabian by following its orders for approximately 60 years, then spent his remaining years wandering while hunting demonic beasts before settling into seclusion and dying. Assault as a minor. 42 counts. Murder as an adult, 295 counts. Theft, 42 counts. As a member of Arabian, individuals protected by family orders as an adult, 216. Individuals protected by personal judgment after leaving the family, 391. Combined result, those who feel gratitude, 21,953, those who consider him an enemy. 49, unlike before, there wasn't much noteworthy to point to in Turon's record. Firstly, the assaults as a minor were a natural sorting of hierarchy that occurred in the process of young knight boys living together in close quarters. He hadn't persistently bullied the weaker children or anything of the sort. The murders in adulthood were also all done under family orders, killing bandits and criminals, or participating in war and killing Zahar knights and their collaborators, which were generally understandable enough. The theft was also plundering from hostile forces. In comparison, the cases of those he had saved with his own power expressing gratitude were far more numerous. He couldn't be called someone completely without fault, but he was the kind of person anyone would say was a good man. The spirit forms who had seen everything called out in unison. To paradise, someone like that should go to paradise. May he receive his due reward. Before long, unlike the sinner who had fallen to hell a moment ago, Turon's spirit form began to slowly rise. Watching him head toward paradise where white clouds and a blue sky stretched out, Turon gave a light wave of his hand. May he rest peacefully there and prepare for his next life. Chapter 245. After the empire's founding, Turon never ceased his watchful gaze toward Earth even while cultivating humanity in the cradle world. This was to prevent the owners of this powerful yet fragile civilization from burning themselves to death in the great flames of nuclear fire. In truth, if he had wanted to, becoming the unified emperor of Earth wouldn't have been particularly difficult. Major powers like the United States and Russia, transforming into the Golden Eagle and stamping out a few key major cities would have been enough to extract a simple surrender. Unless they were a completely incomprehensible calamity with no means of communication, Earth's people were not the sort to defy gods who could trigger natural disasters with a few gestures and destroy nations. But the reasons he had not taken this approach were, first, that it gave him no pleasure to oppress innocent sheep, and also that such actions would have had an adverse long-term impact on the supply of presents he drew from Earth. As it is, people feel the freshest stimulus from something encountered for the first time. If mages came to rule humanity outright, people would no longer feel much of a thrill from the power they wielded. Even within the cradle world, despite the emperor's faith spreading widely and faith steadily flowing to Turon, it was still hard to match the sheer presence he had gained at the time of the demonstration at Sacramento. For that reason, Turon had strictly limited the qualifications for mages who could cross over to Earth. Only supreme mages who had obtained 4 ability types and gained access to essence, or rank 1 mages on the verge of completing their quests to reach that point. Even when visiting occasionally, unless it was for the purpose of gathering presents, they had to conceal their identity and wander about pretending to be Earth people. Thanks to this, even after quite a long time had passed, Earth's people were still thirsty for mages and the miracles they displayed. Since Salif had paid a visit and made 1 round of healing, no mage capable of miracles of a similar scale had appeared. What they could know was only that somewhere beyond, in another world, there was a powerful magic empire that was unilaterally extending goodwill toward them. Earth's people therefore considered themselves essentially the same as stray cats getting fed. They were barely half-willing participants. The decision to visit and extend goodwill was entirely decided by the other side's will, and they couldn't even know how these decisions were made or how long they would continue. Simply receiving what was given and enduring it, only to find themselves unable to resist if one day they were suddenly decided to be done away with. In that sense, they were less than even pets. Thanks to this, Earth's people tried their hardest to uncover the truth of the magical world. And among them, America and South Korea analyzed their conversations with Kim Soo-ho, who could be considered the first point of contact. What they focused on was one of the things Turon had asked Soo-ho about, Tattle Star, Song of the Sun, Moon, and Stars. What does it mean? First, find out about the development company and key personnel behind this game. When various nations of Earth applied their combined forces or competed against each other in their investigation, the results came out instantly. Since the game had already shut down, most of the development staff had moved to other companies or changed careers. The government rounded them all up under all manner of pretexts and persistently confirmed whether there was any secret within the game. As a result, they learned one rather surprising fact. This face, given that its 3D graphics, the feel is a bit different, but it does seem to match. The surprising fact. The appearances of several characters set as defaults when creating characters in Tattle Star bore quite a resemblance to the mages who had revealed themselves up to now. Funnily enough, this fact had already spread through various internet communities before the government even figured it out. Naturally, those who had experience playing Tattle Star were mostly the kind of people frequenting such places rather than government higher-ups. In fact, there had been some among officials who were aware of this, but had been too afraid of what would come back if they said the mages kind of look like game characters, and had not dared to speak up. In any case, the government officials, believing they had found some kind of clue, dug into it persistently. That there was clearly some connection between this game and that magical world was now confirmed. Hoping to somehow obtain the power of magic, wishing to obtain the power to defend themselves from surrounding nations or from the alien mages. The Special Investigation Unit committed all its efforts to investigation from every angle. And damn it, I'm done with this. Right, let's wrap it up here, just wasted money. As was entirely natural, over nearly a decade of investigation ended without a single result. Because there was no way for them to know that the Cradle world periodically absorbed information flying in from other worlds, and that among it, the players of Tattle Star and the game's information had been pulled in and changed the world. Instead, they came up with their own theories. That the world where those people live had existed from the beginning, and the creators of Tattle Star had unconsciously absorbed images of that world and shaped them into a similar form. After all, since the mages who had appeared looked at least over 20 years old, surely they were born before the game was made. In a way, starting from complete ignorance, reaching the conclusion that information unconsciously flows between worlds, discovering the secret of a kind of collective unconscious, could be praised as remarkable in its own right. But the trouble was that the state of the world was not particularly good for bragging about such accomplishments. Starting at 4 a.m., the bombardment from the border. Another war, insufferable. September 27, 2058, the outbreak of war between Azerbaijan and Armenia. People's reaction to the news was one of weariness. Starting from Ukraine and Russia, India and Pakistan, China and Taiwan, Zambia and Congo, various nations of the Balkan Peninsula. In an era when the entire world was swept up in all manner of conflicts, one more war was hardly surprising. People actually found it more remarkable that nuclear war hadn't broken out even in this situation. A considerable number of the conflict nations were nuclear-armed, and even those who had effectively lost a war had concluded humiliating treaties rather than setting the world ablaze with nuclear weapons. They thought that was because humans were more rational than expected, or because setting off a nuclear weapon required persuading too many people involved. Of course, Turon's shadow lay over this as well. Whatever nation fires nuclear weapons first, I will destroy that nation's capacity to wage war. Consider nuclear weapons something in your possession but impossible to use, since a mage is always watching over Earth. If the maintenance costs are a burden, feel free to get rid of them. Turon's declaration, made around the time the world was trembling at the nuclear threat, drew reactions of all kinds. First, the leaders of smaller nations without nuclear weapons were naturally pleased, and nuclear-armed nations including the United States were flustered or showed signs of indignation at what they called a violation of sovereignty. China even responded in a provocative manner, using the pretext of testing a newly developed nuclear weapon by detonating it near Taiwan, which ended up providing a rather good example to make. Is this where China's army is gathered? Could you be? Stand back or else, or else. When Mesa's eyes asking back glowed cold blue, the People's Liberation Army officers ground their teeth but could protest no further. Because their bodies were already paralyzed, unable to move at all. Mesa didn't punish China by openly striking them down in front of everyone. She simply came during the dark of night, designated gunpowder as a tracking target, located multiple military units in the Beijing military region, and scrapped their tanks, artillery, and fighter jets. When several military units thus lost their combat capability, the Chinese government made an enormous gamble. They had secretly stashed multiple hydrogen bombs in one military unit, and when Mesa came to scrap them, they detonated them. A cruel method that sacrificed at least tens of thousands of their own soldiers and more. China's leaders watched this scene from within underground bunkers through screens. Is she dead? She probably is. Even that golden eagle monster dealt with nuclear weapons by intercepting them from afar and didn't take a direct hit, so much less a human form with them detonating right underfoot. I'd really like to research that and figure something out. The reason they had poked the lion's nose with such a gamble was precisely to uncover the secret of immortality. Over the past several decades of visits, the mages hadn't aged, and from their words and actions it was possible to tell that they had no lifespan. A good number of them were scheduled to die of old age before long, so rather than dying like this, they were trying to find even a sliver of a possibility by somehow capturing a few individuals and studying them. Absolute power unchecked was capable of enabling even this level of irrational behavior. However, before long, their hopes were revealed to be hollow, because Mesa walked out unharmed from beneath the ruins of the military unit, where not even rubble remained. These outrageous people. Mesa was quite tempted to transform into a storm giant and flatten Beijing right then and there, but since Turon had given advice beforehand, she carried out the retaliation unofficially, by tracking uranium to locate and scrap all nuclear missiles stored across China. Afterward, Mesa had a video call with the General Secretary and the high-ranking Communist Party leadership who were hiding in underground bunkers. Since tracking them down one by one when they weren't appearing at official venues at all was not impossible but overly difficult and troublesome, she concluded the matter with a threat. Since this is the first time, I'll let it go as a warning. I don't want to hurt innocent people unnecessarily, but from the second time onward I'll erase Beijing for real, and Shanghai if that's not enough. Understand? Understood. And make sure you properly convey what happened this time to other countries too. Cleaning up after a stupid act is enough for one time. After thus receiving China's unofficial surrender, every nation had to accept that nuclear missiles had in practice become an unusable weapon. If they were losing and fired nuclear weapons, what then? Mages would come and smash everything, and fire nuclear weapons at mages after seeing that it doesn't work. At least thankfully, the mages didn't interfere in wars fought with conventional weapons. This was because Turon, spending little time on Earth, could not define the right and wrong of every war they waged. Not every war was always the fault of the aggressor. Even looking at the First World War, didn't it start with Serbia assassinating the Austrian crown prince and then getting confrontational until they were beaten? Managing even the pretext of aggression one by one would make him nothing short of a babysitter. So the idea was that children could beat each other up within limits, but weapons of mass destruction were prohibited. In any case, after that, the world continued to burn with all manner of conflicts, only without using nuclear missiles. Religious and cultural conflicts due to immigrants, resource depletion, economic collapse, and more. Even after the AI revolution, science and technology hadn't advanced as quickly as expected, and the oil depletion hypothesis that had once been dismissed as nonsense was being seriously discussed again. The demographic collapse due to low birth rates in various developed nations went without saying. Even at that, if the Cradle's mages hadn't processed serious environmental problems like air pollution several times, the situation would clearly have been even worse than now. As all those living on Earth were thus screaming at a dark future, truly stunning news struck the world. A door to another world had opened. While running the empire and concentrating on matters within the world, Turon did not forget to investigate the world beyond either. Having scouted the worlds beyond the 12 branches extending from the cradle, he had confirmed that all of them were closed worlds. Having closed 2 worlds near Akasha and 2 worlds in the cycle world's invasion path among them, 8 remained. Since they were closed worlds, he couldn't directly descend into them, but looking in from outside, their environments were much closer to Earth than to the cradle. This was because human souls were composed of something more fundamental and complex than information separated from essence. Here, inserting the corridor-closing tools received from Akasha and copies of the Jade Mirror, Turon became able to create limited dimensional gates and hit upon the idea of sending pioneering expeditions there. There were still many unexplored areas within the Cradle world itself, but those worlds had many resources that simply didn't exist here, such as oil, and the intent was to supplement them from the outside. Unfortunately, however, the Cradle world's residents couldn't endure alien environments for long. Just as on Earth, their spirit forms, composed of processed information, couldn't withstand a fully materialized world without a separate barrier. In contrast, Earth's people, who were not composed on the basis of essence and could therefore comfortably cross to those closed worlds, were exactly what was needed. Earth, which had until now only been regarded as a source of present supply, had found a new use. You're going to send Earth's people to other worlds, but that contradicts the policy until now. It would mean they'd no longer view us as mysterious beings. Aziz frowned and said this at Turon's proposal. That had been the reason for minimizing the Cradle's mages interfering on Earth all this time. To this, Turon nodded and expressed his thoughts. That's been the case until now. But lately that's been losing meaning more and more. So Earth's people no longer view us as mysterious? Ruska, who had turned 20 and was now formally attending Imperial Council meetings, asked in a composed tone. Turon smiled at his son's question and nodded. There's that too, but it's also that their situation has gotten bad enough that they can't afford to pay attention to us. I'm not sure Earth's technology and culture can simply be considered superior to ours anymore, when you think about that they would have essentially self-destructed without our intervention. Earth's people were effectively self-destructing, fighting among themselves over various problems. Here, Turon thought that opening a dimensional gate to relieve that pressure would be a breakthrough for them. As a bonus, there would be considerable gains for his side as well. It didn't matter even if they gained magic from other worlds or various mystical powers there, and their forces grew. If there had been power enough for beings that could threaten the cradle to be produced there, it wouldn't have been a closed world. Before long, Salif was dispatched to Earth and gathered ambassadors from each nation to disclose this fact. When you say another world, could it be the cradle world where you live? Unfortunately, that's not the case. It's always been a dream of mine to invite Earth's people, but unfortunately it seems your environment doesn't suit you there. Perhaps most worlds might be that way. Salif shook his head to deny an ambassador's question. Earth's people and the cradle's humans looked identical at first glance, but were magically completely different life forms. If anything, primitive organisms like planaria or amoebas would be closer. At least the cradle's humans could endure on Earth to some degree by erecting a spirit barrier, but Earth's people couldn't withstand the cradle world's magic-saturated environment even slightly. That was a fact confirmed by receiving and bringing over some of Earth's most notorious criminals to test it. It was possible using a method like the ancient Freya divine race, processing their memory information into spirit form and possessing new bodies, but then they could never return to Earth for the rest of their lives. It would be no different from permanent emigration. The ambassadors nodded in understanding at the explanation that followed. So in other words, you want us to do alien pioneering on your behalf? That's right. In exchange, you won't gain little from it either. I've heard that one of those places has an enormous amount of oil. Before the words were even finished, the conference hall that had gathered ambassadors from various nations descended into chaos in an instant. With the noise of each claiming their country would participate, watching the scene, Salif scratched at his short silver hair and grumbled, "As I thought, this kind of thing is a pain." After several rounds of coordination, the nations of Earth agreed to send pioneering expeditions through the gates to 8 worlds, guided by the Cradle world. The conditions the Cradle required were surprisingly few. First, spreading Turon's name to the various intelligent beings living on the other side. There was no need to actively proselytize, simply letting it be known that such a being existed was enough. Second, a kind of transit tax was also levied, whereby some portion of the massive resources brought back by the pioneering expeditions would be set aside as the Cradle's share. For example, things like oil that didn't exist in the Cradle at all. It was an opportunity to secure such things legitimately rather than by seizing them. After a considerable length of discussion on matters like transportation methods, the locations where dimensional gates would be opened, and what to do if an enemy too powerful to confront on the other side came attacking, the first dimensional gate was finally opened. Move out, I really hope we can come back alive. The first survey team, armed in protective suits modified from spacesuits, broke into a cold sweat as they threw themselves into another world. Fortunately, most of them succeeded in returning with minimal damage. It's an unbelievable place. You just dig in the ground and oil comes out. An incredibly high temperature and high pressure environment with volcanic eruptions going off without stop. We ran into a crazy monster. Bullets didn't work on it. Evaluations of the surveyed areas ranged to extremes. Some places were abundantly rich beyond measure, while others were so harsh survival itself was difficult. However, it was found that across the board, the atmospheric environment was similar to Earth's, so there was no need to wear separate breathing equipment. And unlike the Cradle's mages, there was also no overwhelmingly powerful existence that couldn't be opposed at all. Blessed by iron and gunpowder, the pioneering expeditions defeated the other world's monsters, made contact with local peoples, and transmitted vast resources back to Earth, to that increasingly desolate world that looked about to destroy itself fighting among itself. The age of exploration had arrived again in the 21st century. Chapter 246. The second age of exploration brought on by the dimensional gates brought many changes to both Earth and the Cradle world alike. First, Earth obviously gained the ability to obtain vast amounts of resources by opening new frontiers. Starting with oil, all manner of rare earths and other rare resources that had been difficult to develop on Earth due to environmental pollution and other factors, as well as helium and various other resources that had completely dried up or were losing viability, came pouring out. And beyond that, they were able to bring back something even more precious than any other resource from other worlds. Magic, the mysterious power that had been the exclusive province of the Cradle world. Interacting with mages of other worlds and learning their techniques through various means, Earth's people came to realize that magical power rooted in the soul was latent even within themselves. They had simply not known the method to manifest it. Of course, these were different techniques from the Cradle's essence handling magic. They used the source force of the soul instead, but Earth's people didn't care. Because just the prospect of being able to become superhuman was enough to fill the world with people going wild over it. As knowledge of alien magic spread, the technological advancement that had once stagnated also regained momentum, and the economy was revitalized. Earth, once like a powder keg on the verge of explosion, now channeled the energy that had been growling toward one another outward, toward alien worlds, toward places closer yet farther than the many planets beyond the universe. Of course, this connection wasn't all advantages. Starting from all manner of new diseases transmitted from other worlds, various incidents and accidents caused by alien creatures that had sneaked through dimensional gates, the treatment of alien workers, and more, the shadows were as deep as the light. On top of that, Earth's mages who had obtained the new power of magic also wielded it indiscriminately, committing all manner of crimes. It could be called the side effects that paradigm shifts and rapid advancement typically bring. And in this process, Earth's people came to understand the true nature of the Cradle they had long admired. This was thanks to a condition Turon had imposed when opening the dimensional gates, spreading his existence to other worlds. Do you happen to know of a world called the Cradle? The Cradle? Never heard of it. The ones who coordinated the ability to connect our worlds and yours are they, a shag, a pioneering world. A British adventurer who had learned the local language through steady exchanges spoke with a certain sage said to have lived for hundreds of years, trying to learn the true nature of the Cradle world. The answer that came back was truly shocking. If what you say is true, then they are most certainly the gods of your world. Only those worthy of worship alone possess the authority to coordinate between worlds and travel among them and bestow their protection. Seeing the powerful tools you possess, they must be indeed powerfully benevolent gods. According to the sage's words, the power to coordinate between worlds was not something an ordinary human could possess. Only transcendents, gods, demons, and other liberated beings called by various other names could do such things. As this story spread widely on Earth, the word spread that the beings of the Cradle world were not merely humans who could wield magic but divine beings. In actuality, the various magic that Earth's people had learned was also laughably too weak to perform the great miracles comparable to those the Cradle's mages once displayed. That the pseudo-religions already taking root on Earth, venerating mages including Turon and others of the Cradle world as gods, thus burst into flame was a truly natural thing. They are false gods, and yet they went so far as to reveal themselves in person. Aren't the old gods you worship the false ones? How dare you? While Earth's people were pioneering new worlds and experiencing all manner of events in this way, the Cradle world, which they had come to think of as something like Olympus in Greek mythology, was also developing brilliantly. This was thanks to industrialization built on receiving a portion of the vast resources supplied through the alien pioneering enterprise. Naturally, Turan and various other ascendants thoroughly supervised the process, strictly cracking down on all manner of side effects arising from industrialization, from capitalists' reckless exploitation of workers to collusion with the government. Environmental pollution was handled by purification magic artifacts. The explosive growth resulting from this far exceeded what the early empire's administrators had anticipated, 35 years after the empire's founding. The current world population had already exceeded 10 times what it had been when the empire was founded. That concludes the report. Well done. It is an honor, Your Majesty. Turan nodded at the young official's report and mentally retraced what had just been presented. The Parsha region, the imperial capital of what had once been called the Gray Zone, the Arabian region governed by Mesa, and the Baraha region governed by Salif had become the most developed regions within the empire, thanks to their leaders' active cracking down on corruption and contribution to various large-scale construction projects. After that, Zaharan Ravidas and the Samil region previously called the Western Forested Zone were considered the second tier. Lubin, Carmine, and the Hisarol region previously called the Western Wasteland were the slowest to develop. To address this, Turan appointed his son Ruska as Lord of Hisarol, thinking that unlike the first-generation lords selected only by innate magical ability or personal connections with Turan, his son, having received thorough leadership education from childhood, would be of greater help. As expected, Ruska, appointed as Lord of Hisarol, before long noticeably elevated the development level of what had been the most underdeveloped region in the empire. He accomplished this by reorganizing various aspects that Turan had been too focused on other regions to attend to, and by launching several new business plans for revitalization. A further 10 years passed, and when it had been 45 years since the empire's founding, people could now no longer remember the days of fearing when they might be killed by a demonic beast, or the time when mage lords ruled. Disease and disability were things that could be healed by finding a healing mage nearby. Lifespan was something that could be overcome by studying and training hard and rising to a high position in the empire. Food, clothing, and shelter were things that could be obtained by faithfully working as a member of society. Demonic beasts were creatures that occasionally appeared in protected areas, domesticated animals and pets that people could put to useful purposes. The empire's young and middle-aged generation, raised in an environment where all their needs were met, cultivated diverse cultures beyond simply surviving. All manner of arts, film and literature, painting, music, enriched people's minds as much as their bodies. The volume of information newly created in this way was converted back into essence, increasing the world's power. A golden age reminiscent of Earth's Belle Epoque, yet with the dark aspects unique to that era, colonial rule, social inequality, racial discrimination, stripped away as much as possible. As more people were born and lived happily and produced all manner of information, Turan's power grew even stronger than before. As time passed and the population continued to grow, cities extended upward into the sky and also downward underground. The food to sustain the enormous numbers was replaced by the power of the proportionally increased mages, and by advanced science and technology. And as the population grew and more people dedicated themselves to magical training, new ascendants who could handle 4 ability types and thus access essence slowly began to emerge. The first to reach this level was their son Ruska. This was thanks to having through spirit magic worked on his spirit form from the beginning, giving him outstanding magical talent, scoring high on the character assessment, and accurately choosing 4 ability types with potential. After that, several more ascendants emerged, including Osul, who barely managed to build an aerial paradise by combining advanced science and magic. And since all of them had been drawing presents as lords since the time they were handling 3 ability types, even after first awakening to their power, they were able to handle a fairly large amount of essence. Those who were still somewhat lacking were sent by Turan personally to Earth to do touring performances and fill their shortfall in that way. And as new ascendants thus appeared and a virtuous cycle continued, Turan announced his intention to step down from the emperor's seat. Mesa, hearing this for the first time, showed not surprise but a look that said it was finally happening. So you're finally stepping down. What, you knew I was going to say this. There's less and less for us to touch these days, and Ruska is more than sufficient to replace you. I actually expected you to step down even sooner. Turan stepping down from the emperor's seat was for the sake of securing training time. While the world had grown prosperous through decades of governance and his power had massively increased, he had in practice had no time to practice wielding it. A few years later, Turan appointed Ruska, who had long established himself as Lord of Hisarol and was a supreme mage and ascendant, as the new emperor. In keeping with this, Mesa also retired, appointing the most capable administrator in the Arabian region, her chancellor, as the new lord. Salif, by contrast, said he still had what it took and there was no suitable successor, and decided to stay in his position a while longer, with the excuse that Berit still enjoyed wielding power as the lord's wife and chancellor and disliked stepping down. Naturally, this declaration caused a great stir across the cradle world. Your imperial majesty, please continue to rule over us. We need an eternal father. Great Turon, please do not abandon your sheep. Though he had given advance notice of his intention to step down quite some time ago, and had even made clear he would not disappear entirely but remain in a position to check the emperor, the pushback was enormous. No, it was not right to call it pushback. Humans cannot rebel against a god's decision, they can only weep and appeal. For the current empire's commoners, Turon was a being who had dominated the world from before they were born. Like the sun and moon that had always been there, a figure who existed as a matter of course. They had grown up listening to the emperor's accomplishments from their very bedside, and at school, at the emperor's faith's church, from their superiors in society. They had been raised absorbing something close to brainwashing about how great a being their master was. That such a figure was stepping down from imperial politics was received as being equivalent to saying the sun and moon would stop rising from tomorrow. Please do not step down, your majesty. At least several 100,000, perhaps even over 1 million people prostrating themselves before the imperial palace of Kalamaf and crying out, their voices rang out resonantly. From the topmost floor of the imperial palace, Turon looked down at this and let out a sigh. I do hope they don't harm their health doing this. For now the police are controlling it and cracking down on those who self-harm, so it should be all right. Even with Mesa comforting him right beside him, his mood didn't improve. That was because news of those who had taken their own lives upon hearing this news was being reported through newspapers and other media. It almost made him regret having made the emperor's faith that worshipped him as an idol the state religion for the sake of gathering presents. But all of this was for the sake of saving the world, so it couldn't be helped. Even right now, the fear and despair felt by the empire's billion-plus citizens was piling up as Turon's presence. Having finished the last of the handover, Turon said to Ruska standing before him, as if offering words of blessing, do what you can and come rest if it gets hard. I will work my hardest. Ruska's eyes as he nodded burned with passion. He had been a boy of upright character from childhood, and even past 60 he maintained that uprightness still. In some sense, it could be called a remarkably rare quality. Of course, for mages as powerful as them, 60 was still firmly in the prime of youth. Having stepped down from the emperor's seat, Turon first traveled the various corners of the world with Mesa, savoring the empire he had built. Naturally, since the development process had drawn heavily from Earth's technology, the culture had been greatly influenced by it as well. But the cradle world's arts had developed in their own different direction and had their own enjoyable flavor. Concealing their identities, they traveled by train and airship rather than spatial movement and visited Hisarul Hill, Turon's hometown and a holy place, and famous sites across the world, savoring the feeling of living as one of the world's inhabitants. Quietly passing along to Ruska the occasional corruption, misconduct, and administrative negligence they spotted along the way was a bonus. After thus enjoying a short holiday of about a month, they shut themselves at the world's boundary and began training. Shall we begin? What are the conditions? Starting with about this level of power first. Good. After confirming the power Mesa showed first, Turon took on only an equivalent amount of essence and launched his attack. Flames enough to burn a small nation were met with freezing cold, instantly creating a mountain of ice, and then a potent poison capable of melting the earth down to the mantle vaporized and raged about. To that were added the lightning and storm that had been his specialty, and thousands of railgun shots. It could truly be called a natural disaster. If such an exercise of power had occurred in the material world or on Earth, tens of millions of people might easily have died from the shockwaves alone. All of this was training to efficiently handle the proportionally enormous essence that had grown so vast. As the quantity of power grew, imagination became a limiting factor, so there was a need to frequently practice wielding larger amounts. The two could be called each other's best sparring partners. Since Turon handled the most essence and Mesa was second most capable after him, and in terms of talent and skill for handling essence both were hard to compare. Of course, as ruler of the world he gripped the greatest essence and wielded the largest presence, so his absolute power was far greater. Since simply overpowering her one-sidedly wouldn't serve as practice, he simply matched her level of essence. Because of this, training sessions quite often ended in Mesa's victory. This round I won, yes. Acknowledged. The golden eagle form dissolving and Turon thudding into the ground shaking his head in surrender, Mesa sitting astride him smiled with satisfaction. Those who handle essence can wield nearly all powers as if they were ability-type holders, but to some degree they are influenced by their own foundation. If both had their essence nearly depleted, her side, who possessed the Thunder Lord type containing the Historian, had the edge in raw strength. Does winning feel that good? Of course. I've been practicing whenever I had time. Even while you were reigning as emperor, I have to excel at something, don't I? For her, Turon was an ideal partner but also a competitor. Due to mental factors and a few other elements, the position of group leader had always been his, but when it came to combat techniques, she had always worked hard not to fall behind. Turon watched her still sitting triumphantly atop him and said, "Then I'll concede the fight and let's move on to the next contest." "What do you wait?" Flipping his body up with leg strength and reversing their positions to pin her down, Mesa said with an embarrassed expression. "Is that what you meant? Why do you dislike it? What if someone comes? If someone comes up, I'd sense them in time, so don't worry. And who would come at this hour? It's the middle of the night on their side, too." Still, Turon silenced her complaint with a kiss. Because he knew that if she truly disliked it, she would have resisted far more fiercely. Even with an age of nearly 100 not far off, her bashfulness was no different from when they had first met around 20, or from that time in the wasteland when they first shared their love. The kiss back then had tasted strongly of blood, unlike now. The two thus clashed fiercely, and at times resolved the mental fatigue from it through deep connection, steadily increasing the quantity of essence they could handle and their techniques. When Salif and Ruska came to visit, and Osul, who had just barely succeeded in achieving his feat, and others, they welcomed them and imparted whatever useful techniques they had mastered. As a further 10 years or so passed, Turon came to feel that he had to some degree bodily incorporated the growing power. He could now freely wield several times the power he had once used when manipulating the world's laws. Of course, since the cradle world itself had grown enormously in the meantime, he could no longer revise the laws with that level of power. As if to give him cause to celebrate the fruit of steadily growing stronger. Signs finally appeared indicating that an enemy had come from beyond the world. Apparently the moon stopped rising some time ago. Every night a pitch-black darkness descends, and even when you light a torch the surroundings don't brighten. News brought by Earth's people traveling back and forth to Kavlan, one of the 8 worlds connected to the cradle. Hearing the news conveyed from an ascendant dispatched to Earth for resource delivery, Turon could intuit it. The greatest enemy that threatened them, for which they had been waiting for decades, had finally drawn close to the vicinity of the cradle. Chapter 247. Originally, beings who had grown powerful beyond a certain level and thus separated themselves from their birthplace could observe closed worlds, but interfering was difficult. To be precise, it was not impossible, but it required paying an enormous price. However, such transcendence sometimes exerted influence on closed worlds simply by passing through without doing anything at all. Just as the vibration from an elephant's footsteps alone makes an ant colony tremble, those with a spiritual rank too vast had their shockwaves spreading in all directions. Such was the trace of the being now approaching the cradle world, the moon-devouring bird. Having detected the omen, Turon's first move was to reach into the afterlife. Starting from souls who had committed the most minor of sins, he issued conditional release to those serving their sentence in hell. Their spirit forms quickly converted into essence and settled within Turon, adding to his power. Up to the limit that the presence he currently held could control. After that, the hell and paradise that still held some souls were moved to the far side of the world's boundary, to the farthest point from the dimensional corridor the enemies would likely arrive through. Because it would be truly terrible if paradise were shattered in the middle of a fierce battle. Next, he severed all dimensional gates linking from Earth through the cradle to other worlds. Because the shockwaves generated by the moon-devouring bird passing through could be transmitted to Earth, and though the possibility was small, it could dispatch low-ranked beasts like Urukas and have them transported through the dimensional gates to Earth. Of course, the current Earth with its many ability users wouldn't be as powerless against attacks from transcendent creatures as before, but there was no need to cause needless casualties. Since he had warned Earth's people in advance that this would happen for anywhere from a few hours to a few days, they would be alarmed but could manage to accept it. And if the cradle world were to lose, what came after would not need to be worried about. He planned to distribute the essence obtained by dismantling the recovered dimensional gates among the other ascendants, because Turon himself had already reached the limit of his power from the essence gathered from the souls of hell. If the enemy brought subordinates, this could prevent attention from being divided while dealing with them, and if they came alone, they could coordinate an attack to assist even a little. Meanwhile, Mesa went down to the surface and summoned all the cradle's ascendants. Salif, Osul, Ruska, Haram. Even in the hurried situation of ascending while tense, they were not flustered, thanks to warnings given long ago, that a powerful enemy would come from beyond this world that even they could not easily handle. Turon distributed the essence that exceeded his capacity to control among those gathered and said quietly, If everyone moves according to the pre-discussed plan, we should be able to stop them. I trust no one has forgotten their role. Of course, I should have practiced a little more, Salif muttered regretfully while looking out beyond the empty void. A brilliance as if sharpened from starlight flickered from his hand. Since training at the scale of Turon or Mesa at this point would leave no strength left to fight, he was cramming short-scale training. Of course, Salif, even without dedicating himself to training as completely cut off from the world as Turon and Mesa, had trained enough to be able to handle his own power decently. Not only him, Haram too, standing some distance apart displaying combat techniques learned from Earth, and Osul kissing a photo of Rita, and even Ruska, using the pretext of advising as a senior ascendant to make moves on the one he had a one-sided love for. Every one of them had made their own efforts since being warned long ago of the invasion of a powerful enemy they would struggle to handle. Whether that effort would be rewarded was not certain, but "Are you scared?" a voice rising from behind without warning. Mesa whispered close to his ear and Turon hesitated briefly before asking back, "Does it look that way?" "A little. There have been times where you felt similar before, but this level is the first time I've seen." So it showed. Turon couldn't even recall the last time he had shown fear to someone. He, who had been trying to hide his emotions as usual behind an expressionless face, let his honest feelings show. "How could I not be scared? If we lose, everything ends." "You can do it. You've worked for it. Almost 100 years. Have I at Mesa's comfort?" Turon felt the heart pounding with tension begin to settle. Could such ordinary words differ this much depending on who says them? "And I'm here too." At that moment, Bige burst out of his neck and cried out facing Turon. Befitting a divine beast that had lived over 100 years, the spirit in its voice contrasted with eyes that were completely pure and innocent. Stroking the creature's head, Turon realized his tension had completely dissolved and burst out laughing. Even now several hours passed. When the others were beginning to tire after a long period of growing tension, the far side of the dimensional corridor began to fill with pitch black. "It's coming," the moon-devouring bird. One of the four beasts born from the master of the cycle world could be seen approaching from far away. No, to be precise, it was not seen, because that apocalyptic beast was devouring all the light around itself simply by existing. In the void that appeared dark with no light even present, the sight of a shape even blacker than that approaching was truly surreal. The dizziness of all senses, including vision seeming to warp, made even nausea rise. Behind it came the familiar Urukas numbering in the hundreds and tens, along with various beasts smaller and larger. They had likely brought subordinates more powerful than Urukas along, similar to the lion-headed humans seen before. A moment later, when the enemy that had crossed the dimensional corridor reached the world's boundary, its size was beyond imagination. The wingspan of the 6 sets of wings extending left and right alone was dozens of kilometers. The body, showing only in a grotesquely twisted form, was much smaller than that, but still measured in kilometers. At this scale, it's less a living creature than something closer to a celestial body. Turon himself could forcibly grow to that scale, but it wasn't particularly efficient. Because there was a size limit to what felt appropriate, depending on the control capacity of one's own spirit form. The moon-devouring bird looked at Turon and the cradle's ascendants lined up behind him and spoke. "Were you waiting for me?" The sobbing voice felt androgynous, making gender difficult to determine. Depending on how you heard it, it could sound like a man or a woman. "Yes, any thoughts of returning peacefully?" "That I cannot." The expected answer. Even if it didn't make the journey, once a heavyweight of that caliber had started moving, they needed to take enough in proportion. This was the reason that even if Turon and the other ascendants invested all their remaining power into the world barrier, leaving only the smallest amount for their own use, and built a stronger barrier than before, it would be meaningless. Once a visit this far had been made, even if the result didn't merit the effort, they would tear off the wrapping around the cradle one way or another and claim their prey. Fighting and driving them out was the only means of survival. Move out, at Turon's word as the signal, the battle that would determine the fate of 2 worlds began. The first to open combat was a nuclear fusion explosion handcrafted by Turon. A new technique achieved over the past decades, studying physics and all manner of natural laws in the gaps between busyness. Just as with magic, the more deeply the underlying principles are understood, the less power is required to produce the phenomenon and the greater the destructive output. This attack, even without putting in his full power, was enough in shockwave alone to incinerate all life forms within thousands of kilometers in every direction. Had there been air at this world's boundary to conduct heat, even the allied ascendants far away, including himself, would have needed to expend power to defend themselves. However, despite the enormous thermal energy contained within it, the moment it contacted the moon-devouring bird, it was annihilated as if plunged into black ink. Is it resistant to light and heat? Or it might be absorbing them? Was it related to the name moon-devouring bird? Going by its appearance, she had expected it would be either weak or strong to light, and it seemed to be the strong side. While Turon was examining the opponent's weaknesses, Mesa and Salif and the other ascendants moved to find their own opponents to fight. A long-legged elephant, a grotesquely twisted form reindeer, a pitch-black scaled serpent. While most ascendants faced one of them along with the Uruka detachments that followed, only Mesa and Salif took on 2 or 3 creatures each. Watching this, the moon-devouring bird murmured quietly. Impressive. What do you mean? I heard it was still a young world, but it's raised many powerful individuals. If more time had passed, it might have made quite a name for itself. It was not difficult to sense that those words carried the confidence that she could overwhelm them right now. To this, Turon clicked his tongue lightly and prepared a second attack. Having confirmed first that light and heat were ineffective, the next things worth attempting were water, cold, and poison. One flap of the golden eagle's wings, and an amount of water enough to fill an ocean poured out in an instant, then froze solid and wound around the creature's body in the form of ice serpents. Within it was also a potent poison, bearing the concept of inhibiting all life activity, even more powerful than the one used when killing the lion-headed human before. However, the moon-devouring bird stood still and allowed all the attacks even with its 6 wings of feathers unable to flap, as if to say all this was nothing to it. Is that all? If the ruler of this world amounts to this, I'm somewhat disappointed. A voice that even conveyed a hint of letdown. To this, Turon immediately followed with a third attack he had prepared through training with Mesa. The ice that had wound around the moon-devouring bird's body changed from solid to liquid, then from liquid to gas, rapidly expanding. Controlling it so the pressure could not escape outward, it erupted inward, which was the same as an explosion. A steam explosion with only pure physical force at work, devoid of light and heat, blasted apart the moon-devouring bird's body. The tremendous bang was enough that even others fighting at a distance briefly stopped fighting and looked back. Did that work? As the aftermath of the explosion settled, Turon was for the first time able to see the enemy's true form that had been wrapped in darkness. The moon-devouring bird's true nature was a composite mass of countless bird species. Sparrows, pigeons, magpies, crows, hawks. All manner of birds were crammed together, composing a life form with a form too hideous to be called a bird. Whether from the steam explosion just before, about 10% of its body had collapsed and was pouring jet-black blood, but remarkably, these wounds reverted to normal after a short while as if time had been rewound. Wrapping itself in pitch-black darkness once again, it clapped its great beak and laughed. This is somewhat amusing. Had I not received my elder brother's help, you would have given me quite some difficulty for a while. A faint heat and interest now permeated what had been a languid voice throughout. Along with it, Turon's vision filled with pitch black. Had he lost his sight, or was this some other trick? At Turon standing blankly having lost his vision, the moon-devouring bird launched its first attack. 6 wings flapping, it charged at near spatial movement speed and brought down its talons. The attack, combining size-appropriate force and speed, plus the authority inherent to a transcendent existence, was enough to shatter a star. However, Turon detected it even without being able to see and quickly flapped his wings to escape the attack. The moon-devouring bird spoke for the first time in a flustered tone. How? Turon was able to evade the opponent's attack thanks to a sense unique to those who handle essence. The ability to perceive things not only through 5 senses but as information. It was wearying to take in too much information in ordinary circumstances, so normally only a few necessary parts were kept active, but if needed it could substitute entirely for sight. Thanks to this ability, he was also able to understand what trick the moon-devouring bird had used. It devoured all light present in this space, similar principle to that light-eating magic artifact used in the past. However, unlike that mere mid-grade magic artifact, this power was quite literally the exercise of a divine being's capability. Turon extended his senses to briefly confirm how the other ascendants besides himself were faring. They too had been robbed of light in this space, but fortunately it seemed everyone was managing to fight somehow by similar means. Good, I just need to win from here. The problem was it wasn't as easy as he thought. Confirming the opponent through information alone while robbed of sight, the overwhelmingly ability became more real. Over the past 100 or so years, having revitalized an entire world and absorbed most of the power derived from it, the opponent's sheer scale still overwhelmed him. Well, thinking about it, it wasn't that surprising. The transcendence of open worlds boasting powerful strength, including the cycle world, were ancient monsters that had existed for at least hundreds of thousands to millions of years and more. Thinking of how they had accumulated power over an unimaginably long time, collecting souls through contracts across hundreds and thousands of worlds or through invasion, it was actually remarkable to have been able to match them in merely 100 years. You have the ability to see without eyes. My wing beats produce no sound. At least this much. Brushing off the question meant to probe for information, Turon attempted the same attack as before once again, having confirmed that physical attacks devoid of light and heat were effective. However, as if not intending to fall for the same move twice, the moon-devouring bird moved elegantly and avoided the ice dragon Turon had created, attempting another attack. Trying to evade quickly as before, anticipating this, it struck one step ahead and a wing joint was ripped clean off. It was barely a glancing pass, but with the size difference between the two being dozens of times, even that amounted to a critical wound. As Turon expended essence to fill the wound, he frowned, realizing the injury wasn't easily healing. Not poison or anything similar, a power bearing the concept of interfering with wound recovery was imbued in the creature's talons. This was clearly a divine authority on an entirely different plane from the Cradle World's abilities. Then there's no choice. Turon's response to this was simple. Simply eliminate the part that wouldn't heal easily and regenerate it anew. It was a technique possible because the Golden Eagle's form was not his actual body but a form shaped from essence. Seeing this, the moon-devouring bird exclaimed again. Rather than dispelling the curse, you simply disassemble and reset it as if it never happened. Truly remarkable. This world too and the power of your kind are rare things I have never even seen. I cannot even imagine how pleased Mother would be if I presented these to her. At the tone still viewing them as prey, Turon smiled crookedly and attempted another counterattack. This time thousands of railgun shots, the same type used when eliminating the Uruka horde in the past. The difference was in the power contained within. Unlike that time when it had been an attack intended to weed out a jumble of ordinary enemies, each projectile he created now was larger than a building. With the sensation of a large amount of essence deactivating, explosions and magnetic force erupted from all directions as thousands of iron cannonballs were fired. The opponent's first pained groan heard. Reading only information, Turon sensed that the darkness covering the opponent's body had cleared considerably, and that blood was pouring like a waterfall from the affected area. And before long that all those wounds recovered as if time had been rewound as well. This, not his place to say so, but it was an unreasonably high level of regenerative ability. If he pressed the same attack again with the power that remained now, might that recovery ability also eventually reach its limit? That would be great if so, but if not, it would be the worst-case scenario, where only his side would exhaust its power and be neutralized. That concern was brief. Sensing a massive force swirling around the opponent's body, Turon quickly flapped his wings. Fortunately, the opponent's attack barely passed him and disappeared into the void beyond. And on its heels, talons diving in to strike from directly above. In addition to the ranged attack ability not used until moments ago plus close combat, and overwhelming speed on top of that, there was not even time to contemplate whether to keep attacking or not. Just blocking and evading alone was already taxing his strength. After repeated evasions and defenses, and in the process of eliminating and regenerating parts of his body to recover from wounds inflicted, Turon's essence was being rapidly depleted. By comparison, the opponent still looked quite at ease. It was an attrition war proceeding in a direction not particularly favorable to Turon. This is dangerous. How to overcome this situation? That contemplation was also brief. Turon realized he had no choice but to use a method he had put off because it felt unappealing, and exhaled quietly. The first action he took was relinquishing control of the majority of essence he held. The ones that had already been used once and needed time to reactivate. Sensing this, the moon-devouring bird, which had been attacking relentlessly, paused for a moment. Probably because not knowing exactly how this side's power worked, it was guarding against any unknown technique. Thanks to this, Turon gained the breathing room to execute his second move. Along with drawing a breath, an amount of essence matching what he had just released from his hand, but unused and thus retaining its full power, came under his control. As the power that had comprised the world barrier was completely absorbed into him, the deep blue sky darkened to black. For the first time, the people of the Cradle World came face to face with the world's boundary surrounding them, and the end bird threatening it. Chapter 248. The reason Turon hadn't removed the world barrier in advance wasn't arrogance at thinking he could win without it. It was simply that, having already gathered the souls of hell, the power he could control was already near its limit, and he was wary of the various side effects that would arise when the world barrier thinned or disappeared. Such as the sight of the people who directly witnessed the transcendent beings faintly visible through the sky just now. What? The moment the blue sky darkened to pitch black and a black shadow showed itself, most people who were outdoors fell into madness. As if having seen something utterly incomprehensible, some could only express confusion, some groaned in pain, some screamed and harmed themselves. Even animals went mad and foamed at the mouth, while machines had their lights go out or their internal circuits burn and billow smoke. Evacuate people inside, don't let them look at the sky. Come in over here. The reason the situation could be managed at all was because relatively clear-headed mages were there. They're running too wild. Use domination magic to suppress them. That's illegal, I'll take responsibility for that later, don't think about it. Most of these were soldiers of the Empire, and the Imperial Army was not as numerous compared to other typical nations. After all, armies exist to invade somewhere or to protect something from invaders, and with the whole world under their rule, there was nowhere to invade and nowhere needing defense. By that measure, they performed roles closer to police than completely separate armed forces, and thanks to that they could control civilians more efficiently. Things seem a bit more under control now, but what on earth is that in the sky? A monster of unknown nature and a golden eagle? Could it be the former emperor? Since only shadows were cast through the sky above, it was difficult to clearly make anything out, but the silhouette of a grotesquely shaped monster and a golden eagle clashing was plainly visible. And in the scattered other shadows visible beyond, one could also read beings wielding power like the cradle's mages clashing with monsters of unknown nature. The orders transmitted from above before long gave certainty to what they had already been thinking. At this time, His Imperial Majesty the Emperor along with the ascendants of each lordship are engaged in battle with powerful enemies. Isolate civilians indoors to minimize the spread of damage and prepare for enemy incursion. Enemies? Who do you mean? Consider any being not ordinarily visible to be an enemy. Brief confusion at the excessively vague explanation, and then they shuddered learning that the shadows visible in the sky were truly those of mages who had reached a great realm. They also felt fear toward an enemy that even such beings could not easily repel and were struggling against. And before long, they understood why their superiors hadn't bothered to explain the enemy specifically. Is that them? If not them, what? Hurry up and shoot. Birds of grotesque form dropping from the sky. The Urukas, scouts of the cycle world, cheered as they entered the cradle for the first time, taking advantage of the gap in the world barrier. Welcoming them was a hail of bullets from anti-aircraft gun turrets pouring in from all sides. Kill them. Those who have run out of magic power, switch out quickly, shoot like your lives depend on it. The creatures that had displayed overwhelming power on Earth in the past could not rampage as freely in front of the Imperial Army. Over the past decades, the Empire's military technology, having had no need to project force, was only slightly more advanced than old Earth's, but every single person wielding weapons was a mage. As large-caliber machine gun shells with enhancement and tracking magic poured down, the Urukas rampaging everywhere were shot down one by one. Arg, dodge. Of course, enormous casualties could not be prevented in the process. The Uruka horde crushed the anti-aircraft gun turrets firing at them, or avoiding those, trampled the residential areas where civilians lived gathered. As the homes where families had been hiding together to escape the collective madness collapsed, people who had witnessed the deaths of their parents and children cried out. The cradle's residents, who had lived their whole lives only in a place like paradise, confronting tragedy for the first time in their lives, they naturally sought something to depend on. Naturally, the only one they could pray to was the God of the Emperor's faith that had reigned as the state religion for the past 100-odd years. I pray to His great Imperial Majesty, please save these feeble sheep. Commoners who, knowing nothing, could only despair and pray. And mages who understood the situation to some degree, praying that their emperor could repel the external enemies while facing the enemies dropping from the sky. The faith of all of them soared high into the sky, toward the shepherd facing the wolves that had invaded the pasture. A place higher than the highest point of the material world, the boundary of the world that people often call the place where heavenly palaces exist. Turon wielded the enormous essence filling his entire being and continued to ravage the opponent. Thrusting in ice picks then vaporizing to explode them, wrapping the body in shadow tentacles, directly digging into where eyes might be with small beak and claws. Beyond that, using every creative method available, he tore into the opponent. Now the opponent standing before him, the moon-devouring bird, was no longer wrapping its entire body in pitch-black darkness as before. The jet-black blood pouring from exposed areas no longer reverting as if time had been rewound, as before, was evidence enough that damage was accumulating adequately on the opponent's side too. To think you'd withdraw the barrier yourself, its voice murmuring as if dumbfounded no longer held the composure it had before. Understandably so, Turon's power wielding the enormous essence obtained by destroying the world boundary was now, unlike moments before, sufficient to counter the opponent fairly decently. At this moment, it was thanks to the enormous control that arose from all the people of the cradle suffering from the suddenly arrived disaster, harboring intense emotion toward him. The amount of presence conveyed from there was even more powerful than what he had received at the time of showing the first miracle on Earth in the past. Had that not been so, he likely would not have been able to control all the essence maintained in the world barrier due to insufficient control capacity. Even the surrounding situation was now more favorable to Turon. The other ascendants who had been struggling against both multiple powerful enemies and the Uruka horde coming from all sides. They too were now able to focus on one-on-one battles, as the Uruka horde that had been circling around them distracting them had descended to the surface. "Just die already, you piece of," barking as he scolded. Salif hammered a white flame into the beast, biting him like a nail, and beat it in with his fist until it was properly driven in. From the other side, Ruska too moved fluidly as a shadow, using the throwing techniques taught by Turon to throw off other enemies and assist allies. As for Mesa, she had incinerated both powerful enemies surrounding her, converted them into essence and absorbed them, and was now flying toward Turon. "Watch out!" With the warning, a giant ice hammer formed in Mesa's hand. Having seen that the moon-devouring bird was resistant to light and heat, she used a technique from outside her specialty. At the advance warning, Turon quickly dodged, and the hammer that passed where he had been flying struck the moon-devouring bird's flank. When her all-out strike, with raw strength even greater than Turon's, landed on an area not covered by darkness, the sound of bones and flesh being crushed rang out. "Over here too," next, Haram shouting as he thrust a beam sword, then flustered as it was consumed by darkness. While there were minor hiccups as the ascendants resolved their opponents one by one and attached themselves to this fight, the moon-devouring bird was gradually cornered. It looked at the enemies surrounding it with thousands of eyes, then fired the same beam as it had used to threaten Turon earlier in counterattack. Careful, Mila." While Ruska quickly rescued the ally in danger and drew her into his arms, Turon aimed at the open gap and physically plunged in, desperately tearing up the insides before withdrawing. The injuries from the counterattacks of the birds composing the creature's body received in that process didn't even need to be healed personally. Thanks to Osel, now with breathing room, recovering him more efficiently. "More impressive than I thought to think it would come to this. It would have been better for both of us if you'd left when I told you to." The moon-devouring bird's voice no longer carried the ease of addressing weak beings as before. Something closer to anger and frustration, if anything. Even while taunting the opponent, Turon did not slow his offensive momentum. He had seen far too many times the sight of someone gloating at being ahead and then collapsing. At that moment, the moon-devouring bird suddenly threw itself into the spatial cut flying at it. Its body being split in two, its massive frame exploded and scattered in all directions. An action that made one wonder if it was trying to commit suicide, unable to bear the anger. What is this?" "They're Urukas." As Mesa said urgently, the moon-devouring bird's body exploded and transformed into a horde of over thousands of Urukas. Come to think of it, had it been said that all Urukas were something like avatars of this creature from the beginning. The sight of the monstrous birds with dog and cat heads on each side, all letting out a roar and descending to the material world, was truly a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. We have to stop them." "Wait, the main body is escaping over that way." Salif, who had the sharpest eyes among the ascendants, saw through the enemy's main body flying toward the corridor and informed the others. Whether because it had shed the birds composing its body and weakened, it was much smaller than before and moving that much faster and more covertly. Perhaps because it now had breathing room, it was also covering its entire body with shadow as before. Turon made his judgment after a brief moment of contemplation close to an instant. "Everyone handle the surface enemies, I'll pursue alone." A pursuit was ultimately a battle of speed after all. Since even Mesa couldn't move as quickly as Turon, he calculated it would be better to minimize surface casualties even a little. With no time to spare, without even seeking agreement from everyone, Turon threw himself into the dimensional corridor following the enemy. Just as when moving to Earth in the past, getting on the ash-gray branches, his body naturally glided along. However, the enemy proceeding ahead was a little faster. "As I thought, my spiritual rank has grown larger now, so I can't move that quickly." The movement speed of a being crossing worlds was inversely proportional to the power they held. Since Turon, who was stronger than the creature that had weakened by shedding countless avatars, moving speed had actually decreased. A moment later, arriving in the second world, Turon could feel that this was a closed world unwelcoming of him. Because unlike Earth or the Cradle, simply remaining at the boundary created pressure trying to push him out. Quickly looking around, he could see the enemy that had arrived a little ahead of him already moving to board the next corridor. The golden eagle's wings swept the empty void a few times and his body reached it in an instant. "Damn, where do you think you're escaping?" Bang, together with the impact, the steel storm Turon had raised swept the curtain of darkness, wrapping the moon-devouring bird's body. However, gritting its beak, it endured the attack and barely succeeded in boarding the second corridor and fleeing. Naturally, the pursuit continued. While moving along the ash-gray branches, the distance would widen, and upon arriving in another world, he would quickly close the distance and attack, then board the next branch again. having passed through several worlds repeating this kind of pursuit. After tumbling, biting, and clawing each other in the void many times over, Turon finally succeeded in pinning down the battered opponent and completely subduing it. Tenacious creature, those are exactly the words I'd like to say. Turon, who had won the fight, was also not in a particularly comfortable situation, because the further they moved from the cradle and the closer to the cycle world, the weaker Turon's power became and the stronger the moon-devouring birds became. He had barely won by continuing to hold the initiative and whittle their power down. And if things had gone slightly wrong, there was a distinct possibility he could have been counterattacked instead. At that moment, the moon-devouring bird's body, writhing under the golden eagle's feet, went limp as if in resignation. Turon, briefly catching his breath in preparation for the final blow, was puzzled but kept his guard up. However, contrary to expectation, rather than attempting a new form of counterattack or escape, the creature only grumbled quietly. To have come out so confidently and end like this, I have no grounds to face Mother. I don't think you'll be able to see her. Being defeated and devoured by someone is not the first time for me and probably not the last. Mother can give birth to her children again any number of times. At truly unimaginable words, Turon nearly let out an incredulous sigh. After all this hardship barely managing to repel it, all it took was being born one more time. No, it surely couldn't be as easy as just popping one out again. If it were, they would have long since given birth to tens of thousands of such monsters and been going around conquering every world. It wouldn't have tried to ugly scatter its own avatars like before when it seemed it would lose, then attempted to flee. The Beast Queen would surely have to pay an equivalent price to give birth to the moon-devouring bird again. Turon, guessing as much, was gathering his power to land the finishing blow when the opponent glanced sideways and spoke. Regardless, I congratulate you on your victory, young hero. I hope we can settle scores in my homeland next time. A horrifying invitation. Declining the invitation that was as good as parting words, Turon continued to crush its body in a massive iron ball bombardment. The head, torso, and all 6 wings. The moon-devouring bird lay still and did not groan or scream until it could no longer maintain its form. At least it went more cleanly than the enemies fought so far. Of course, unlike other enemies, it was probably composure it could afford because even if it simply died it could come back to life. Before long, as Turon began absorbing the essence of the creature that had been completely pulverized, he noticed a foreign power was following along with it. Something whose true nature was difficult to grasp, even with the sense that contemplates all information. What is this? Beings of the cradle world, with flesh made of matter and souls made of essence, were quite alien compared to other worlds. Put another way, rather than proper spiritual beings, they were closer to a kind of information life form. However, at this moment, for the first time among the elements constituting Turon's being, something not based in essence appeared. A soul. The spiritual source of power that life forms, and among them intelligent beings in many worlds are born with. As this appeared, the being called Turon was reconstructed into an entirely different form from before. With the soul of a transcendent who had swallowed many intelligent beings over long ages as the core, the information constituting memories and cognitive systems surrounded it, and the physical flesh made of matter was positioned on the outside. After a moment as brief as an instant, or perhaps as long as an eternity, Turon, having come to his senses, became aware that his spirit form was no longer just a collection of information. He had become the first among the cradle's beings to possess a true soul, not even an ordinary being's but the soul of a mighty transcendent. I never imagined something like this would happen. Turon could now create a divine name, a name signifying his existence, make it known to others, and receive prayers made in that name. It was also now possible to receive the power of the soul or the soul itself as payment, and bestow his authority in return. Until moments ago, he had been nothing more than the first ascendant who handled the largest amount of essence in the cradle, but now he had truly become something like a god. Chapter 249, Doomsday. That was what people called what had happened a few months ago. Darkness and shadows suddenly covering the sky and the mass madness phenomenon that began from that. That alone was horrifying beyond measure, yet after that a horde of unidentified monstrous birds with dog and cat heads descended as well. The reason it was possible to survive that terrible moment was, first, because there were mages who overcame the madness and fought, and second, thanks to the ascendants who descended as if arriving from heaven. Transcendents who took on the forms of storms, white flames, and giants covered entirely in metal. They killed the monstrous birds the mages had been struggling against as easily as toys. Occasionally 100 or more would swarm at once and put them into a briefly awkward situation, but at least none died to them. After all, long ago even the newly born immature transcendents Turon and Salif could hunt a few without difficulty, so those who had trained for decades or more need not be said. The sight of the Transcendents thus descending across various locations and defeating the monstrous birds left a deep impression on those who saw it. Since the madness phenomenon caused by the black shadows covering the sky had also disappeared right at that moment, many were able to witness it. Wow, win, just a little more. Encouraged by the people's cheers, the moon-devouring birds' avatars that had descended on the cradle were all eliminated. What remained was only the bodies of the dead and the ruins of collapsed buildings. As they sighed in desolation, the imperial government sent notices to each lordship explaining the situation. This attack was an alien invasion, which was fortunately overcome through the efforts of the Great Ascendants. People of the Empire, stand down from combat stance and devote yourselves to damage recovery. In truth, among the Cradle's people, not many had clearly been aware of Earth's existence. After all, only rank 1 or above mages, no more than a few dozen across the entire Empire, could travel to Earth. However, through this incident, they came to recognize that outer space was not simply a romantic and fantastical place, and that there were many fearsome enemies lurking there who had their eyes on them. How's the situation? Not so great, unfortunately. Imperial capital Kalamaf, the Imperial Palace. Ruska Parsha answered his mother's question in a helpless tone and flicked his fingers. A series of visions appeared in response, informing him of the situation in various parts of the Empire. It was a report produced by the combination of the Empire's magic science, technology, and administrative system, systematically built up over 100 years. The lordships that had the best established defense systems are unscathed, but naturally the damage on the frontier side is significant. It would be better if I provide support on the Arabian side. Can you organize the data from there? One moment. Click. After a few gestures, the report submitted by the current Arabian lordship was sent to Mesa. It contained each scene requiring immediate attention prioritized in order. Wow, quite a lot broken. Baraha Salif went to sort that out. Other regions have their own people in charge in the Parsha main territory. Once I sort out just this, I'm planning to go around in person. After some more time, I'll need to do a tour around each lordship as well. Being emperor certainly is exhausting. Ruska was about to say he wished his mother could do it instead at Mesa's words of comfort, but realized she had already disappeared from her seat. Honestly, this position is truly impossible. I think I understand why father handed it to me and left. Of course, since it was a position that received the loyalty of all the Empire's people, he could gain much more presence in a shorter time compared to other ascendants. The cost being an enormous workload and massive responsibility, which was the problem. Still, Ruska grumbled but did not neglect his duties as emperor. With the help of his father who had once been emperor and his mother who had governed the empire in something close to co-rule, he filled the gaps in administration and by making use of other ascendants restored the damage. About a month passed like that. As the scars that had roughly clawed the world slowly healed, everyone had the same thought. Turon, who had left to pursue the moon-devouring bird, was taking far too long to return. Surely nothing went wrong while chasing it. Don't be ridiculous, that man isn't someone anyone can kill. Salif dismissed the youngest ascendant's worry. However, even the one saying that was noticeably anxious with one leg shaking for no reason. Now everyone attention. At that moment, Mesa drew the attention of the other ascendants gathered in the conference room. She had been assigned the role of directing everyone present in Turon's stead, and since her power was actually the greatest, no one raised any objections. Whatever the reason, I believe Turon will come back someday, so what we need to do is handle what we can first. In truth, there doesn't seem to be much left to do. As Haram said, the tasks they needed to do right away were already handled. The surface damage had all been restored, and the essence scattered by Turon and the power possessed by the deceased cycle world transcendence had all been tidied up, and the world boundary had been partially restored, even if somewhat roughly. What they could do now was simply wait quietly, hoping Turon would bring good news. At an answer carrying that meaning, Mesa shook her head. There are things worth doing besides that. Rather than sitting still, shouldn't we go around collecting information? How? Through Earth. The connection between Earth and the other closed worlds that had been severed just before the cycle world's invasion was currently restored. Mesa's idea was to make inquiries about Turon's situation through those connected worlds. Earth is still being kept blocked by us, so there's no such case there, but there are quite a few people who have contracted with transcendence from other open worlds, right? The idea is to find out indirectly through those. If Turon had perhaps been adrift somewhere in one of the other open worlds, news could be received through humans connected to the transcendence there. If the world coordinates were found out, they could go in person to bring Turon back. That's a good idea, Mila, one of the few female ascendants, actively agreed with Mesa's idea. Can't we look ourselves? Ascendants can't enter other closed worlds. We need to send weaker mages in. Thus, the idea of going out to other worlds to search for Turon's trace received everyone's agreement and was put into action. You want to explore other worlds with our help? Yes. However, since those participating in this expedition on our side are relatively lower ranked and weaker, I would like to ask for your consideration. U.S. President Aaron Spike could not hide his surprised expression at the request from Aziz, the Cradle's representative he was meeting for the first time in a while. For the beings who had quietly connected the world for over 100 years and only received resources to suddenly make such a request. Of course he was surprised, but he couldn't dare think of refusing. Knowing full well that even if they weren't quite the god of Christianity, they were beings at least on the level of gods from Greek or Norse mythology. Even just the young man standing before him right now had once given the president 4 generations prior an elixir of youth as a so-called present, without preamble. Though he had said that one couldn't live past their set lifespan thanks to it, that president even past 90 still showed an appearance and vitality 30 years younger than his age. I understand. I'll need to get congressional approval, but I'll handle it as you wish. However, I know that there's something to receive. We'll waive this year's resource tax. Thank you. Not long after the agreement was concluded, over 100 mages from the Cradle stepped onto Earth's soil. They soon mixed in with Earth's explorers and joined the expeditions heading to other worlds. Hey man, are you really someone who came from that place called the Cradle? Yes, that's right. Wow, is it really an awesome place like Olympus? You'd only know if you knew someone from there. I was dying of curiosity. Exactly, tell us something if it's not secret so we can go home and brag. Naturally, they received enormous interest from the Earth people accompanying them. The Cradle, a place known to have had only a dozen or so people cross over in all this long time, and one where even aging was said not to occur. I'd think it's not that different since it's a world where people live too. Well, when you look at other worlds up close, they're not that different either, are they? I was laughing for a good while when I found out the ancient common language of the Panto Kingdom was Japanese. The mage who had been quietly watching the adventurers chuckling among themselves soon opened his mouth with a solemn expression. It was because, even though it was a short time, he didn't want the Earth he had seen to be considered the same as the Cradle. Still, based on having been here briefly, there seemed to be a few differences. The Earth explorers listened wide-eyed to the mage's following explanation. A world where the combination of magic and science had eliminated disease, disability, and famine. The upper class who had to be more moral to obtain greater power, and the empire prospering under their leadership. Even other races who caused occasional incidents but acknowledged human hegemony and made a living within that, using their differences as abilities. An explanation of an ideal nation that would only appear in armchair theorizing followed. Its contents were something even the Earth's people, who had grown more prosperous than before through the second age of exploration, would envy. It wasn't as if all the social structural contradictions and such had been resolved just because they were living better than before. In America, black people were still exchanging gunfire with police. In Europe, Islamic refugees were rioting. And in Africa and various conflict zones, child soldiers were throwing magic at each other. Damn, I'd have no more wishes if I could live somewhere like that. It kind of sounds to me like someone from a dictatorship praising their own country. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. You won't be visiting the Cradle anyway. Speaking of which, I did hear something like that. You guys can't stay long in our world either, right? Yes, in my case I have to go back within at least 10 days. Through prior education, the mages knew that Earth's people couldn't cross to and permanently reside in the Cradle, and that they themselves couldn't spend long periods in Earth and the other worlds. At least in the case of staying time in Earth running out, it was just that they were summoned back to the Cradle and that was it. But if time ran out while in a completely different world, it became a somewhat more serious matter. Unlike Earth and the Cradle, which were adjacent worlds allowing crossing, beings who came from the Cradle could have their very existence scatter in other worlds reached through dimensional gates if they stayed past the permissible time. But why would people from such a nice world come here? I wonder too. At a black person's question, the mage spoke with a solemn expression, because there is something we need to ask the people there. He said only that and didn't answer the following questions, changing the subject. It wasn't something that needed to be kept thoroughly secret, but he didn't want to mention it in front of these light-hearted people. That their greatest descendant, founding Emperor Turon, had disappeared, and that they were setting out to other worlds to find his trace. The Cradle's mages who had crossed to other worlds first searched for humans who had contracted with transcendence. Those called by all manner of names, contractors, apostles, warlocks, mages. They demanded transactions in exchange for various powerful magic artifacts they had brought in large quantities from their world. You want my master to look into rumors. How dare you for such a trivial? I've heard you've been researching the natural changing of human gender for dozens of years, but taking this medicine should do it. There's nothing that can't be asked. Give me that then. Does it also make one younger? There were some who pushed back occasionally, but fortunately they were able to conduct transactions smoothly with quite a few people. The cradle was that prosperous, and the tools that could be created by their magic, which could be called the key to omnipotence, were varied. And the price they wanted in return was also not particularly grand. Simply asking for a clue about a transcendent in the form of a gray-haired youth, a giant golden eagle, or a being by the name of Turon. If a location was identified this way, the plan was to then secure the location of the world where the witness lived through deal, and have the ascendants rush there to rescue Turon. Naturally, Earth's people too learned of this through people from other worlds, and came to know that the master of the cradle had disappeared. The master of the cradle disappeared, using this to demand something from the cradle's side. That does seem risky. The power balance between the two worlds didn't change dramatically just because the cradle's master Turon was gone. The mages who had come over this time were far weaker than those who had come before, as discussed, but even they were on par with Earth's top-tier ability users, weren't they? Even beyond that, unlike people from other worlds whose ways of wielding power were comparatively limited, they often displayed abilities of a truly bizarre nature. From fire and water to wind, lightning, earth, and darkness, they possessed mystical power that wielded all things under heaven freely. Not to mention Mesa and the few others whose shields even nuclear missiles couldn't scratch. If all of them were to make serious trouble, Earth would become no different from the primitive other worlds currently deep in colonial activity. And so Earth's people changed their thinking and decided to officially help in the search for Turon themselves. With the logic that Earth's explorers, compared to those who had to return to the cradle every few days to a few weeks at most, were better suited to find him. Help, yes, it won't require anything tremendous, just that if results are produced, please look kindly upon us. Aziz, receiving an unexpected proposal, frowned and then decided to accept it. Because in actuality, due to time limits, the cradle's mages had been unable to properly explore areas far from the dimensional gates. They would need to pay a price if Turon was found with their help, but if any clue could be found, it would be worth it. Casting the net in all directions for about a year, Rickon Shineb, a mage dispatched to the world of Argyle, sighed as he climbed a very tall mountain. You found a clue, are you sure? I'm telling you it's real. You can really give the elixir of youth as the reward, right? As long as the information is reliable. The source of this information was a French adventurer he had got to know through several dispatches. This middle-aged man leading the way ahead was also known among Earth people as a reasonably famous ability user, and was a powerhouse matching an ordinary rank 2 mage. If that hadn't been the case, he wouldn't have bothered following him. This was hardly the first or second time he had gone on a wild goose chase due to false tips. Here, what he pointed to was a fairly decently built house of a rural tribe. The most famous shaman in the area lived there, who was also known for having once been a powerful contractor. His sociable French friend, greeting and entering inside, spoke to an old woman with clearly visible signs of illness. "Grandma, I'm here. Why did you come again, you rascal? You know what I mentioned last time, I brought the friend who was looking for it. If you tell him properly, I'll give food to Grandma's tribe like I said. Without cutting it halfway through like before, of course. Have you ever seen me lie? I've seen you change your words any number of times." Unlike him, a cradle mage, the two communicated without natural language matching, yet quite fluently. Since that old woman was unlikely to have learned Earth's language, the Frenchman must have learned their language. Or the language the old woman used in this world happened to be similar to French by coincidence. The old woman who had brusquely replied and was smoking the cigarette the Frenchman brought looked at Rickon and spoke. "So what is it you want to know?" "I asked the being you serve for a clue about a transcendent with the form of a golden eagle or a gray-haired youth." "Ah, that one." "Yes, the Torch of the Frost Dawn whom I serve told me that such a being has been seen." According to her words, a new faith had been born in the vicinity of the world where the being called the Torch of the Frost Dawn resided. This young god was said to be spreading faith to closed worlds in the vicinity, using a gray golden eagle as its symbol. Rickon's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wouldn't just this much be information worth bringing to the imperial government and receiving enormous reward? Indeed, might we perhaps be able to know this person's name? How can mortals like us casually speak a god's name? That would invite divine punishment. However, the name this being conveys to its own followers was passed on. Cough, the old woman cleared her throat once and said, "It calls itself the Shepherd of Young Lambs." Chapter 250. In the dark of night, a boy ran through the nighttime forest, holding in his arms his sister who had not yet even been weaned. Ha ha. The boy, moving by the dim moonlight, tripped on a tree root he hadn't seen and fell. Even then, the best he could do was spin his body so he wouldn't crush his sister. Was his ankle broken? A scorching pain that felt like fire or like lightning had struck through him seeped in, making it utterly impossible to rise. As he sat there, not long after, the sound of clanking came from behind, and men carrying torches and swords appeared. They were vampire knights with red eyes and prominent fangs. "My, you ran away tremendously fast." "Well, being the demon of the prophecy, I suppose, quickly finish him off." A year ago, the advisor to the largest kingdom in the world had prophesied that because of a human infant soon to be born, the king would lose eternal life and the noble bloodline would be trampled by slaves. Their world was one where the sun did not rise, and vampires reigned as nobles, keeping humans as food and livestock. That prophecy was no different from saying the world was coming to an end. Enraged, the king ordered his subordinates to kill all young human slaves throughout the kingdom. Most had meekly handed over their children, but people like the boys' parents had defied this and escaped from the farm they had been living on. After a chase of several weeks, the boy's parents were captured by the vampire knights and lost their lives. Leaving only him and his still young sister, the vampire knights spoke leisurely over their caught prey. "What should we do with this one? He seems too old to be the demon of the prophecy. The hunt took too many food supplies. Drain the male just enough and leave him alive. Kill the baby." The boy clutched his sister tighter to prevent her from being taken. The sensation of her squirming restlessly within his arms was vivid. "Please help me," saying that, he knew well that there was no one who would help. The rulers of this world were those cruel vampires, and humans were nothing more than their slaves. Since the abyss clouds had covered the sky and prevented sunlight from hitting the surface, the humans with physical and mental fortitude strong enough to resist were the first to be drained dead or enslaved. As he thus despaired, a voice he had never heard before reached him. "Do you need power?" A strange voice that seemed like it could be a young man a few years older than him or an elder of about 100. It even felt less like someone speaking directly and more like a voice coming from within his own heart. Brief wonder as to what this was, and then the boy saw the enemies walking steadily toward him. Did they need power? What a question. "Yes, I will give it in exchange for your soul. Will you accept?" At those words, the boy could instinctively understand what it meant to offer his soul to the voice. It meant his entire life going forward, and even after death would be subordinate to the owner of that voice. After a brief hesitation, the boy answered, "I want it. Now that you have entered within my fence, I will protect you as is right." At those words, an unknown power and the knowledge to wield it seeped into the boy's mind. The boy extended his hand toward the vampires approaching him with a blank expression and murmured, "Shepherd of young lambs, please bestow the light to punish them." A bright light flared from the boy's hands. The light of the sun that eliminates all vampires' light that had not appeared in this world for hundreds of years since the abyss clouds descended. This NOOO, though they were vampire knights capable of effortlessly tearing thousands of strong humans apart, before that light they could only burn helplessly. Because it was the sun itself, the power that rightfully restores their cursed lives. Ah, the shepherd's first sheepdog shuddered, realizing the power he had obtained was not merely enough to save one younger sister. The vampire king would meet ruin because of a newborn child, just as the prophecy said. Another one more. Turon, drifting in the void beyond the world, sensed that another contract had been forged within him. Some boy who had received his authority gave his own soul in return. The contract just completed was quite pleasing, because the boy's devotion in offering even his own soul to protect his sister in an extreme situation resonated with the values Turon pursued. As such, rather than using the soul he had gained this time to control the boy at will, he quietly swallowed it within himself. It would become a resource that slowly dissolved over a long time to come, would elevate his own rank. When he finished the internal accounting and opened his eyes, the empty void still stretched in all directions. A space of chaos where even Turon himself couldn't guarantee survival if carelessly thrown in. What protected him here was only the ash-gray branch positioned beneath his feet. Astride it, Turon moved slowly toward the next world. Terribly slow, truly. Having absorbed all the moon-devouring bird's power and created a new soul, he could tell he had finally created a true soul as others in many worlds had, and that its rank was remarkably high. The problem was that thanks to this elevated rank, the speed of movement along the corridor had slowed to an absurd degree. If it used to take a few minutes to a few hours to cross one corridor, it now took at minimum dozens to hundreds of days. Considering that his power hadn't grown dozens or hundreds of times stronger, the weight of a soul seemed to be somewhat inefficiently heavy compared to a spirit form. Or perhaps the combination of an essence being and a soul formed a more complex system. In any case, he could now clearly understand why it had taken the moon-devouring bird, which had possessed a soul even more powerful than his, nearly 100 years to come invade the cradle. In his current state, it was already like this. If it had to travel a greater distance even more slowly, that would make sense. Thanks to this, he wasn't even worried about being stronger than them, whatever they were calling the Beast Queen invading the cradle. If a being far more powerful than him now would need truly tens of thousands of years or more to cross, that was simply not worth the effort even for transcendence with their long lifespans. Now all that remained for Turon was returning safely to the cradle. What he began in passing during that process was doing as he was doing now, Communicating with mortals in the closed worlds, he passed through who were spiritually aligned with himself and sharing power through contracts. The terms of the deal were simple. What the contractor must offer was not a portion of the power within the soul or anything like that, only the soul in its entirety. It was impossible to substitute another person's, and only completely one's own could be used. The price for having offered everything of oneself was the cradle world's magic, worked from the key to omnipotence. Considering that typical transcendents could only bestow the power they themselves possessed, the versatility was beyond comparison. It was as if a single being was bestowing sacred sunlight, deadly poison, raging flames, and biting frost all together. The individuals who matched the frequency and received power in this way were varied. A boy protecting his sister in a world of vampires, an orphanage director standing against a gang kidnapping children, a lord who took up his sword against enemies to save the city he loved. Those who had used Turon's power to save what was precious to them soon spread his divine name, Shepherd of Young Lambs, to others. Thanks to this, he was able to create followers in some of the closed worlds he passed through and exert influence. Additionally, the power of the soul obtained in this way created another possibility for him. He came to know how to handle concepts just like the transcendence of other worlds. Originally, no matter how powerful the fire raised by the cradle's ascendants, it was fire, and no matter how cold the chill, it was chill. They could only pull trivial tricks like making things burn better or preventing flames from going out with the power contained within. However, now by mixing in the newly acquired power of the soul, he was able to add unusual concepts to phenomena, like flames that only burn living things or cold that freezes even time itself. The power of the moon-devouring bird that had interfered with his recovery was probably something of this nature as well. Moving through time that may have been months or years, Turon became more and more absorbed in wielding the new power. Of course, during all this, he didn't miss monitoring the actions of those who had contracted with him. Among the changes that arose as his rank elevated from gaining a soul, one was that his mind had expanded considerably beyond before. He was now capable of calculating complex numbers in his head while simultaneously singing and writing a book. Analyzing what dozens of contractors were doing while practicing magic was no difficult thing. Fortunately, most of the first contractors were generally all right. But among others who contracted through their referrals, there were quite a few who tried to use his power for wicked purposes. Whenever that happened, Turon punished them by manipulating their souls. Those with comparatively lighter offenses he admonished with moderate pain, and those who seemed beyond redemption he simply claimed their lives. Because of this, some became reluctant to contract with the Shepherd of Young Lambs, but since he had no intention of receiving the souls of dishonorable people anyway, it didn't matter. This was, so to speak, a kind of supplemental income. While thus disciplining his contractors and refining his new authority, sometimes he would also gaze blankly up at the void. I miss them, Mesa and Ruska Solifices. The faces of his wife, son, and friends would rise and fade beyond the empty void in the distance. Sitting blankly staring at nothing in the empty void for months to years, a normal person would go mad with less. He thought that if he hadn't been creating contractors and observing their lives, it would have been quite a terrible time. Chatting with Bige from time to time was also quite helpful. Traveling and overcoming boredom like that for 10 or so years. Finally arriving in a world about 2 steps from the cradle, Turon was able to see Mesa, who had come out to meet him. Turon, Mesa, before he could even say, "How did you get here?" she approached and drew him into an embrace and kissed him. At the warm touch and sweet sensation he hadn't felt in the past several years, Turon quietly closed his eyes. You came knowing in advance. The word had spread everywhere that the Shepherd of Young Lambs was spreading his faith. At her gaze asking why he had been dawdling instead of coming quickly once it was finished, Turon made a sheepish expression. A while later, having explained why he was late, Mesa apologized for being needlessly confrontational towards someone who had taken a hard road. It's all right, it's true I was late. Are the others doing well? All sorts of things keeping everyone busy, so how long will it take to get back from here? Probably a few months. Fortunately, the worlds adjacent to the cradle seemed to have fairly short corridors, so it seemed they could return quickly. Then do you want to go ahead? Why would I? Well, there was no need for Mesa, who could cross in a few hours at most, to be stuck in the void for months, especially since she couldn't even relieve boredom by peeking at contractors' lives like Turon himself could. Mesa snorted at this as if it were absurd. Stop talking nonsense. Why would I be bored when I'm with you? Were you perhaps bored when you were with me? As if, thinking that now hearing it truly had been nonsense, Turon burst out laughing and threw himself into the corridor embracing Mesa. While slowly moving toward the cradle, they quenched the thirst accumulated from not meeting for a long time. How amusing it was that even an ascendant who handled essence, and even a divine being beyond that who spread their authority across multiple worlds and intervened, was still bound by mere desire. Of course, it wasn't as though they had truly spent that entire long journey entwined like animals. They had enough self-control to not, even if they could if they wished. They discussed the soul's power Turon had newly obtained and debated how he should treat his contractors. Would it be good for me to also obtain something like a soul? It would be good, but I don't know how you'd go about getting one. Unlike Turon, who had digested the moon-devouring bird's soul by absorbing its power and made it his own, there was no transcendent for Mesa to devour in such a manner. And the probability of one not appearing in the future was also high. Word had already been spreading to various worlds that the moon-devouring bird, that dreadful apocalyptic bird, had met its end in some remote world. If she really wanted one, there was also the method of raising and devouring beings with souls, that is, Earth's people, and slowly forming a soul over a very long time. Don't joke. You'd put on a straight face if I said I'd actually do it. True enough. At Mesa's rebuke, Turon answered with a smile, because if she were truly the type to covet the souls of countless humans for power, he wouldn't even be bringing it up. Or there's a second alternative, sharing my soul with you. Wouldn't that be bad for you? I can continue to replenish my power anyway. As the dozens of contractors who had been contracted during the return to the cradle continued spreading out like propagating branches growing their numbers, Turon's soul would continue to grow stronger. Even if a portion were separated, it would recover again with time, and now that there was no enemy to immediately come attacking here either, there was no need to be impatient. Still, I feel sorry about. What is there to be sorry about? I actually like it. Saying with a smile how romantic it was that they would be partners who had literally shared their souls, Mesa watching Turon burst out laughing. You've returned, father. You've worked hard. A few months later, Turon finally returned to the cradle's boundary, first exchanged greetings with Ruska who had come to welcome him. He also spoke with Salif and Aziz and other ascendants and heard updates on recent news, though in truth he had already heard it all from Mesa. A daughter, they say, that's how it turned out, already 3 years old. And her godfather hasn't even seen her face yet. I'll have to go see her soon. Salif grumbling like that, despite having become a father for a child, didn't seem to have changed much. Well, if parenthood was going to make him more mature, he would have become so long before now. Not only that, after sharing various stories, such as Ruska finally getting a positive signal from Mila after decades of courting, and Aziz being turned down again, Turon turned his gaze toward the barrier blocking between the material world and the boundary. Was this something Ruska put up? We all helped too, but well, as you can see, the current world barrier had been created using the power scattered in the process of Turon absorbing the barrier that had originally existed. Perhaps because those who hadn't originally had ownership over it had handled it haphazardly, it was considerably more unstable than before. If the original form had been a solid hard wall, it now looked like rippling water. Turon extended his hand and instantly absorbed and eliminated the unstable world barrier. Whether thanks to the presence further accumulated over 10+ years, or thanks to the soul's power, he could control it all. Oh, if that's removed, can't everything down there see us now? We just look like shadows, so it's fine, uncle. Thinking that just as Salif and Ruska said, their forms were now visible from the surface, it seemed better to deal with it quickly. It would already be a source of anxiety, what with the previous invasion. Turon released the absorbed essence immediately to form the world barrier again. It was not a wall in a form close to a barrier made purely of essence as before. The result of incorporating the power obtained in the process of absorbing the moon-devouring bird's power, and mixing in the power gained from digesting the souls of various contractors, with a concept bestowed. A barrier in the shape of a fence honed from starlight surrounded the world, and a shepherd with a staff in one hand and a sling in the other, with a golden eagle on his shoulder, made its circuit around the perimeter. Done, the Guardian created this way, the world's shepherd, standing watch would mean the Ascendants wouldn't need to take turns patrolling the boundary as before. When this was announced, everyone rejoiced greatly. Walking around a place with nothing to see while staying vigilant for enemies was a tedious thing to do. Having finished the last preparations, Turon and the other Ascendants decided to descend from the sky, as if arriving from heaven instead of immediately moving to Kalamaf's imperial palace. This was Aziz's idea. This is too much of a spectacle. Everyone worked so hard searching for you, so there should be some reward. Isn't appearing this way more impressive than just showing up? At Mesa's words, Turon could only shrug his shoulders in response. What could he say when the reason given was to bring joy to those who had made effort searching for him? A short while later, the dozen or so Ascendants all descended slowly together to the square before Kalamaf's imperial palace. Soon tens to hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps even more, lined up in orderly fashion and sang. Since there were so many people spread so widely, their voices were close to noise, but no one minded. The only thing that mattered was the meaning contained within. Savior of the world, born on Hisarul Hill, shepherd of young lambs, that you saved our lost selves, your grace runs infinitely deep. Protecting us from evil and covering the world with dark wings, our holy Lord be praised forever. The voices of the sheep praising the shepherd rang out far into the distance. And thank you all for listening.